Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and our coverage of Hurricane Ian and the rescue and recovery efforts that are fully underway continues here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on all of the latest news and also remind you that you can continue to donate following the QR code that you see on your screens right now. We do want to continue to recap all of the latest news, which does take us out to this video that came into our newsroom just yesterday. The latest from President Joe Biden and the First Lady of the United States as they actually traveled to Puerto Rico to meet with victims of Hurricane Fiona. That, of course, was the hurricane that hit just a couple of weeks ago, knocking the entire power grid off from the Puerto Rican island. So, of course, we will continue to monitor this information and this recovery effort that obviously the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, was assisting in. But the First Lady continuing her tour of Puerto Rico yesterday afternoon, visiting a school in the city of Ponce to meet with families and community leaders. The President and the First Lady were in Puerto Rico to tour damage from Hurricane Fiona, as we just brought to you the latest video that came into our newsroom. This comes amid a new round of funding in the works to help shore up levees, strengthen flood walls, and create a new flood warning system for future weather events. We do know that the president is going to be traveling to Florida tomorrow on Wednesday, so of course we'll bring you all of that information as well. But our Fox News chief White House correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest on this trip from the president.
President Biden in Puerto Rico meeting with families and community leaders. It's the first of two scheduled visits this week to devastated areas. Hurricane Fiona rocked the island about 2 weeks ago, leaving many without power, and still 120,000 homes and businesses are managing without. And then there are the billions of dollars in damage.
Right now, Puerto Rico is in a full recovery mode.
It may have been a Category 1 storm, but Puerto Rico is still trying to rebuild its infrastructure after Hurricane Maria hit 5 years ago.
We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future.
During his trip, President Biden announced $60 million in federal funds to shore up levees and flood walls and create a flood warning system. This administration is trying to ward off critics who came after former President Trump for not doing enough fast enough when Maria struck. The current president admits the island has been slighted in the past.
Because they haven't been taken very good care of.
Still, some accuse the Biden White House of slow-walking aid. Others fear the U.S. territory will be left behind in the shadow of Hurricane Ian. Lawmakers are pledging support.
We'll do everything we can, we always have, to support Puerto Rico now in the recovery after this yet another devastating storm.
The administration says it still has a strong team in Puerto Rico helping with the recovery and intend to make sure they have everything they need. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. Our coverage of the latest rescue and recovery efforts underway across Florida and the Carolinas continues today. So far in the United States, the number of dead from Hurricane Ian has officially surpassed 100, according to some reports, with a majority of those killed from Florida. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has the latest information.
Devastation still sinking in across Florida in the wake of Hurricane Ian.
I lost everything.
With steady streams of survivors arriving at shelters after abandoning their homes, many flooded by the deadly storm surge or flattened by Ian's unforgiving gusts.
We're going to have shelters open here until they're not needed anymore.
And as search and rescue missions continue, so do efforts to restore power to the more than 500,000 homes and businesses still in the dark. State officials expect electricity to be back up by this weekend.
It's been a nightmare.
Many organizations are doing what they can to make sure those struggling don't go hungry.
We're preparing to scale up, to grow our capacity, and just make sure that we have food available for anybody who needs it.
Officials, meantime, say recovery in some areas could take years. Bulldozers are continuing to plow streets clean of sand and debris brought on by severe floods. But in places where the floodwaters remain high, some communities are now fearful of alligators and other wildlife encroaching on their property.
And there was a 4-footer right there, and I had to tell them, hey, look to your right, because all you see is the head and the eyeballs.
But as people prepare to build back, construction experts say new properties will be subject to the most up-to-date building codes, which could help prevent catastrophic damage during another hurricane. Hurricane season typically runs from June through November. So far this year, there's been 9 named storms, less than average, but forecasters say there's still plenty of time for more major weather events to strike. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report. 5 days after Hurricane Ian pummeled Florida, some people are still stuck in the areas the storm hit the hardest. This includes Pine Island, a small island near the state's southwestern coast. Ian knocked out the community's only bridge to the mainland. Our Fox's Austin Westfall joined the National Guard on a flight to the island.
The main mission is dropping off supplies to the island, which is just off of Fort Myers. Many people chose to stay behind during the storm, and now that they can't leave, they're relying on help from flights like this.
Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area. Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
Pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
Governor Ron DeSantis says that the bridge is expected to be rebuilt by this Saturday. Until then, the National Guard is going to keep doing several missions like this per day. The U.S. Coast Guard has also been evacuating people by boat. Here in Fort Myers, Florida, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
And on the topic of Fort Myers, we also have a first-hand account of a Fort Myers man who discusses what it was like to ride out this storm. Let's listen in.
Willows Drive, directly on the back bay, so we saw firsthand the storm.
Tell me about that experience.
It's something you really can't explain. You know, the storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet, and then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house, but the elevation is 17 foot, so the house itself was just fine. So, other than losing power and water and everything, it was an inconvenience for a couple of days. But fortunately, we built according to the new codes, and it's fine.
That's good to hear. Obviously, you've been through several hurricanes. You've been in Florida for
yes,
a long time.
I've seen many hurricanes.
How does this one compare?
Oh, it's worse than anything I couldn't even imagine this. So it is a very experience that you wouldn't want to experience again. That's all. I don't believe I would probably stay if I had the forecast that we had for this one. But we were under the impression it was going to go to Tampa, more so than it was here. But I guess it took the path of Charlie almost. So it's a matter of like I said, where I live, my home is a new constructed home, and it is built by the codes that can handle 160 miles an hour and 17-foot elevation. So we felt we should be okay, and which we were. So,
John, was there ever a moment where you were getting scared?
yeah, when I lost my interior stairway because it floated up, when the seas broke out all the knockout walls that are supposed to, protect your home. The knockout walls came out. Some of the doorways that should have held up didn't hold up, and took out my stairway. And my next door neighbor's house that came apart follows.
Some really compelling firsthand accounts there from that man who rode out the storm. He said thankfully his house was built up to those new codes that were put into effect as a result of the many hurricanes that obviously the state of Florida has dealt with in the past. But now those recovery efforts are underway. On your screens right now, you are seeing the long lines to get gas across the state of Florida. We're going to continue to touch base with our reporters who are monitoring all of these recovery efforts. Some residents are still trying to get back to their homes to assess the damage. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
Southwest Florida will have a very long rebuild after Ian, even as rescuers continue to look for survivors. Days after Ian tore through Florida, many roads and bridges along the southwest coast remain impassable. Officials warn the situation could get worse as lakes and rivers continue to overflow. Residents are wading through high water and traveling by boat to see what's left of their homes.
My husband just walked back to our place, hopefully to check it out to see what kind of damage we have. And I'm just standing here worried until he gets back.
People who will need to rebuild now face the daunting question of where to even start.
They have to make something work. I mean, they put their life efforts into their businesses.
On barrier islands cut off by the storm, rescue crews are arriving by helicopter, going door to door in hopes of finding anyone still stranded. Some residents taken to safety say they underestimated Ian's power.
It was much bigger than we had anticipated, so I think it would have been a different decision had we known.
Hundreds of thousands of Floridians remain without electricity or clean drinking water. Thousands of utility crews have come in from across the country to help.
Once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, to other parts of Florida.
President Biden and the First Lady getting a look at Hurricane Fiona damage in Puerto Rico today. Then on Wednesday, they'll be here in Southwest Florida to see what Ian left behind. In Naples, Florida, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We do want to lower this natural sound for you as crews are working very hard to get power back up and running. As of right now, nearly 450,000 people are still without power. Florida's largest power utility company says it is actually ahead of schedule and expects to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of this Friday. Our Fox's Justin Matthew has more on how people are working around the clock to restore power. Let's listen in.
Thousands of Floridians still without power following Hurricane Ian. Utility crews in Bradenton Beach trying to get the lights back on for residents and businesses.
It's been pretty stressful because we're working long hours, long days.
Marquise Johnson works for Agostino Utilities and is based in Philadelphia. He and his crew started heading to Florida on Tuesday before the storm hit so they could be close by and ready to help get power back to these communities once the weather cleared.
It's pretty tough for them and for us, because the type of work we do is dangerous, and then the people that have respirators and stuff. So we're pretty much helping the people out here.
This utility worker helping to restore power at a mobile home park in Bradenton. He told me he's from Kansas. He was working on a rafter that broke off and was pushed to the middle of the power line during strong winds. People in the community are so grateful for the work they're doing.
I told them, hey, even though I know you're getting paid, you're not at home. It's good, it's a Sunday. You could be home, you could be at a bar. You're out here getting us fired up.
And once these crews restore power in this area of Manatee County, the work isn't done.
We're pretty much everywhere, so wherever they need people the most, that's where they send us. You know, once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, to other parts of Florida.
We, of course, will continue to keep you updated as power is being restored to the people of Florida. Our coverage continues, though, of those rescue and recovery efforts currently occurring around the state. We do want to touch base with Max Gordon, who's actually taking a look at how the National Guard is helping. Let's listen in.
Florida International Airport, and while commercial flight operations are suspended until Wednesday, right now, this is being used as a launching pad for aid flights. Behind me is a National Guard helicopter about to take off and bring supplies and troops over to a remote island that's been cut off by Hurricane Ian.
The death count from Hurricane Ian continues to rise, with scenes of devastation all over the Fort Myers area. Trees down, boats in streets, power poles bent over. Electricity is slowly being restored, but hundreds of thousands are still in the dark. Meanwhile, gas remains in short supply with long lines at stations that do have fuel, but help is on the way. Around 5,200 National Guard members are working as part of Joint Task Force Florida. They're manning food and water distribution sites, clearing roads, and they've also rescued and evacuated more than 1,500 people using boats, helicopters, and trucks.
Help is coming. We will be on ground. If you see us if you see a soldier in uniform walking around, please come out and greet him. Tell us what you need, and we'll provide that service for you if we're capable.
Today, President Biden is taking a tour of Puerto Rico to survey hurricane damage there. Then he heads up north to southwest Florida, where he's going to survey the damage in this part of the country. In Fort Myers, Florida, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Max for that report. We're also witnessing not only all of the debris that you're seeing on your screens, but also a pretty bad flooding in central Florida. People in the Orlo Vista neighborhood of Orlando are still cleaning up after the extreme flooding caused by Hurricane Ian. Our Fox 35 Orlando's Connor Hansen takes a closer look.
People here say this home was flooded the worst in Orla Vista. Behind me, you can actually see the water line. That's almost up to my shoulder. And just inside, it's complete devastation. A lot of other homes look just like this. Video taken by a homeowner shows him waist deep, retrieving family photos from the wall. He had to use a friend's jet ski to get there. This is what it looks like now.
To be honest, I don't really know what's gonna happen next.
This drone video shows the scope of the flooding here. We caught up with another homeowner who, after getting rescued by boat, is coming back to chaos.
1st of January, I'll be 83 years young, and I don't want to go through this again.
Just down the street, we found the hardest hit home right on the water. Appliances knocked over and everything else destroyed.
Most of the people in this community don't have flood insurance.
A loss consultant here trying to help people with claims says people should still keep track of everything they lose so they can send it to FEMA.
Basically, anything that the flood waters touches is not going to be covered by your policy. So you basically have a flood line about this high on most of these houses.
And again, this is the first time people have been able to walk through this area without wading through flood waters. Some of those people tell us they'll stay with family for now, others in hotels as long as they can afford it. In Orla Vista, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to Connor for that report. Here is some video of those historic floods in Central Florida that we have been talking about. People having to be rescued via boat, as you're seeing there on your screens. It really was just a horrific scene over the past couple of days, and Central Florida is still dealing with the repercussions of this historic flooding. The Geneva community is about 30 miles northeast of Orlando, and the flooding there was also devastating. Our Fox 35 Orlando filed this report with the latest details.
In Geneva, and you could just see how devastating the flooding is. This is the homeowner's deck, which is just completely full with water. And I'm going to show you how deep it goes here. Just keep going. Keeps on going. And there we are, almost 4 feet of water at the front of their deck. And the homeowner said back there, the water rose about 7 feet. So you could see what people in this area are dealing with. Some residents near Lake Harney unsure if they will need to evacuate as the water creeps toward their homes.
But yeah, now it just keeps on rising. It won't stop.
Is that kind of scary?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking for sure.
Streets were completely flooded near Mullet Park Road in Geneva. We are in a boat right now. A lovely neighbor here in Geneva allowed us to see the devastating flooding in the area right now, and you could just see how much floodwaters there are in what should be the street right now where we're in a boat. A lot of these residents were able to evacuate safely, but there are still people who are coming back by boat to get some of their belongings. Some Seminole County residents were pumping water out of their homes today. Others who evacuated came back to their houses by canoe to collect belongings. We are at a house in Geneva, and you can see just how flooded the basement is over here. Really devastating for this family. They tried to get everything out in time, but of course you can just see how much water is in there. Daniel Smith brought us to his neighborhood by boat to see just how high the water is.
I feel like it's total devastation out here, and these people are all good neighbors. Everybody's lending a hand to help everybody out, and you know, that's what we're going to do out here.
We joined teams who are passing out cases of water to families in need. This is one of the houses in Geneva where we delivered some water, and we're helping these people here. You can see this is their handicap ramp. But if you go this way, you can see just how quickly the water gets deep. And this is why some people are kind of either stuck in their houses or they chose to evacuate.
We've been here since '79. It's happened 4 or 5 times.
Has it been this bad?
No. This is the worst.
The Seminole County Fire Department said from yesterday to this morning, the water rose about 2 inches, and they say this flooding is far from over. So if you haven't evacuated and you still want to, please call 911. Reporting in Geneva, Stephanie Buffmonti, Fox 35 News. An excellent report there, really giving us perspective as to just how devastating these floods were. This aerial footage really does show the complete and utter devastation as well. The water's rising well after Hurricane Ian left. Many people throughout Southwest and Central Florida were flooded out of their homes because of the images there that you are seeing on your screens. Our Fox 35 Orlando's Valerie Bowie brings us one of the shelters that is housing some of these people who have just lost everything.
Well, right now I am at the Heritage Park shelter where you could see all sorts of goodies for residents who are staying here. There's tables set up over here. This arena was actually turned into a shelter. You could see cots in the distance. And if you take a look down to the right, over at that table, there's even toys for the children who come here to stay.
This is such a blessing to be able to go get clothes and toys for your children when they lost everything.
I lost everything.
Residents from around Osceola County, including Good Samaritan Village, arrived by bus after being flooded out of their homes.
It's been a nightmare, basically.
Donna Mosley says this is the 3rd shelter they've been to.
We had to move out of the first one because it was an elementary school. Now they just moved us from the Civic Center.
Edwin Sharon says there's no way back home where people were rescued by the National Guard and airboats.
Good Samaritan Village is flooded up to the max.
It's very clean, it's quiet.
After going inside, they immediately feel a relaxing vibe. Donna walks in with a new air mattress and bedding donated from the people she works with.
Orange County Corrections, they came yesterday and took me shopping. I'm very blessed that they're helping me.
And Edwin was able to find something in the donation section.
I got some new hats, and I just took a bag of pants and some shirts.
So despite losing everything in this retirement community, it's incredible that they're still able to count their blessings.
Believe in God and anything is possible. Accept things you cannot change and be grateful.
And there's plenty of room here at Heritage Park for people who need a place to stay. In Kissimmee, Valerie Bowie, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team for that report. We, of course, will continue to monitor all of these rescue and recovery efforts underway across the state of Florida. We do want to remind you that that QR code on your screens is active. Fox Corporation has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support their Hurricane Ian relief efforts. The Red Cross is on the ground providing aid and resources, including shelters, meals, medical supplies, and more for people who have been impacted by this storm. You can join Fox in supporting the Red Cross relief efforts and help people affected by Hurricane Ian. Just use your smartphone or tablet, scan the QR code you see on your screen right now, and that'll take you to the Red Cross website where you can make a donation to help as well. It is 5:28 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for our first break of the show. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Here's a live look at the nation's capital as we continue to recap all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on the show. We do want to remind you, though, that we, of course, are monitoring all of the latest when it comes to Hurricane Ian and those recovery efforts, which is why all of the information on the side of your screen does keep you up to date with the latest information coming into our newsroom. We also are going to leave the QR code on your screen so that you can continue to donate to Hurricane Ian relief efforts. But we do want to get you up to speed on some other stories. The Supreme Court begins its new term yesterday, and it could be just as consequential as the last term, with a number of potentially landmark cases on the docket. And Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson joins the bench to hear her first arguments. Our Fox News chief White House correspondent Mike Emanuel has the details.
A new term, a fresh face on the bench, and perhaps new controversy. Even more eyes are on the court and its conservative majority after a blockbuster term the last go-around that overturned Roe v. Wade.
What this court is doing is actually returning issues to the democratic process rather than court control.
The docket this year includes cases on voting rights, free speech, and affirmative action, another precedent that could be on the chopping block. The High Court will hear disputes over the race-conscious admissions programs at Harvard and UNC.
They say they're doing so as, they're trying to benefit certain races, but, it's a zero-sum game, so it's hurting others.
A group of Asian American students say they're being unfairly discriminated against in the name of diversity. But first, the court kicks off its term with a case on the environment. An Idaho couple has wanted to build a house for 15 years on land they own, but the EPA says they need a permit. This case could hamstring the federal government's ability to regulate water quality. The justices return at a time of uncertainty and wide distrust.
We've also seen, particularly in recent years, a campaign of basically trying to cut down the court.
According to the latest Fox News poll, 55% of voters disapprove of the High Court. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. We, of course, will continue to monitor the latest details that come into our newsroom when it comes to the Supreme Court cases. We, of course, do cover all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. And so as soon as a big ruling does come down, we bring you all of those details right here on the show. We do want to continue with the latest legal battles, this time involving Kim Kardashian. We can report that Kim Kardashian, the reality TV star, is forced to pay a huge fine over an Instagram post. Fox Business Network's Lauren Simonetti has more from New York on why the star is set to pay $1.26 million to settle an SEC crypto charge. Let's listen in.
Kim Kardashian in hot water with the SEC. Federal regulators fining the reality TV star for failing to disclose that she was paid $250,000 to post about EMAX tokens on her Instagram feed. The token is a crypto asset offered by Ethereum Max. Kardashian posted about it last year with the hashtag ad. SEC Chair Gary Gensler says that hashtag wasn't enough to shield her from violating securities laws.
If you're advertising perfume or you're advertising vacation homes or anything else on the internet, there are various laws related to that. But these are the securities laws that you have to disclose, not only that you're getting paid, but the amount, nature of it.
Kardashian has agreed to pay $1.26 million and cannot promote crypto securities for 3 years. She will also continue cooperating with the SEC's ongoing investigation. Under the deal, Kim did not admit nor deny the agency's findings.
And this was really to protect the investing public when somebody is touting a stock, and whether that's a celebrity, an influencer, or the like. And that's at the core of what this is about.
Kardashian isn't the only celebrity the SEC has gone after. In 2018, boxer Floyd Mayweather Jr. and music producer DJ Khaled were also fined for allegedly failing to disclose how much they were paid to promote cryptocurrencies. In a statement, Kim Kardashian's lawyers say she is happy to have this issue resolved, as the agreement will allow her to move forward with her different business pursuits. In New York, I'm Lauren Simonetti, Fox News.
Thank you to Lauren for that report. We, of course, will continue to monitor all of the latest information when it comes to Kim Kardashian and these legal troubles. We do want to send you out to a live look at the White House as we're continuing to monitor some big topics when it comes to the Biden administration. Prosecutors in some states are upping the risk for drug dealers. They are charging some with homicide if their product results in deaths. Our Fox News national correspondent William Jeunesse has more.
What is she overdosed on?
Tucson police respond to 3 teens overdosing on fentanyl.
Hey, Roman, you got it, knock it.
2 survive, 1 does not.
Wake up. That's it, right? Just push it in.
This was a serious case, and it deserved serious charges.
Prosecutors charge Jocelyn Lopez Sanchez with distribution resulting in death after the 23-year-old smuggled 1,000 fentanyl-laced pills known as Mexican Percocet and sold several at a high school party. She is now serving 12 to 20 years in a federal prison.
What drugs did they take? What drugs?
In Las Vegas recently, 6 died of overdoses in just 36 hours. Increasingly, state prosecutors are also charging dealers not with distribution, but homicide.
I'm not going to let drug dealers get away with murder. It's not going to happen anymore.
If we can prove poisoning under the law, we can charge first-degree murder in certain circumstances.
DA Mike Hestrin charged 19 fentanyl dealers this year with second-degree murder. Joseph Costanzo was the first after pills he sold killed a teenager.
15 years to life, and first-degree murder is 25 years to life.
Do you believe sentences like that are a deterrent?
I do. In later investigations, I'm told by agents, that the suspects make a statement that, oh no, I'm looking at a lot of prison time now.
In Congress, many lawmakers want the cartels labeled terrorist organizations and fentanyl itself classified as a weapon of mass destruction. Both would expand penalties and allow the U.S. military to get more involved. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
Thank you to William for that report. We, of course, will continue to monitor the latest details when it comes to how this country is fighting off the fentanyl crisis across its nation. We do also want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to international news. Of course, we are continuing to monitor the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. The Russian military is acknowledging Ukrainian forces have broken through Moscow's defenses in the strategic southern Kherson region. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more on this.
A Ukrainian tank fires toward Russian positions in the Donbass as Ukrainian soldiers raise the flag over Liman, the strategic logistics hub where Russian forces retreated in humiliation just hours after Vladimir Putin's speech annexing 4 parts of Ukraine.
Liman
is fully cleared. I thank our military, our warriors.
An embedded Russian military reporter described the empty eyes of the fleeing Russian soldiers, who he said were not resupplied and plagued by desertion. Western leaders continue to wargame how to respond to Putin's new threats to use nuclear weapons.
The United States is the only country in the world to use nuclear weapons twice. Actually, they set a precedent.
Russia has 2,000 tactical nuclear weapons. Western leaders have warned Putin of the consequences of using them.
This nuclear saber rattling is not the kind of thing that we would expect to hear from leaders of large countries with capability. But I don't see anything right now that would lead me to believe that he has made such a decision.
The rhetoric by President Putin, the nuclear rhetoric, is dangerous. It's reckless. We have so clearly conveyed to President Putin.
The Pentagon has not seen any change in status to Russia's strategic nuclear weapons, the ones that would target New York or Washington, D.C.
Meanwhile, senior U.S. cyber officials and the FBI warned today both Russia and China are trying to influence the U.S. midterm elections. Russia is amplifying divisive topics on the internet, including doubts about the integrity of American elections, while China is seeking to influence select races to hinder candidates perceived to be particularly adversarial to Beijing. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Fascinating insight there from Jennifer Griffin. Our coverage of the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine continues, with the international community increasingly shrugging off Vladimir Putin's nuclear threats. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is in Kyiv, Ukraine, with the latest. Let's listen in.
The Ukrainian military still pounding Russian forces in the east as their counteroffensive rolls on. The Ukrainian flag is now flying once again in Liman, a key strategic hub that had been used by the Russians to move troops and personnel to the front lines. That city, along with 15% of Ukraine's territory, was annexed by Vladimir Putin on Friday. But that's not stopping Ukrainian troops from retaking towns and cities Moscow now says are part of Russia.
Look at the gains that Ukraine has made on the eastern side. That was a major logistics hub for Russia. And the idea that they took that back, Putin knows he's in trouble.
Those battlefield losses have Russia once again raising the possibility of a nuclear strike. A key Putin ally now urging the president to use low-yield nukes to stop the Ukrainian advance. But most experts say that's an unrealistic threat because Putin knows it won't work.
The fact is Ukrainians are not going to surrender under any circumstances.
And Russian forces can't fight on a nuclear-radiated battlefield.
Right. Meanwhile, the Russian military is still facing a severe manpower shortage. The 300,000 troops mobilized last month still haven't made it to the front lines. And now there are reports that Moscow is planning to draft civilians in the occupied territories.
In search of men aged 18 to 35, occupiers started coming to people's homes in Kherson and other towns. Their main goal is to conduct a census of adult men.
Officials here say Russia has sealed off all routes in and out of occupied territory, preventing civilians from leaving. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. Our coverage of the latest international news will continue as the morning progresses. 5:43 here on the East Coast. Time for another quick break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest business headlines as stocks kicked off a new month sharply higher than it ended last month. That recap right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest business headlines. Stocks kick off the new month and quarter sharply higher than they ended last month. The Dow gained 765 points, while the S&P 500 added 92, and the NASDAQ tacked on 239. Investors scooped up stocks across the board after all three of the major U.S. benchmarks fell over 8% last month. 11 of the S&P's 11 main sectors rose. Buy materials and energy were up, while consumer discretionary companies rose the least. Oil surged over 5% ahead of Wednesday's OPEC meeting. We're going to continue to monitor those gas prices as the morning progresses. And it was a great start to the month for your money, though. Our Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has more.
Prices at the pump creeping higher again. The national average for regular unleaded rising over the weekend. A gallon now at $3.80. Keep in mind, we're still well below the all-time high we saw just above $5 back in June. Meantime, construction spending in August dropping more than expected as higher mortgage rates and higher costs for materials are putting pressure on home builders. To Wall Street, and a great start to October for your money. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all rallying on Monday. And how about going back to the past? According to a new survey from marketing firm eMarcis, 60% of shoppers regularly purchase vintage items instead of new products. Most people are buying the old stuff for home decoration, but many just get things for sentimental value. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Thank you to Jerry for that report. This volume is very loud, and we want to make sure that that's lowered there so you can hear the latest Information coming into our newsroom on Americans living paycheck to paycheck. Inflation continues to hurt many of you Americans tuning in. It's hurting me as well as the prices of food, rent, and healthcare continue to rise. More people are struggling to make ends meet. A recent report by the Lending Club shows that in August, 60% of Americans were living paycheck to paycheck. This number hasn't significantly changed since inflation hit a 40-year high. People from all incomes are feeling this strain. The data shows that 45% of six-figure earners say they rely on their checks to keep up with the increasing costs of living. So if you are struggling, you are certainly not alone. It is 5:48 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we will play for you the latest remarks by the President of the United States after he visited Puerto Rico just yesterday. Those remarks after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The First Lady of the United States, along with President Joe Biden, visited Puerto Rico yesterday to assess the damage done by Hurricane Fiona. These are the latest remarks by the President of the United States. Let's listen in.
Headline to read, Biden brings storm to Puerto Rico. So I'm going to maybe have to cut this a little short. Let me start off by saying that Jill and I, and thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Jill and I we're anxious to be here. You know, I come from the little state of Delaware. It's not like the Congresswoman from New York. She's from the big state. But we have a very, in relative terms, large Puerto Rican population in Delaware, relative to our population. We have the 8th largest black population in the country, and between all minorities, we have 20% of our state is minority. And so I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home politically. And so we came here for a long time, both for business and pleasure, since you're part of the Third Circuit Court of Appeals and Delaware is as well, and I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I spent a lot of time in the northern part of the state. But look, it's people like you who do so much for your community and are going to make such a big difference as Puerto Rico rebuilds. Thank you, Governor, for your partnership as we work together to help rebuild Puerto Rico. And I mean rebuild it all, and rebuild it in a resilient way. So you don't, when storms come again, which they will, they're not having the damage they caused before. And I want to thank the members of Congress and local officials, community leaders who have joined us today. Ever since the hurricane struck, Jill and I have had people in Puerto Rico on our minds and in our prayers. We came here in person to show that we're with you. All of America is with you as you receive and recover and rebuild. I'm confident we're going to be able to do all you want, Governor, and I'm committed to this island. Puerto Rico has been through so much in recent years. Hurricane Maria 5 years ago, a 6.4 magnitude earthquake 2 years ago. The folks slept outside for days, worried about their homes would collapse on them if they went in. Then COVID-19, and then Fiona. And yes, Puerto Rico is a strong place, and Puerto Ricans are strong people, but even so, you have had to bear so much and more than need be, and you haven't gotten the help in a timely way. And this latest storm dealt a serious blow to all the hard work that have been done since Maria. Roads and bridges built after Maria have been washed away again. Families who spent their savings to build new homes after losing their last ones have seen them flooded away. Crops decimated, farms destroyed. Here in Ponce and communities nearby have been hit the hardest. And in days, people live without power, without water, some still in that circumstance. No idea when to be back again. And for everyone who survived Maria, Fiona must have been an all too familiar nightmare. You know better than anyone that over time, these losses add up. And so Puerto Ricans have lost loved ones in this storm and in the perilous disasters. And the number can feel abstract sometimes when you hear a number, but every number is a person, every life lived. We read the obituaries and remembrances, and they all feel like people we knew. Doting grandparents, devoted parents, christened children, longtime neighbors, people who cared about their community and made a difference. And they will not be forgotten. And then through these disasters, so many people have been displaced from their homes, lost their jobs and savings, or suffered injuries, often unseen, but many times seen. Yet somehow, the people of Puerto Rico keep getting back up with resilience and determination. Quite frankly, it's pretty extraordinary when you look at it from afar. And you deserve every bit of help your country can give you. That's what I'm determined to do, and that's what I promise you. After Maria, Congress approved billions of dollars for Puerto Rico, much of it not having gotten here initially. We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future. And that's why I approved emergency declarations of Puerto Rico before the hurricane. Governor, remember my call on you before the hurricane made landfall to deliver immediate federal funding to shelter people and provide essential support. Just a few days later, I approved an expedited major disaster declaration. That means the federal government will cover 100% of the cost to clear debris and carry out search and rescue and continue to shelter people. It also means homeowners, renters, business owners are eligible to apply for federal help to recover damaged losses caused by Hurricane Fiona. The federal government is going to provide individual assistance for up to $37,900 for essential home repairs and another $37,900 for lost property as the law calls for, like a car or a refrigerator. Additionally, we've deployed more than 1,200 personnel from FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency. They include search and rescue, teams to assist survivors, and power restoration experts. Power is now back, as you pointed out, Governor, at 92% of the island, and water is back at 95% of the island, thanks in part to the dedicated IBEW workers and federal support staff. Now we have to get to 100%. And here at this facility, you can see some of the generators from FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers that were transporting to places that still don't have power. Here they're loaded onto trucks and brought to locations and hospitals and shelters, paired with fuel trucks so generators can be gassed up on site. My administration is also providing financial assistance to help families and individuals right away. Many families are scrambling to pay their bills right now to fill up their gas tank, to put food on the table. They can register at FEMA cash assistance for $700 to help cover the essentials for just a little while. So far, nearly 200,000 households across Puerto Rico have received this cash assistance. $700 won't replace what you lost, not even close, but it can help take care of some of the little basics while you catch your breath and get back on your feet. And FEMA has made crisis counselors available when you're, whether you're a survivor or a first responder. If you need help or just someone to talk to, people are here for you. The hotline number is 800-981-0023. I'll say it again, 800-981-0023. Don't be embarrassed to call. Whether you're Spanish or English-speaking, counselors will be standing by to help you. And at times like these, Americans come together, and I'm grateful for our personnel of FEMA and other agencies for the hard work these past few weeks. Many of our FEMA staff, as been pointed out, are from Puerto Rico, are Puerto Rican. They've been working 24/7 to get help to people across the island, while also scrambling to help their own families and neighbors. I want to recognize the local first responders, including Puerto Rican National Guard, who have been working round the clock, and I mean it literally round the clock. They've been through a lot the past 5 years. I want to applaud the Red Cross volunteers who came from as far away as California, Louisiana, Minnesota, Texas, to help however they can. And New York sent not only a congresswoman in the Congress, but the state troopers and emergency responders. I don't think you're going to stay the whole time, right? Anyway, all kidding aside, New Jersey sent their all-hazard incident management teams trained for hurricane responses. These states are home to two of the largest Puerto Rican populations in the United States, New York and New Jersey, and their sisters and brothers in Puerto Rico needed them, and they answered the call. Most of all, I want to recognize the heroism and selflessness of so many people across Puerto Rico. The main story that has been reported is the storm, but there's another story, what ordinary people did when the storm hit. Literally, the day after the hurricane, the day after, churches and community organizations opened a network of kitchens across the island to cook hot food for anyone who needed it. Folks delivered food to the elderly who were housebound. They started their generators, they shared their generators with neighbors who had medicine that needed to be refrigerated. They organized activities for kids to give their exhausted parents a break. They arranged canvases to bring food, water, and other supplies and commodities to communities cut short as a consequence of landslide and flooding that couldn't be reached. And during the storm, when the waters were rising, people went to extraordinary lengths to help each other survive. We've seen people using a raft and a boat tied to a rope to brave the raging waters and rescue neighbors trapped in their homes. You know, they aren't paratroopers or search and rescue professionals, they're neighbors. They're just regular folks ready and willing to do whatever they could do when their help was needed, when the neighbor was in trouble. And thanks to them, all the people of Puerto Rico, this recovery from Fiona is underway. I'm encouraged by all the stories that are opening up, the hospitals that have kept running, the supply chains that held steady, and the debris has already begun to be cleared on roads across the island, and we will continue the debris coverage. Still, we have to do more. We have to ensure that when the next hurricane strikes, Puerto Rico is ready. Today, I'm announcing more than $60 million in funding to help coastal areas in Puerto Rico become better prepared for the storm. For example, we can create a flood warning system to help shore up levees and flood walls. In addition, there's nearly $700 million in infrastructure investments in Puerto Rico that have already been announced since I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law last November. For example, we've awarded $90 million to upgrade PR2 highway, and we've announced $163 million to begin construction on the canal to restore help me with the pronunciation. Martin Peña. That entire ecosystem. And we're going to clean up polluted waters and restore mitigation mangrove habitats and bring back marine life. And you're going to see investments like these increasing significantly in the months ahead. We're investing in Puerto Rico's roads, bridges, public transit, ports, airports, water safety, and high-speed internet. We know that the climate crisis and more extreme weather are going to continue to hit this island and hit the United States overall. And as we rebuild, we have to ensure that we build it to last. We're particularly focused on the power grid. This year, to date, Puerto Rico has received $4 million to help make the power grid more resilient. That number is going to go up. As we conveyed to the governor, I'm ready to deploy and expedite more resources from the Department of Energy and other federal agencies, not just, I don't usually talk this fast, but it looks like it's moving quickly. To help transform the entire system so the Puerto Rican people can get clean, reliable, affordable power they need, and the power stays in homes and hospitals when storms like Fiona strike. That includes mini grids, which you can begin to deploy soon so we are less dependent on transmission lines across the long distances, and more redundancy when the storms hit. The goal is lower energy bills and more reliable power for Puerto Rican households. Additionally, I've asked the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, who's a first-rate person, to lead a supercharged effort across the entire federal government. She's going to put in place the Puerto Rican Grid Recovery Modernization Team to bring to bear all the federal resources and technical assistance and additional support for Puerto Rico. And we'll help as you work to repair your grid quickly and drive decisive progress on the game plan for Puerto Rico's clean energy transformation. You know, I also know many people in Puerto Rico have many family, friends, and friends in Florida. Your hearts are with them right now, and their hearts are with you. Jill and I will be in Florida on Wednesday. As I've made clear, at times like these, our nation comes together, put aside our political differences, and get to work. We show up when we're needed. Because if we lost our home, if we lost a loved one, we'd hope that people would show up for us as well. And I want the people of Puerto Rico to know I'm committed, my entire administration is committed, to standing with you every step of the way, as long as it takes. And the White House reception honoring Hispanic History Month, a U.S. Army chaplain, a Catholic priest, proud son of Puerto Rico, offered a prayer for all those who suffered through the hurricane, including Puerto Rico. Here's what he said. He said, "Give us generous hearts that we may continue to use our gifts to support them." Well, the people of Puerto Rico have generous hearts, and that's what they get through this. We're returning generosity. And that's the generous hearts that the rest of the country are going to make sure we continue to provide. But I want to say it again. We are not leaving here as long as I'm president until everything, I mean this sincerely, until every single thing that we can do is done. God bless you all, and and all of you who are hurting. And may God protect our troops and all those brave souls that risk their lives to help others survive this tragedy. And I usually don't quite talk this fast, but it looks like we made it. Thank you very much. I want to bring up the comment. Do you mind, go? I was up in New York with the mayor and with the governor. And what they wanted to talk to me about, they wanted to talk to me about Puerto Rico. No, remember? We sat there?
Yes. Yes.
And so it is one of the best congresswomen and the congresspersons in the entire Congress. And she's, were you born here?
Yes, I was born here. And my family, my entire family is here.
It's here? All right, I hope I don't
9
get you in
brothers
trouble
and
with
sisters.
9 brothers and sisters. Well, God bless you. I tell you what, my mother used to think that anybody who had that many children, we only had 4, she'd say, no purgatory for mom, straight to heaven.
Thank you.
Straight to heaven.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We love you.
And those are the words of the President of the United States during his visit to Puerto Rico. We, of course, will continue to monitor all of the latest information when it comes to Hurricane Fiona recovery on the island. We're also, of course, keeping up to date on the latest when it comes to Hurricane Ian. You do see that QR code on your screens. We do want to remind you that Fox Corporation has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support their Hurricane Ian relief efforts. We do want to let you you know that the Red Cross is on the ground providing aid and resources to the people of Florida and the Carolinas. You can join Fox in supporting the Red Cross relief efforts and help people affected by this hurricane by just pulling out your smartphone or tablet, scanning the QR code you see on your screens, and donating whatever it is that you can. The President and the First Lady are set to travel to Florida on Wednesday, and we, of course, will keep you up to date on all of their travel plans. We'll bring you any live remarks from the First Lady and also the President of the United States as that does happen and occur here on Wednesday. So be sure to join us for that coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just waking up with us this morning, welcome into the show. We do want to let you know that we are keeping you up to speed on all of the latest headlines pouring into our newsroom, and we do, of course, want to update you on the latest when it comes to the Hurricane Ian relief efforts. Here's more video of the First Lady of the United States and the President of the United States visiting Puerto Rico there. You did just hear from the president those remarks that he made. Our Fox News chief White House correspondent Mike Emanuel actually has a full recap of the president's visit to the island because it will be similar to what we see when he does visit Florida tomorrow. So let's listen in.
President Biden in Puerto Rico meeting with families and community leaders. It's the first of 2 scheduled visits this week to devastated areas. Hurricane Fiona rocked the island about 2 weeks ago, leaving many without power, and still 120,000 homes and businesses are managing without. And then there are the billions of dollars in damage.
Right now, Puerto Rico is in a full recovery mode.
It may have been a Category 1 storm, but Puerto Rico is still trying to rebuild its infrastructure after Hurricane Maria hit 5 years ago.
We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future.
During his trip, President Biden announced $60 million in federal funds to shore up levees and flood walls and create a flood warning system. This administration is trying to ward off critics who came after former President Trump for not doing enough fast enough when Maria struck. The current president admits the island has been slighted in the past.
Because they haven't been taken very good care of.
Still, some accuse the Biden White House of slow-walking aid. Others fear the U.S. territory will be left behind in the shadow of Hurricane Ian. Lawmakers are pledging support.
We'll do everything we can, we always have, to support Puerto Rico now in the recovery after this yet another devastating storm.
The administration says it still has a strong team in Puerto Rico helping with the recovery and intend to make sure they have everything they need. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. Again, the President and the First Lady will be traveling to Florida on Wednesday. We are continuing to bring you the latest video and information on the ground from Florida as those rescue and recovery efforts continue here on the ground. We do have our reporters who are bringing us the latest information, as unfortunately the number of dead from Hurricane Ian is rising. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has the latest.
Devastation still sinking in across Florida in the wake of Hurricane Ian.
I lost everything.
With steady streams of survivors arriving at shelters after abandoning their homes, many flooded by the deadly storm surge or flattened by Ian's unforgiving gusts.
We're going to have shelters open here until they're not needed anymore.
And as search and rescue missions continue, so do efforts to restore power to the more than 500,000 homes and businesses still in the dark. State officials expect electricity to be back up by this weekend.
It's been a nightmare.
Many organizations are doing what they can to make sure those struggling don't go hungry.
We're preparing to scale up to grow our capacity and just make sure that we have food available for anybody who needs it.
Officials, meantime, say recovery in some areas could take years. Bulldozers are continuing to plow streets clean of sand and debris brought on by severe floods. But in places where the floodwaters remain high, some communities are now fearful of alligators and other wildlife encroaching on their property.
And there was a 4-footer right there,
and I had to tell them, hey, look to your right, because all you see is the head and the eyeballs.
But as people prepare to build back, construction experts say new properties will be subject to the most up-to-date building codes, which could help prevent catastrophic damage during another hurricane. Hurricane season typically runs from June through November. So far this year, there's been 9 named storms, less than average, but forecasters say there's still plenty of time for more major weather events to strike. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Thank you to Jackie for that report. In her piece, you did hear about those building codes. Well, we actually got a firsthand account from a Fort Myers resident who discusses what it was like to ride out this storm. He actually credits those building codes for saving his life and his home. Let's listen in.
Fellows Drive directly on the back bay, so we saw firsthand the storm.
Tell me about that experience.
It's something you really can't explain. You know, the storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet. And then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house, but the elevation is 17 foot, so the house itself was just fine. So, other than losing power and water and everything, it was an inconvenience for a couple of days, but fortunately we built according to the new codes, and it's fine.
That's good to hear. Obviously, you've been through several hurricanes. You've been in Florida for a long time.
I've seen many hurricanes.
How does this one compare?
Oh, it's worse than anything I couldn't even imagine this. So it is a very experience that you wouldn't want to experience again. That's all. I don't believe I would probably stay if I had the forecast that we had for this one. Yeah, but we were under the impression it was going to go to Tampa, more so than it was here. But I guess it took the path of Charlie almost. So it's a matter of, like I said, where I live, my home is a new constructed home, and it is built by the codes that can handle 160 miles an hour and 17-foot elevation. So we felt we should be okay, and which we were. So,
John, was there ever a moment where you were getting scared?
Yeah, when I lost my interior stairway because it floated up. When the seas broke out all the knockout walls that are supposed to, protect your home. The knockout walls came out. Some of the doorways that should have held up didn't hold up, and took out my stairway, and my next door neighbor's house that came apart.
Some remarkable firsthand accounts of what it was like to ride out this storm on the ground in Fort Myers. He walks us through some of those building codes that did work, perhaps some of them that did not, but ultimately he was safe and his house was as well. But he does recount looking over at his neighbor's home that was just completely gone. So some really compelling insight there. Nearly a week after Ian made landfall, rescue crews are still looking for survivors. Some residents are trying to get back to their homes. Our Fox News Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she's actually been on the ground in Naples since this storm hit. Let's touch base with her.
Southwest Florida will have a very long rebuild after Ian, even as rescuers continue to look for survivors. Days after Ian tore through Florida, many roads and bridges along the southwest coast remain impassable. Officials warn the situation could get worse as lakes and rivers continue to overflow. Residents are wading through high water and traveling by boat to see what's left of their homes.
My husband just walked back to our place, hopefully to check it out to see what kind of damage we have. And I'm just standing here worried until he gets back.
People who will need to rebuild now face the daunting question of where to even start.
They have to make something work. I mean, they put their life efforts into
their businesses. On barrier islands cut off by the storm, rescue crews are arriving by helicopter, going door to door in hopes of finding anyone still stranded. Some residents taken to safety say they underestimated Ian's power.
It was much bigger than we had anticipated, so I think it would have been a different decision had we known.
Hundreds of thousands of Floridians remain without electricity or clean drinking water. Thousands of utility crews have come in from across the country to help.
Once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, other parts of Florida.
President Biden and the First Lady getting a look at Hurricane Fiona damage in Puerto Rico today. Then on Wednesday, they'll be here in Southwest Florida to see what Ian left behind. In Naples, Florida, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We're continuing to monitor some of those communities that are actually cut off to the mainland because Hurricane Ian knocked out some communities' only bridge to the mainland. Our Fox's Austin Westfall joined the National Guard on a flight to Pine Island to save some residents.
The main mission is dropping off supplies to the island, which is just off of Fort Myers. Many people chose to stay behind during the storm, and now that they can't leave, they're relying on help from flights like this. Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area. Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
It's pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
Governor Ron DeSantis says that the bridge is expected to be rebuilt by this Saturday. Until then, the National Guard is going to keep doing several missions like this per day. The U.S. Coast Guard has also been evacuating people by boat. Here in Fort Myers, Florida, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
Remarkable insight there, as well as you are seeing people who simply don't want to leave the island because they don't want their homes to be looted or they don't have the funds elsewhere to stay. It really is just devastating sights that continue to pour into our newsroom. Many Floridians now questioning the local response to Hurricane Ian. This as the state continues its efforts to restore power and help rescue those continued to be stranded on those coastal communities. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more details as well.
Mounting questions over evacuation orders in Florida's Gulf Coast as recovery efforts continue after Hurricane Ian.
So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues in the USAR teams.
Nearly a week after the storm hit, rescue crews are still working around the clock to reach people stranded in some of the hardest hit areas of Florida's Gulf Coast. Washed out bridges and roadways making the task difficult, especially in coastal communities still dealing with flooding. But in a small sign of progress, Lee County officials say the Florida Department of Transportation is already helping to rebuild a temporary bridge to Pine Island, currently only accessible by boat and air.
We still expect for that bridge to be, the temporary bridge to be completed within the next 5 to 8 days.
The state's emergency management director also expects most people could have power and water restored by Sunday.
We've laid out a very good plan, very good strategy of how to get that done.
While recovery efforts continue, Lee County officials are also facing questions over why they issued evacuation orders just 24 hours before Ian's landfall, a concern Governor DeSantis dismissed.
We should be focusing on lifting people up and stop incessantly talking and trying to cast aspersions on people that were doing the best job they could with imperfect information.
Hard-hit Lee County has begun to consolidate its shelters as the need goes down, many staying at the Hertz Arena as they try to figure out what to do next. In Estero, Florida, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for those reports. These are images coming into our newsroom of gas lines across the state of Florida. We also have video of some of the crews that are working to get the power back. As of right now, nearly 450,000 people across the state of Florida are still without power, although Florida's largest power utility company says it is ahead of schedule and expects to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday. Our Fox's Justin Matthews has more on how crews from across the country are in the state of Florida working around the clock to restore this power.
Still without power following Hurricane Ian. Utility crews in Bradenton Beach trying to get the lights back on for residents and businesses.
It's been pretty stressful because we're working long hours, long days.
Marquise Johnson works for Agostino Utilities and is based in Philadelphia. He and his crew started heading to Florida on Tuesday before the storm hit so they could be close by and ready to help get power back to these communities once the weather cleared.
It's pretty tough for them and for us, you know, because the type of work we do is dangerous, and then the people that have respirators and stuff. So we're pretty much helping the people out here.
This utility worker helping to restore power at a mobile home park in Bradenton. He told me he's from Kansas. He was working on a rafter that broke off and was pushed to the middle of the power line during strong winds. People in the community are so grateful for the work they're doing.
I told them, hey, even though I know you're getting paid, you're not at home. It's good, you know, it's a Sunday. You could be home, you could be at a bar. You're out here getting us fired up.
And once these crews restore power in this area of Manatee County, the work isn't done.
We're pretty much everywhere, so wherever they need people the most, that's where they send us. You know, once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, to other parts of Florida.
Hundreds of...
And we are back bringing you the latest information. As of right now, just under 450,000 people are still without power. But as people are given power back, put back on the grid, we'll of course bring you those updates. We're also touching base with our Fox weather correspondents who have done just an excellent job at monitoring this system. Max Gordon is with the National Guard Air Operations team, taking a look at how they are assisting in the efforts. Let's take a listen.
West Florida International Airport, and while commercial flight operations are suspended until Wednesday, right now this is being used as a launching pad for aid flights. Behind me is a National Guard helicopter about to take off and bring supplies and troops over to a remote island that's been cut off by Hurricane Ian.
The death count from Hurricane Ian continues to rise, with scenes of devastation all over the Fort Myers area. Trees down, boats in streets, power poles bent over. Electricity is slowly being restored, but hundreds of thousands are still in the dark. Meanwhile, gas remains in short supply with long lines at stations that do have fuel, but help is on the way. Around 5,200 National Guard members are working as part of Joint Task Force Florida. They're manning food and water distribution sites, clearing roads, and they've also rescued and evacuated more than 1,500 people using boats, helicopters, and trucks.
Help is coming. We will be on ground. If you see us if you see a soldier in uniform walking around, please come out and greet him. Tell us what you need, and we'll provide that service for you if we're capable.
Today, President Biden is taking a tour of Puerto Rico to survey hurricane damage there. Then he heads up north to southwest Florida, where he's going to survey the damage in this part of the country. In Fort Myers, Florida, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Max for that report. Flooding in Central Florida has been a horrible issue for the residents in this portion of Florida. People in the Orlo Vista neighborhood of Orlando are still cleaning up after the extreme flooding that you're seeing here on your screens. Our Fox 35 Orlando's Connor Hansen takes a look.
People here say this home was flooded the worst in Orla Vista. Behind me, you can actually see the water line. That's almost up to my shoulder. And just inside, it's complete devastation. And a lot of other homes look just like this. Video taken by a homeowner shows him waist deep, retrieving family photos from the wall. He had to use a friend's jet ski to get there. This is what it looks like now.
To be honest, I don't really know what's gonna happen next.
This drone video shows the scope of the flooding here. We caught up with another homeowner who, after getting rescued by boat, is coming back to chaos.
1st of January, I'll be 83 years young, and I don't want to go through this again.
Just down the street, we found the hardest hit home right on the water. Appliances knocked over and everything else destroyed.
Most of the people in this community don't have flood insurance.
A loss consultant here trying to help people with claims says people should still keep track of everything they lose so they can send it to FEMA.
Basically, anything that the flood waters touches is not going to be covered by your policy. So you basically have a flood line about this high on most of these houses.
And again, this is the first time people have been able to walk through this area without wading through flood waters. Some of those people tell us they'll stay with family for now, others in hotels as long as they can afford it. In Orla Vista, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Heartbreaking images that continue to pour into our newsroom. The Geneva community is about 30 miles northeast of Orlando. The flooding there was also devastating. They are seeing people needing to be rescued via boats. Our Fox 35 Orlando team also filed this report on the flooding in this portion of Central Florida.
We are behind a house in Geneva, and you could just see how devastating the flooding is. This is the homeowner's deck, which is just completely full with water. And I'm going to show you how deep it goes here. Just keep going. Keeps on going. And there we are, almost 4 feet of water at the front of their deck. And the homeowner said back there, the water rose about 7 feet. So you could see what people in this area are dealing with. Some residents near Lake Harney unsure if they will need to evacuate as the water creeps toward their homes.
But yeah, now it just keeps on rising. It won't stop.
Is that kind of scary?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking for sure.
Streets were completely flooded near Mullet Park Road in Geneva. We are in a boat right now. A lovely neighbor here in Geneva allowed us to see the devastating flooding in the area right now. And you could just see how much floodwaters there are in what should be the street right now where we're in a boat. A lot of these residents were able to evacuate safely, but there are still people who are coming back by boat to get some of their belongings. Some Seminole County residents were pumping water out of their homes today. Others who evacuated came back to their houses by canoe to collect belongings. We are at a house in Geneva, and you can see just how flooded the basement is over here. Really devastating for this family. They tried to get everything out in time, but of course you can just see how much water is in there. Daniel Smith brought us to his neighborhood by boat to see just how high the water is.
I feel like it's total devastation out here, and these people are all good neighbors. Everybody's lending a hand to help everybody out, and you know, that's what we're going to do out here.
We joined teams who are passing out cases of water to families in need. This is one of the houses in Geneva where we delivered some water, and we're helping these people here. You can see this is their handicap ramp, but if you go this way, you can see just how quickly the water gets deep. And this is why some people are kind of either stuck in their houses or they chose to evacuate.
We've been here since '79. It's happened 4 or 5 times.
Has it been this bad?
No. This is the worst.
The Seminole County Fire Department said from yesterday to this morning, the water rose about 2 inches, and they say this flooding is far from over. So if you haven't evacuated and you still want to, please call 911. Reporting in Geneva, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to Stephanie for that report. We are continuing to bring you the latest devastating flooding images from Central Florida. We also have an update on how FEMA applications are going. Scammers are already targeting storm victims. That has the Better Business Bureau issuing a warning. Our Fox 35 Orlando team explains.
Not even a week since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida, and we're already seeing people swindled into handing over money.
We know that people will fall victim. We know that
millions of dollars will be lost to these types of scams.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office taking to social media, warning people of potential scams. People are reportedly being asked to pay an application fee for FEMA assistance or insurance reimbursement. In the post, they write, "This is a scam. FEMA and insurance will never ask for a fee to process your claim."
You do not have to apply to FEMA or to any government programs for assistance. You should not have to pay to application, pay for that assistance.
If you think you may have fallen victim to one of these schemes, you should contact the Attorney General's Office of Citizen Services. You can either call their fraud hotline at 1-866-966-7226 or fill out an online complaint form. Back to you.
And we are continuing to bring you the latest survivor stories as well. Fort Myers Beach is a disaster zone after Hurricane Ian destroyed nearly the entire island. This weekend, emergency officials closed the beach so they could focus on search and rescue. Let's listen in. And unfortunately, it does appear we're having some audio issues with that piece. We'll work on getting it back for you, but we also want to touch base with more information on how the National Guard is helping with some rescue efforts. Our Fox 13 Tampa team have actually been on the ground. Let's listen in.
Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area.
Go ahead.
Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
It's pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
We will continue to bring you all of these stories as they do make their way into our newsroom. And as we look at this devastation, we are monitoring, of course, the latest updates from officials on the ground. We do have the latest press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis as he provides an update on these rescue efforts, also on power restoration, what is being done to help the people of Florida, and, of course, the death toll as well. So let's listen back in.
You got the state reps, you got city officials, probably some county I didn't see. I know we have the mayor here of Cape Coral, John Gunner. Thank you for being here. I have Dane Eagle, who's our Secretary, Department of Economic Opportunity, who's from Cape Coral. And so he's, we're going to be doing tomorrow with Jimmy Petronas some sites for insurance and for other types of relief that the state offers. Gracia and FEMA will be joining that effort, I think, either tomorrow or shortly thereafter for those disaster recovery centers. And so we appreciate all the hard work. Kevin Guthrie, Florida Department of Emergency Management. Is Melissa from Duke Energy here? I guess not. Okay. Well, she may end up coming here. So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues. And the USAR teams with more than 1,000 personnel have gone door to door to 65 different structures to check on occupants. And those are mostly structures in the really hard-hit areas, the barrier islands and the like. Our Division of Emergency Management is continuing to bring large quantities of water, food, and other sustenance into the area to help everybody get by. You know, it was at 3 a.m. right after the storm had passed that Charlotte, Lee, and Sarasota already had the bulk commodities there waiting for them. The first pod, point of distribution for food, water. We're also distributing tarps for the roofs. Although I will tell you one thing I've noticed, the new construction in Florida seemed to have held up very well. I thought with something that was coming in at 155 miles an hour, there'd be roofs everywhere. In reality, if that was in the last 20, 25 years with those building codes, you did a good job. But nevertheless, some people have roof, so we have that, and we're happy to give that out. So the first point of distribution for those supplies, food, water, was up within 18 hours. So normally in post-disaster, it's like a 96-hour process. We have 28 different pods in affected areas across Florida. 8 of those pods are right here in Lee County. We also have had tremendous support from nonprofit organizations like Florida Baptist Disaster Relief, Red Cross, and World Central Kitchen. They are distributing hot meals, which is something that you need. The pods will give different types of non-perishable, but it's good to get hot meals, and so they're doing that. Chick-fil-A is bringing their disaster relief bus to Fort Myers tomorrow, and I know there's a lot of people that are going to want to do that. We have stationed in South Florida 1.6 million gallons of fuel. Now, I think as I was coming in, I saw some gas stations open. I saw some others that may not have had power. If they don't have the generator, some of them aren't working. Bottom line is, I think there's a lot of fuel available. I think it's more power, but to the extent there's fuel, we can run fuel out. We just ran a tank of fuel out in DeSoto County for folks who couldn't get, because some of the roads are flooded, and so they can't get to the gas station. Some of the gas stations are too small. They're not required to have generators, so they're not pumping gas. So we're able to do that, and Kevin and his team have done that very, very well. If you look, throughout Southwest Florida, most Publix and Walmarts are open. Publix was open I saw Cape Coral. We were here Friday right after the storm. It was open. The parking lot was absolutely packed. So we appreciate that. I mean, that really helps the residents be able to get what they need. Right now, statewide, 95% of customers have power. We're down to only 5% of customers without. If you think about, we've had 3 full days of restoration since the storm left Thursday evening, the state, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We had part of Thursday, and then so far today, that's over 2.1 million restored. With just in a few days. And so we really appreciate those efforts that have been done. This was a storm that affected many, many counties throughout the state. Do you see the same damage like you see in Fort Myers Beach and some of it? No, but you saw major flooding, you saw major interruptions to critical infrastructure in those places too. So right now, we're down to really the places that have anything more than de minimis outages, by and large, are in Southwest Florida. So you have Charlotte is 58% out, Lee is 55% out, and they're the most. These rural counties are now getting back online. There's a great day today at DeSoto, Hardy, and I think you're going to see that tomorrow and the next day, and I think they're going to be back very quickly. Southern Sarasota also. Sarasota is 30% as a county, but most of those outages are in the southern part because it's still flooding there. So some of the power lines, it's messy, so you need that to go. And then there's obviously parts of Collier that still have that. But bottom line is we're looking at, this was a massive effort to get the power back on across the state now, and I'm going to say something about this in a minute. Now it's time to bring all the resources to bear to help everyone here so that we can catch up in this area. We have now either deployed or are in the process of deploying 375 of these Starlink Elon Musk internet devices to support internet access in the impacted areas. And basically you have that device, the satellite has been positioned now over Southwest Florida. You get it, it goes right to your phone, right from this device. And I did a press conference in Hardy County, rural county, and we did it on Wi-Fi, on the Elon Musk Wi-Fi, and it was crystal clear. I mean, it was like almost like watching a movie, on your big screen. And so this is a really good tool. Those are at all the pods and some other places where the locals are putting them. But if you're going through a pod, you need food and water, you can then get online and you can contact different folks if you don't have connectivity. So we're here, we're happy to be here because we have a lot of really great and important announcements. First, I was here on Saturday when we were doing the first pod in Lee County. And they had people ask me, hey, what about this bridge in Pine Island? The residents want to get off because they were talking about running boats and all this stuff. And so, I went back and told the Florida Department of Transportation, what are our options, and let's move forward. And so today, more than 130 FDOT trucks deployed to begin working on the temporary bridge fix for Pine Island. And so they're going to be able to get that done relatively quickly. This is not necessarily going to be a bridge you want to go 45 miles an hour over maybe, but at least you have connectivity to the mainland. And their goal is to have it completed by the end of this week. And I told them, make sure you use the resources necessary to do it. So you're going to now be able to have those residents be able to get back to the main. They're offering evacuations for those residents, but most of them want to be on the island. They just want to be able to go back and forth. So we're going to be able to do that, and I'm happy to do that. And that's the state just doing it. I don't need anyone to give me we're going to do it, and we're happy about that. We also are going to try something similar for the causeway going to Sanibel Island. So right now, Florida Department of Transportation is putting together a plan for a temporary fix. And there is a request for bids, emergency request for bids for the work. So there's going to be somebody that's bid is accepted soon, and there's like a process where it's a competitive process. So they're going to do that, and then hopefully there'll be a plan to move forward there. I can't tell you now without seeing who it's going to be exactly how long that's going to take, but I can tell you is no one was really doing anything about it, and we are doing something about it. And so now there's going to be access to Sanibel a lot quicker than there would have had we not done this. That's obviously not going to be a permanent solution. The permanent solution of that may be a little more complicated just because the bridge is severed in more locations than Pine Island, but we know we've got to restore that. They were talking about running like ferries and stuff, and honestly, you may be able to do that, but I think this is an easier thing, and I think people need their vehicles anyways, so we're going ahead with that. So those are really, I think, positive announcements. I know there's so many other stuff going on, and they're still doing the life rescue. They're still doing food distribution. My view is you got to do all this stuff in parallel. You don't only do that and then say we'll get to the bridges in 2 months. You don't only do food and then not do electricity or some of these others. So all these things need to move in parallel, and when there's a gap, so if a local community doesn't have, then Kevin and our guys will fill that. And so with power restoration, another great announcement. If you look right now, I think FPL in Lee County is about 50% or more that they have restored. Lee County Electrical Cooperative, has not gotten to that level. Obviously, most of it is out in Lee County. I don't know what the number has gone today, but I think as of this morning, it was like 3% with power, 97% without. And that, at the end of the day, this is a more difficult restoration than what was being done in other parts of Florida. So I called on the Lee County Electric Cooperative to accept mutual aid, and they want to do that, and they're working very hard, and we appreciate it. And so we reached out to the Florida Association for Electrical Co-ops to help. And so that means with what they have been providing now to Lee County, the co-op for the state of Florida, they're sending an additional 1,000 linemen down here to help with the power restoration. But that's not all. So you see what a great job these linemen have done. We had 42,000 linemen stationed throughout the state of Florida as the storm was about to hit. I was there Tuesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Actually, it was Wednesday, the day the storm actually hit. I'm in North Florida with all these linemen driving back to Tallahassee, and I see, I see nothing but these trucks coming into our state, and it was a really great sight to see. So they've done this in really record time if you look at the number of restorations that they've been able to do, which we're really happy about. But what I told my folks is okay, if we're at 3% here or even higher with some of the others, I'm driving in, I still see power lines down. We need more manpower. So we said, and these linemen are coming from all over the country. I mean, they're fantastic people. I met them from Texas, Alabama, all these places. And so what I've told my folks at the state EOC and what they've put out the word is, okay, you're doing a good job getting all the power back on these other counties. don't go home yet. We want first dibs on moving you down to Southwest Florida. And the thing is, when you do this mutual aid, we ran into this with Hurricane Michael. There's all these different utilities that provide. Some of them didn't want to accept because some of the cost share, and then they're on the hook for cost. And so what I've said is, Florida has the largest budget surplus in the history of the state by far, okay? I can pick up the cost share. I just want the power back on, so we'll pay for it. That's fine. And we do have Melissa from Duke is here, president of Duke for the state of Florida. So Duke they helped get the big things on for Hardy and DeSoto today. So they've gone up dramatically. I think that's going to be done relatively soon. So Duke, FPL, all these companies, are pledging support to bring in more linemen. And I would like to see, like, if you live in Lee County, you can't even go out and check your mail or something without seeing a lineman somewhere. I mean, that's what I want to see, in these coming days. I think it's really important, and we need it. I mean, I think we dodged like 2 or 3 power lines down just to get here. You bring all this additional manpower, get that up, get it going. It's going to make a big difference. And the way I view it is that the time is really important. Everyone knew going into this, I think I said this in every press briefing, expect to lose power. I think Floridians understood that. I think that they understood that wasn't going to be something that was just going to be like a 12-hour deal. And in the hardest hit areas, of course, typically it takes a little longer. But man, I think people are ready to get back in the saddle. They want to bounce back from this, but this is really a critical thing. And so I'm proud to say that we're marshaling all the resources to be able to assist. No one has to accept the help, but I'll tell you, they're there, and we're paying for the share, so we'll worry about the reimbursements from the state. You don't got to worry about it here on the local level. That's something we're going to take care of. And part of the reason we're able to do this is, yes, we have the record budget surplus, but since I've been governor, I work with the legislature to establish a disaster response fund for the state of Florida. So we have $500 million budgeted for disasters, and we've spent obviously in the run-up to this because we've done such a massive mobilization, but that's why we created that for situations like this. So I'm happy that we have that, and I'm happy that we're going to do it. We also saw there was something put out that the Lee Co-op put out saying that they have the Sanibel and Pine Island, and obviously they can't get to it because the bridge isn't there. And so our view is that we want that to commence as soon as possible as well. So I have the National Guard is going to be flying electrical personnel onto both of those islands to begin surveying the substations and begin commencing repairs. Now, that may require reconstruction on those islands because the storm was very ferocious when it hit. But what I don't want to do is wait weeks for Sanibel's bridge to be ready and then send people. We're sending them now. So they're going to be arriving by Chinook helicopter. They're going to be dropped down there, and they're going to do their work. And so we're happy about that because we understand that it's important for the islands as well to get up and running. And at least let's diagnose the extent of the reconstruction. If that's needed, then we need to get in there and know that. And right now, nothing's been done because of the lack of the transportation. Well, we're changing that. We're surmounting that with our air assets, and we're happy to do that. And, I've told Kevin Guthrie, make sure that there's no deterrent for getting people down here. If people can be useful, if there's a place for them to work, we want them working in Southwest Florida, but particularly in Lee County. And he's got that message. And again, we're picking up the cost share, so don't worry about that. And so we're happy that the Lee County Electrical Cooperative updated its restoration timeline. It had initially been October 23rd for all the non-Barrier Island communities. They updated that to October 8th. Obviously, with this manpower, you have a chance to really make some headway. And we hope that Sanibel and Pine Island can be on some kind of a schedule once we get the folks dropped in there with the Chinooks and they can go see and survey the extent of the damage. But bottom line is, we need to all work together right now, and we need to get people back up on their feet. I am really, really thrilled at the speed in which the power has been restored throughout most of the state. I mean, to have 5% without power after a storm of this magnitude came through, just Wednesday afternoon, evening here, and didn't even leave the state until Thursday evening. That was pre-planning, pre-staging, and really working hard to get it done. And so this is kind of the final piece to do that right here. Third announcement, we understand that part of the county is still having problems with this water main break, some of the issues with the running water. When this happened, they reached out to us to ask FEMA for support. FEMA sent the Army Corps of Engineers to go help them. At the same time, we understood. The Army Corps may diagnose. They may not necessarily be able to reconstruct or to patch it. And the thing is, we want to fix and we want this to be able to go. So I asked Kevin Guthrie to mobilize additional assets to help fix some of these problems with the water mains throughout the county. And so we have now, Kevin, right now there, right?
Yes, sir. We're
so,
going to bring PSI back online.
So they are on site now. We have one of the top engineering firms in the world. These are guys that went to MIT. They're there, and we basically said, we want water to people's homes and businesses, and that's really what we're doing. And again, we're putting we're accepting the cost on that as the state, even though it's not a state utility or anything the state really is involved with, because we've got the resources and we have the sense of urgency. So I'm hoping that we'll continue to see good efforts. The mayor, he's going to come up and talk. They have water, but you have the sewage, and so they need some generators to help with some of these pump and lift stations. So we're going to be doing, I think, 100 generators, right? Yeah, so we're delivering 100 generators to the city of Cape Coral for the sewage, and they're going to be able to straighten that out. So I think that's going to be really important to be able to do. Finally, I just point out that we enacted during the legislative session, and it went into effect October 1st, a gas tax holiday for Floridians. And so 25 cents off every gallon. I think I was actually looking. I actually saw gas once the holiday went into effect in one part. I think it may have been DeSoto or Hardy. It was under $3. I haven't seen under $3 gas in what, a year and a half or almost 2 years. You go back to January 2021, and so that's going to help provide relief. I think now, because of the gas tax holiday, I think we're in the top 10 for lowest gas prices in the country. And so in a time like this, what better time could it be to get some relief at the pump? And we're happy that that's in effect, and we hope that saves Floridians a lot of money over the coming months. So, okay, well, we have an update. We have Dane Eagle, Kevin Guthrie, Melissa from Duke will speak, and then we'll have it here from the mayor.
I want to thank the governor from the bottom of my heart, not as one of his agency heads, but as a native of Cape Coral in Southwest Florida. To see this mobilization, it is one of the fastest and largest in Florida's history, and it's thanks to this man right here. So as your friend and neighbor, as a former Southwest Floridian, I hope that you have hope and faith in what you've heard today. The governor does not take no for an answer. He charges through obstacles with the full weight of the state behind him, and you're seeing that the results and the announcements that we've made today. So that is extremely exciting. And Governor, I thank you.
Okay.
Two quick announcements on economic recovery, thanks to the governor and what he's been able to allow us to do through DEO. My job as Secretary of DEO is to help with economic recovery. We're working with businesses to make sure supplies are on the ground. Businesses are open. They have what they need, working with Kevin's team for generators, things like that. Two things that you can take home with you, floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. There you can file for disaster unemployment assistance. We know that a lot of people are without work through no fault of their own. We want to help you get through this gap. You can apply and be eligible until you can find gainful employment. Number two, businesses who are hurt. We need to know what's going on. We need to know why you're out of business, your losses, what's going on. We know why, but your situation. You can fill out the survey, the business damage assessment survey, both things, floridadisaster.biz. Please go there today, and if you don't have internet, we're going to get that up and running thanks to the governor's leadership. So thank you.
Okay. Before I bring Kevin Guthrie up, I think it's important to point out, I mentioned all the rescue missions, which is obviously, impressive, but we have more urban search and rescue teams helping mostly South Florida, but really the floods in other parts of Florida too. So really statewide than has ever been in one location since September 11th. And responding to September 11th. And so that's a massive mobilization. It's made a big difference, and it's definitely helped a lot of people. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your leadership, and I want to thank my
friend and colleague, Secretary Eagle, for all of his help, and all of the agency heads that have been helping out, CFO Petronas and the Fire Marshal's Office with the Urban Search and Rescue and fire teams. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'd be remiss if I didn't say all of these things that the governor's been announcing today come from our State Emergency Operations Center back in Tallahassee, who have been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since Sunday, 8 days ago. They have given up their time, which that is their job, and they are grateful to do, but especially our logistics section. They are moving heaven and earth, getting generators. We're faster than counties. The counties can't keep up with us, and that's one of the things that both the governor and myself have been committed to, is being faster at what we do to make sure that Floridians can recover from disasters. Just a couple of things real quick that the governor already mentioned. We talked about the generators coming to Cape Coral. Those generators are being mobilized right now. They will be put onto trucks. They will start moving in from around the area. We have 5 logistical staging areas all around the state. Those things will be moving from as far away as north central Florida all the way down to right here in Lee County to get the necessary generators in place to help bring this back online. Number 2, as the governor said, we've got a world-class company that is working on the Fort Myers, the Lee County water system. They have done maintenance on that system before. They have done work on that system before, and I'm glad to say that in a county gaggle that we did earlier today, they are already starting to recharge 45 PSI to those lines. So people are already starting to come back online with water. So I'm very, very proud of that. We've still got a long ways to go, but we're well on the way of trying to achieve water restoration to those that can actually receive water, those that get power restoration to those that can receive power by next Sunday. I'm shooting for 100% by next Sunday in both power and water. Again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for your support. I'm now a resident right now of Lee County for probably the next couple of weeks, so if not a little bit longer. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, he hasn't been able to sleep very much, really since last week. I mean, we were discussing this, last Thursday, more than a week ago, and doing the preparations even before this was a disturbance, and we were doing a full state of emergency and so it's been pretty hectic at the EOC. But I told them, I was like, you get 8 hours of sleep as soon as Lee has the water and the power back on, and then we'll let someone else come in. So we're working on that. Okay, who else we have? Oh, Melissa from Duke. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the privilege of being the state president for Duke Energy Florida. 3 days after Hurricane Ian exited the state, Duke Energy has restored power to over 1 million customers. And as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, we had 4,000 customers without service. Nice. And it is our commitment that they will all have power by midnight tonight. The only customers that may still have some challenges because they have damage to their homes or severe flooding, we think is around 200. But we're very proud of that ability to expedite restoration, and a lot of it had to do with the expectations and the work, the partnership with the state of Florida, with the governor, and with Kevin Guthrie, so we're very grateful for that. I'd also like to share that as of last night, we had restored and energized every single transmission point of delivery in the state of Florida, including to Hardee County. And so last night, as soon as we energized those substations, the city of Wauchula and Preco Energy were able to start picking up load, providing service to their customers, helping them get their lives back in order. So very happy. Want to thank the city leaders and all of those leaders from those municipality and from the co-op and the municipality to get that done. The third thing I would say, and this is really the emphasis of the governor's message, and that is Duke Energy stands ready to release some of the resources that we have, about 2,500 to about 3,500 line personnel, damage assessment, veg management, ready to be redeployed here to Southwest Florida to help all of you be able to get back to living your lives. And this is a long process, right? So what I'll also emphasize is that Duke Energy stands by for the long term, because we are just north of you, to the east of you, across the Skyway Bridge. So as long as it takes, we will be here ready to help.
Wow.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That's great. You know, every time I would meet with any of the utilities since I've been governor, including if I talk to Melissa or any of these others, I say, okay, if we have a storm, you know, what's the plan? And they've put a lot of emphasis on this. You know, they don't really need, I mean, I know the customers get mad, but a company could just, you know, throw up their hands and say, oh, but they've all really dug in and understood that this is important. And I think that to have as many restorations as we've had in this amount of time, you know, really is a testament to that. I'd also say some of this stuff is able to be hooked up a little quicker because there's been a lot of investment in the infrastructure to make it more resilient. I know that there's been things undergrounding, but also the things above ground. So that matters, and those investments I think are paying off in terms of what we see now with the progress. And I mean, that's a massive commitment to be putting 2,500 to 3,500 personnel just in really a relatively small area where we're going, where the outages are in Lee. I mean, maybe they do Charlotte, although FPL has Charlotte, so you're really looking at Lee and maybe a little bit of Collier. And so that's unbelievable manpower. And again, we're happy to be directing that as the state, and we'll handle the reimbursements and everything on our end. Don't worry about that. But one thing I would say, speaking of reimbursements, before I bring the mayor up, because it applies to municipalities and counties, debris. You get 100% of your cost for debris removal for the first 30 days since the declaration. They approved our declaration last Saturday. So state of emergency on Friday, I guess, what was that, the 22nd or 3rd? 23rd, yeah. So they've done it since the 23rd, which basically means we've already chewed up a lot of that time. A lot of the localities have not contracted with people to remove debris, and you know, maybe we'll try to get more than 30, but I would not count on that. So I would just get that going. You see the debris coming in here. It costs money to get rid of that. Why would you want to have to bear that cost if FEMA has agreed to do 100% reimbursement? And again, I know there's so many other things going on, but parallel tracks, you can work on bunch, you know, keep moving together, have those folks start to do the debris, and just know that you pay them, you submit, and you'll get the reimbursement. And so I think that that's really, really significant. Okay, Mayor, come on up.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to the latest update from Governor Ron DeSantis as the rescue and recovery efforts are fully underway in the state of Florida. We do want to take you out to a live look at the nation's capital this morning as we are continuing to bring you all of the latest updates when it comes to the recovery efforts that are being put in place, not only at the state level, at the local level, but also at the national level. We are expecting the President of the United States to travel to Florida tomorrow to visit the areas devastated by Hurricane Ian, as our coverage of not only the President's itinerary, but those rescue and recovery efforts that are currently underway across the state of Florida continue. We do want to take you back to the latest imagery coming into our newsroom as President Joe Biden actually traveled to Puerto Rico to meet with the victims of Hurricane Fiona. This is just the first stop on his tour this week of visiting what these hurricanes over the last couple of weeks have caused and the utter devastation that have been left in their path. Our Fox News chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has a full recap of the president's visit to Puerto Rico. Let's listen in.
Honored today to be able to introduce President Joe Biden.
Thank you.
President Biden in Puerto Rico meeting with families and community leaders. It's the first of 2 scheduled visits this week to devastated areas. Hurricane Fiona rocked the island about 2 weeks ago, leaving many without power, and still 120,000 homes and businesses are managing without. And then there are the billions of dollars in damage.
Right now, Puerto Rico is in a full recovery mode.
It may have been a Category 1 storm, but Puerto Rico is still trying to rebuild its infrastructure after Hurricane Maria hit 5 years ago.
We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future.
During his trip, President Biden announced $60 million in federal funds to shore up levees and flood walls and create a flood warning system. This administration is trying to ward off critics who came after former President Trump for not doing enough fast enough when Maria struck. The current president admits the island has been slighted in the past.
Because they haven't been taken very good care of.
Still, some accuse the Biden White House of slow-walking aid. Others fear the U.S. territory will be left behind in the shadow of Hurricane Ian. Lawmakers are pledging support.
We'll do everything we can, we always have, to support Puerto Rico now in the recovery after this yet another devastating storm.
The administration says it still has a strong team in Puerto Rico helping with the recovery and intend to make sure they have everything they need. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. We do know that the president and the first lady are going to be traveling to view the devastation on your screens. This was the aftermath of Hurricane Ian after it did come barreling down the west coast of Florida as a Category 4 storm. And so far in the United States, the number of deaths from Hurricane Ian is rising. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has the latest information.
Devastation still sinking in across Florida in the wake of Hurricane Ian.
I lost everything.
With steady streams of survivors arriving at shelters after abandoning their homes, many flooded by the deadly storm surge or flattened by Ian's unforgiving gusts.
We're going to have shelters open here until they're not needed anymore.
And as search and rescue missions continue, so do efforts to restore power to the more than 500,000 homes and businesses still in the dark. State officials expect electricity to be back up by this weekend.
It's been a nightmare.
Many organizations are doing what they can to make sure those struggling don't go hungry.
We're preparing to scale up, to grow our capacity, and just make sure that we have food available for anybody who needs it.
Officials, meantime, say recovery in some areas could take years. Bulldozers are continuing to plow streets clean of sand and debris brought on by severe floods. But in places where the floodwaters remain high, some communities are now fearful of alligators and other wildlife encroaching on their property.
And there was a 4-footer right there, and I had to tell them, hey, look to your right, because all you see is the head and the eyeballs.
But as people prepare to build back, construction experts say new properties will be subject to the most up-to-date building codes, which could help prevent catastrophic damage during another hurricane. Hurricane season typically runs from June through November. So far this year, there's been 9 named storms, less than average, but forecasters say there's still plenty of time for more major weather events to strike. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Thank you to Jackie for that report. We are continuing to bring you the latest video coming into our newsroom and also the latest firsthand accounts. You heard in that piece some reference to some of those new building codes. Well, we spoke to a man who rode out the storm in Fort Myers who actually credits some of those building codes to not only saving his life, but saving his home as well.
Willows Drive directly on the back bay, so we saw firsthand the storm.
Tell me about that experience.
It's something you really can't explain. You know, the storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet. And then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house, but the elevation is 17 foot, so the house itself was just fine. So, other than losing power and water and everything, it was an inconvenience for a couple of days, but fortunately we built according to the new codes, and it's fine.
That's good to hear. Obviously, you've been through several hurricanes. You've been in Florida for a long time.
Yes, I've seen many hurricanes.
How does this one compare?
Oh, it's worse than anything I couldn't even imagine this. So it is a very experience that you wouldn't want to experience again. That's all. I don't believe I would probably stay if I had the forecast that we had for this one. Yeah, but we were under the impression it was going to go to Tampa, more so than it was here. But I guess it took the path of Charlie almost. So it's a matter of, like I said, where I live, my home is a new constructed home, and it is built by the codes that can handle 160 miles an hour and 17-foot elevation. So we felt we should be okay, and which we were. So,
John, was there ever a moment where you were getting scared?
yeah, when I lost my interior stairway because it floated up, when the seas broke out all the knockout walls that are supposed to, protect your home. The knockout walls came out. Some of the doorways that should have held up didn't hold up, and took out my stairway. And my next door neighbor's house that came apart, Fellows Drive, directly on the back bay. So we saw firsthand the storm.
Tell me about that experience.
It's something you really can't explain. The storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet.
Some really compelling insight there from the man who rode out the storm firsthand. We're continuing to bring you video, and we also want to bring you the latest information on how some of these people still trapped on some of these islands because the causeway has been wiped out by the storm. Our reporters are monitoring how some of these people are being evacuated. Let's touch base with our Fox's Austin Westfall, who joined the National Guard on a flight to Pine Island.
The main mission is dropping off supplies to the island, which is just off of Fort Myers. Many people chose to stay behind during the storm, and now that they can't leave, they're relying on help from flights like this.
Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area. Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
It's pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
Governor Ron DeSantis says that the bridge is expected to be rebuilt by this Saturday. Until then, the National Guard is going to keep doing several missions like this per day. The U.S. Coast Guard has also been evacuating people by boat. Here in Fort Myers, Florida, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
Thank you to Austin for that report. We're also monitoring the latest when it comes to power. Nearly 450,000 people are still without power across Florida. We do know that Florida's largest power utility company says it is ahead of schedule and expects to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of this Friday. Our Fox's Justin Matthews has more.
Thousands of Floridians still without power following Hurricane Ian. Utility crews in Bradenton Beach trying to get the lights back on for residents and businesses.
It's been pretty stressful because we're working long hours, long days.
Marquise Johnson works for Agostino Utilities and is based in Philadelphia. He and his crew started heading to Florida on Tuesday before the storm hit so they could be close by and ready to help get power back to these communities once the weather cleared.
It's pretty tough for them and for us, because the type of work we do is dangerous, and then the people that have respirators and stuff. So we're pretty much helping the people out here.
This utility worker helping to restore power at a mobile home park in Bradenton. He told me he's from Kansas. He was working on a rafter that broke off and was pushed to the middle of the power line during strong winds. People in the community are so grateful for the work they're doing.
I told them, hey, even though I know you're getting paid, you're not at home. It's good, you know, it's a Sunday. You could be home, you could be at a bar. You're out here getting us fired up.
And once these crews restore power in this area of Manatee County, the work isn't done.
We're pretty much everywhere, so wherever they need people the most, that's where they send us. You know, once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, other parts of Florida.
Some great insight there into some of the efforts underway to bring Florida back to power. We are continuing to monitor how supplies are being brought to people who cannot access the mainland. Our Fox Weather's Max Gordon also traveled with the National Guard. Let's take a listen.
Was Florida International Airport, and while commercial flight operations are suspended until Wednesday, right now this is being used as a launching pad for aid flights. Behind me is a National Guard helicopter about to take off and bring supplies and troops over to a remote island that's been cut off by Hurricane Ian.
The death count from Hurricane Ian continues to rise, with scenes of devastation all over the Fort Myers area. Trees down, boats in streets, power poles bent over. Electricity is slowly being restored, but hundreds of thousands are still in the dark. Meanwhile, gas remains in short supply with long lines at stations that do have fuel, but help is on the way. Around 5,200 National Guard members are working as part of Joint Task Force Florida. They're manning food and water distribution sites, clearing roads, and they've also rescued and evacuated more than 1,500 people using boats, helicopters, and trucks.
Help is coming. We will be on ground. If you see us if you see a soldier in uniform walking around, please come out and greet him. Tell us what you need, and we'll provide that service for you if we're capable.
Today, President Biden is taking a tour of Puerto Rico to survey hurricane damage there. Then he heads up north to southwest Florida, where he's going to survey the damage in this part of the country. In Fort Myers, Florida, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And thank you to Max for that report. We're also monitoring horrific flooding in central Florida. People in the Orlo Vista neighborhood of Orlando are still cleaning up after the extreme flooding. Our Fox 35 Orlando team is on this story. Let's touch base with Connor Hansen.
People here say this home was flooded the worst in Orlo Vista. Behind me, you can actually see the water line. That's almost up to my shoulder. And just inside, it's complete devastation. A lot of other homes look just like this. Video taken by a homeowner shows him waist deep, retrieving family photos from the wall. He had to use a friend's jet ski to get there. This is what it looks like now.
To be honest, I don't really know what's gonna happen next.
This drone video shows the scope of the flooding here. We caught up with another homeowner who, after getting rescued by boat, is coming back to chaos.
1st of January, I'll be 83 years young, and I don't want to go through this again.
Just down the street, we found the hardest hit home right on the water. Appliances knocked over and everything else destroyed.
Most of the people in this community don't have flood insurance.
A loss consultant here trying to help people with claims says people should still keep track of everything they lose so they can send it to FEMA.
Basically, anything that the flood waters touches is not going to be covered by your policy. So you basically have a flood line about this high on most of these houses.
And again, this is the first time people have been able to walk through this area without wading through flood waters. Some of those people tell us they'll stay with family for now, others in hotels as long as they can afford it. In Orla Vista, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team for that report. We're continuing to monitor the latest flooding information. Let's touch base with our Fox 35 team, who are also taking a look at the flooding in Geneva, which has left people without their possessions and their homes. Let's take a listen.
We are behind a house in Geneva, and you could just see how devastating the flooding is. This is the homeowner's deck, which is just completely full with water. And I'm going to show you how deep it goes here. Just keep going. Keeps on going. Whoop. And there we are, almost 4 feet of water at the front of their deck. And the homeowner said back there, the water rose about 7 feet. So you could see what people in this area are dealing with. Some residents near Lake Harney unsure if they will need to evacuate as the water creeps toward their homes.
But yeah, now it just keeps on rising. It won't stop.
Is that kind of scary?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking for sure.
Streets were completely flooded near Mullet Park Road in Geneva. We are in a boat right now. A lovely neighbor here in Geneva allowed us to see the devastating flooding in the area right now. And you could just see how much floodwaters there are in what should be the street right now where we're in a boat. A lot of these residents were able to evacuate safely, but there are still people who are coming back by boat to get some of their belongings. Some Seminole County residents were pumping water out of their homes today. Others who evacuated came back to their houses by canoe to collect belongings. We are at a house in Geneva, and you can see just how flooded the basement is over here. Really devastating for this family. They tried to get everything out in time, but of course you can just see how much water is in there. Daniel Smith brought us to his neighborhood by boat to see just how high the water is.
I feel like it's total devastation out here, and these people are all good neighbors. Everybody's lending a hand to help everybody out, and you know, that's what we're going to do out here.
We joined teams who are passing out cases of water to families in need. This is one of the houses in Geneva where we delivered some water, and we're helping these people here. You can see this is their handicap ramp. But if you go this way, you can see just how quickly the water gets deep. And this is why some people are kind of either stuck in their houses or they chose to evacuate.
We've been here since '79. It's happened 4 or 5 times.
Has it been this bad?
No. This is the worst.
The Seminole County Fire Department said from yesterday to this morning, the water rose about 2 inches, and they say this flooding is far from over. So if you haven't evacuated and you still want to, please call 911. Reporting in Geneva, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to Stephanie for that update. We're continuing to bring you these devastating flooding images that have forced people into shelters. Our Fox 35 team are also taking a look at where these people are now calling home.
Well, right now I am at the Heritage Park shelter where you could see all sorts of goodies for residents who are staying here. There's tables set up over here. This arena was actually turned into a shelter. You could see cots in the distance. And if you take a look down to the right, over at that table, there's even toys for the children who come here to stay.
This is such a blessing to be able to go get clothes and toys for your children when they lost everything.
I lost everything.
Residents from around Osceola County, including Good Samaritan Village, arrived by bus after being flooded out of their homes.
It's been a nightmare, basically.
Donna Mosley says this is the 3rd shelter they've been to.
We had to move out of the first one because it was an elementary school. Now they just moved us from the Civic Center.
Edwin Sharon says there's no way back home where people were rescued by the National Guard and airboats.
Good Samaritan Village is flooded up to the max.
It's very clean, it's quiet.
After going inside, they immediately feel a relaxing vibe. Donna walks in with a new air mattress and bedding donated from the people she works with.
Orange County Corrections, they came yesterday and took me shopping. I'm very blessed that they're helping me.
And Edwin was able to find something in the donation section.
I got some new hats, and I just took a bag of pants and some shirts.
So despite losing everything in this retirement community, it's incredible that they're still able to count their blessings.
Believe in God, and anything is possible. Accept things you cannot change and be grateful.
And there's plenty of room here at Heritage Park for people who need a place to stay. In Kissimmee, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
Some great insight there into what life is like for the people of Central Florida. We'll also want to get you up to speed on what efforts are being done for pediatric patients who obviously have been displaced as a result of this storm. Let's check in with our Fox 35 team as well.
Since Thursday, more than 20 patients have been transported here to All Children's Hospital. That includes 9 NICU babies, and for these families in an emergency situation, every second counts.
Hello, love. Hello, sweetheart. I always tell them I love them and how sweet they are, and
that
just,
you're proud of them.
Yeah, that they're strong and that they're capable.
In their short time in this world, Dylan, Emmett, and Luca Blessing have already shown that strength. The triplets were born at 27 weeks and 5 days.
Yeah, you're doing such a good job, girlie.
Just 3 weeks later, they would find themselves in the eye of Hurricane Ian at Golisano Children's Hospital in Fort Myers.
The staff there was really great. I mean, we were watching their cars float away, and they were not unable to, get in contact with their loved ones, and they were still making sure that our little ones were doing fantastic.
In the aftermath of the devastating storm, the hospital lost water, leading to an immediate and emergency evacuation for the patients there.
This was once in a lifetime. We actually thought we were on the other side of the storm, right? We're relaxed that morning. 10:18, we get the call from the state that says we need to evacuate Golisano Hospital.
Within 2 hours, crews were on the road driving to patients because the winds were too high to fly at that point.
Hi, Dylan. Mommy's here.
For the Blessing family, nothing about their journey has been easy.
Good morning.
An emergency C-section, hurricane, medical transport of 3 babies, but they're getting through this together.
It's been a lot for her, it's been a lot for everybody, but all the support is just making it a lot easier. It's a difficult situation, but everybody's coming together to help.
Hey, Luca. Mommy loves you.
3 more reasons to feel blessed. The staff here says as long as that hospital in Fort Myers is non-functional, they will continue to transport pediatric patients here. Reporting in St. Pete, Janae Lewis, Fox 13 News.
And thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for continuing to bring us the latest details and the latest heartbreaking stories of how Hurricane Ian is affecting the lives of so many across the state of Florida and beyond. We do want to remind you all that the QR code on your screens will take you directly to the Red Cross relief efforts. Fox Corporation has already donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support their Hurricane Ian relief efforts. The Red Cross is, of course, on the ground providing aid and resources, including shelter, meals, and medical supplies to the people who have been impacted by this storm. You can also join Fox in supporting the Red Cross. Just take out your smartphone and scan that QR code on your screens. That will take you to the Red Cross website where you can make a donation. Every little bit does help. We'll keep that on your screens as the morning progresses. It is 7:29 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some other top stories that we are monitoring on this Tuesday morning. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on some other top stories that we are monitoring this morning. The Supreme Court is back in session as it does begin a new term. It began that term just yesterday, and this term could be just as consequential as the last, with a number of potentially landmark cases on the docket. Our Fox News chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has this story for us.
A new term, a fresh face on the bench, and perhaps new controversy. Even more eyes are on the court and its conservative majority after a blockbuster term the last go-around that overturned Roe v. Wade.
What this court is doing is actually returning issues to the democratic process rather than court control.
The docket this year includes cases on voting rights, free speech, and affirmative action, another precedent that could be on the chopping block. The High Court will hear disputes over the race-conscious admissions programs at Harvard and UNC.
They say they're doing so as, they're trying to benefit certain races, but, it's a zero-sum game, so it's hurting others.
A group of Asian American students say they're being unfairly discriminated against in the name of diversity. But first, the court kicks off its term with a case on the environment. An Idaho couple has wanted to build a house for 15 years on land they own, but the EPA says they need a permit. This case could hamstring the federal government's ability to regulate water quality. The justices return at a time of uncertainty and wide distrust.
We've also seen, particularly in recent years, a campaign of basically trying to cut down the court.
According to the latest Fox News poll, 55% of voters disapprove of the High Court. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. We're continuing with the latest headlines across the nation. And the next one actually takes us out to the latest when it comes to Kim Kardashian. She is set to pay $1.26 million to settle an SEC crypto charge. Our Fox Business Network's Lauren Simonetti has the story.
Kim Kardashian in hot water with the SEC. Federal regulators fining the reality TV star for failing to disclose that she was paid $250,000 to post about Emacs tokens on her Instagram feed. The token is a crypto asset offered by Ethereum Max. Kardashian posted about it last year with the hashtag ad. SEC Chair Gary Gensler says that hashtag wasn't enough to shield her from violating securities laws.
If you're advertising perfume or you're advertising vacation homes or anything else on the internet, there are various laws related to that. But these are the securities laws that you have to disclose, not only that you're getting paid, but the amount, nature of it.
Kardashian has agreed to pay $1.26 million and cannot promote crypto securities for 3 years. She will also continue cooperating with the SEC's ongoing investigation. Under the deal, Kim did not admit nor deny the agency's findings.
And this was really to protect the investing public when somebody is touting a stock, and whether that's a celebrity, an influencer, or the like. And that's at the core of what this is about.
Kardashian isn't the only celebrity the SEC has gone after. In 2018, boxer Floyd Mayweather Jr. and music producer DJ Khaled were also fined for allegedly failing to disclose how much they were paid to promote cryptocurrencies. In a statement, Kim Kardashian's lawyers say she is happy to have this issue resolved, as the agreement will allow her to move forward with her different business pursuits. In New York, I'm Lauren Simonetti, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We do have an interview done by our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, breaking down some of the questions you may have about this crypto charge that was handed down to Kim Kardashian. So let's listen back in.
The celebrity influencer Kim Kardashian settling a pretty hefty fine with the SEC today on charges she failed to disclose a payment she received for touting a crypto asset on her Instagram. What's going on here? Do you think the SEC is kind of, unfairly targeting her because she's a celebrity, or is this pretty cut and dry?
Well, Andrew, I think the SEC is really speaking not only to Kim Kardashian with this settlement, but also to other celebrities who have gone out there and sort of promoted cryptocurrency or NFTs, that they need to be careful and make sure that whatever they're doing is sound and not running afoul of the law. And when I say the law, I'm talking about the SEC regulations. And we have here with this settlement, Kim Kardashian taking responsibility for essentially breaking those rules, right? So it ran afoul of the anti-touting provision of the SEC, and also the failure to disclose the payment for essentially promoting an investment. And as we sort of tread into this world of cryptocurrency and NFTs, you're gonna see cases arise where I think this is perhaps one of the big first and foremost, where celebrities who are going forward and really promoting or lending their name to some of these investments, they have to be careful and remember that there's a whole body of regulatory law in place to make sure that what they're doing is lawful.
Okay, because yeah, I mean, just back to that question, you know, we got a statement in from Gary Gensler. He's the chairman of the SEC. He says this case is a reminder that when celebrities or influencers endorse investment opportunities, it doesn't mean that those investment products are right for all investors. I'm just saying, you know, but for it being Kim Kardashian, would the SEC chairman even issue a statement on this settlement?
I don't think so. I think, you know, they're using it, meaning the SEC. I think they're using it almost, they're capitalizing, if you will, on Kim Kardashian's influencer status to make sure the message is clear out there that, you know, dealing with these cryptocurrencies and dealing with celebrities who may be promoting cryptocurrencies, that they got to be careful. They got to make sure that they are, you know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and making sure everything they do is in line with the SEC's regulatory body. You know, if this was just someone who may have, I mean, the SEC regulates, you know, investments and goes after people all the time, but you don't necessarily have the chairman going out there and putting out there on social media and a statement regarding that. So I think the SEC, ironically, Andrew, is capitalizing on Kim Kardashian's influencer status in order to get their message out there that you better be careful if you're going to be engaging in these sort of activities.
Yeah, and Kardashian settled, presumably because this could have been so much more lengthy. She could have been deposed, or could have been a lengthy discovery period, but she settled. She's also going to cooperate with the ongoing investigation. She's agreed to not promote crypto securities for 3 years. So it seems like she really wanted to get this behind her. What more do you want to know, though, about this story?
Well, I would like to know how it's going to set precedent, Andrew. I think that, you know, we'll see how celebrities, you know, lend their names, their likeness, their promotion to these sort of cryptocurrencies and NFTs, and see if this is going to be a benchmark sort of settlement where you see less of that, or you see a body of regulations maybe being formed around this. The fine, it's very substantial to the average American citizen.
Right.
But if you look at Kim Kardashian's net worth, which is in the billions of dollars, I think this is really a drop in the bucket. But I think she received the message, she's cooperating, and I think it's going to be a lesson for other celebrities out there who, before they really engage in this, they speak to an attorney or an advisor and make sure that they're not doing anything that's going to run afoul of the SEC.
All right. Imran Ansari, thanks so much for being with us here on this Monday. Have a good night.
Excellent insight there. This is obviously a story we'll continue to monitor as the morning progresses and as the days do progress, because just as you heard there from that expert and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, this could set a precedent on how the SEC responds to other celebrities using their social media platforms and, for lack of a better word, clout to affect the markets. It's 7:40 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll walk you through the latest international headlines as we, of course, are monitoring the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Those details right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We're getting you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. The Russian military is acknowledging Ukrainian forces have broken through Moscow's defenses in the strategic southern Kherson region. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the details.
A Ukrainian tank fires toward Russian positions in the Donbass as Ukrainian soldiers raise the flag over Liman, the strategic logistics hub where Russian forces retreated in humiliation just hours after Vladimir Putin's speech annexing 4 parts of Ukraine.
Liman зачищено.
Liman is fully cleared. I thank our military, our warriors.
An embedded Russian military reporter described the empty eyes of the fleeing Russian soldiers, who he said were not resupplied and plagued by desertion. Western leaders continue to wargame how to respond to Putin's new threats to use nuclear weapons.
The United States is the only country in the world to use nuclear weapons twice. Actually, they set a precedent.
Russia has 2,000 tactical nuclear weapons. Western leaders have warned Putin of the consequences of using them.
This nuclear saber rattling is not the kind of thing that we would expect to hear from leaders of large countries with capability. But I don't see anything right now that would lead me to believe that he has made such a decision.
The rhetoric by President Putin, the nuclear rhetoric, is dangerous. It's reckless. We have so clearly conveyed to President Putin.
The Pentagon has not seen any change in status to Russia's strategic nuclear weapons, the ones that would target New York or Washington, D.C.
Meanwhile, senior U.S. cyber officials and the FBI warned today both Russia and China are trying to influence the U.S. midterm elections. Russia is amplifying divisive topics on the internet, including doubts about the integrity of American elections, while China is seeking to influence select races to hinder candidates perceived to be particularly adversarial to Beijing. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And thank you to Jennifer for that update. The international community is increasingly shrugging off Vladimir Putin's nuclear threats. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
The Ukrainian military still pounding Russian forces in the east as their counteroffensive rolls on. The Ukrainian flag is now flying once again in Liman, a key strategic hub that had been used by the Russians to move troops and personnel to the front lines. That city, along with 15% of Ukraine's territory, was annexed by Vladimir Putin on Friday. But that's not stopping Ukrainian troops from retaking towns and cities Moscow now says are part of Russia.
Look at the gains that Ukraine has made on the eastern side. That was a major logistics hub for Russia. And the idea that they took that back, Putin knows he's in trouble.
Those battlefield losses have Russia once again raising the possibility of a nuclear strike. A key Putin ally now urging the president to use low-yield nukes to stop the Ukrainian advance. But most experts say that's an unrealistic threat because Putin knows it won't work.
The fact is Ukrainians are not going to surrender under any circumstances. Right. And Russian forces can't fight on a nuclear-radiated battlefield.
Right. Meanwhile, the Russian military is still facing a severe manpower shortage. The 300,000 troops mobilized last month still haven't made it to the front lines. And now there are reports that Moscow is planning to draft civilians in the occupied territories.
In search of men aged 18 to 35, occupiers started coming to people's homes in Kherson and other towns. Their main goal is to conduct a census of adult men.
Officials here say Russia has sealed off all routes in and out of occupied territory, preventing civilians from leaving. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey Yingst for that update. We will, of course, continue to monitor the very latest information that comes into our newsroom when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We're also monitoring, obviously, the impacts that this war is having on our stock markets and also on gas prices. Stocks close high on the first trading day of October yesterday. And this was good news after a very bad September month and also a lower quarter. Stocks kick off the new month and the new quarter sharply higher than they ended the last one. The Dow gained 765 points on Monday. The S&P 500 added 92, and the Nasdaq tacked on 239. Investors scooped up stocks across the board after all three of the major U.S. benchmarks fell over 8% last month. Our Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has a full recap of where the markets stand right now.
Prices at the pump creeping higher again. The national average for regular unleaded rising over the weekend. A gallon now at $3.80. Keep in mind, we're still well below the all-time high we saw just above $5 back in June. Meantime, construction spending in August dropping more than expected as higher mortgage rates and higher costs for materials are putting pressure on home builders. To Wall Street, and a great start to October for your money. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P 500 all rallying on Monday. And how about going back to the past? According to a new survey from marketing firm Emarsis, 60% of shoppers regularly purchase vintage items instead of new products. Most people are buying the old stuff for home decoration, but many just get things for sentimental value. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
And thank you to Jerry for that update. We do want to bring you a bit of a breaking news story that we are going to be monitoring as the day progresses. We are learning that a Polk County deputy has passed away following a shooting in Polk City. Sheriff Grady Judd said 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant around 3 a.m. on Faxtown South Street for a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He said deputies entered the trailer successfully, but then shots were fired. One of our very young deputies, 21 years of age, died, Sheriff Judd said. He was with us for a short period of time. We are going to be continuing to monitor this, once again, breaking news story from overnight, where unfortunately a young deputy, just 21 years old, has passed away following a shooting in Polk City. It's 7:49 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we are actually going to bring you the latest update from Lee County as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian and the unfortunate death toll that does continue to rise. So all of those updates right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues here on the show as we are bringing you all of the latest updates. We can report that nearly 450,000 people are still without power in the state of Florida. We can also report that the death toll continues to rise. At least 71 people have died in Florida, 4 in North Carolina. We do know that the President of the United States and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, are set to visit Florida tomorrow to survey the damage and meet with victims. We do want to play back for you the latest update from officials in Lee County, which was one of the hardest hit counties, and unfortunately the county where we are seeing a majority of these deaths. Let's listen back in.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here today. I'm joined with Ray Murphy, the mayor of Fort Myers Beach, and to my right, Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey. Search and rescue teams have been out countless hours, straight through the night, nonstop, with over 800 rescues. That's huge. That's 800 people that we were able to touch that were in desperate need of help. Our death toll is at 54. As we continue this rescue, there are challenges. And our EOC has made a decision with Fort Myers Beach to close the beach to residents. And the reason being is we need to access what were roads and now rubble. We need to be able to get that equipment in to make certain that we are preserving, not only rescuing, but preserving crime scenes. I know there are a lot of people that are upset by that, but we have to make certain that we, collectively as a team, do it right the first time, because we get one chance. When someone is deceased, we have to make sure that we collect that evidence. We have to do it properly. We cannot contaminate the scene. And the last thing that we need is other people being in the way of that, or for their safety being in an unsecured place where they could get hurt. Our focus is on life-saving, law enforcement, and most important, maintaining law and order in the county. I briefly stated and touched on looting. Look, folks, we took a horrific hit here. It's heartbreaking. We have residents that have lost everything. In hours, have nothing. No clothes, no housing, nothing. And it's heartbreaking. But I will tell you this with certainty. When I say zero tolerance, I mean zero tolerance. We are out in full force. We have quadrupled the number of law enforcement that's on the streets, with our National Guard being deployed all over the islands, the Barrier Islands, and in Pine Island specifically. We're not going to tolerate any type of looting. And I also make a quick statement and tell you that if someone makes that grave mistake and they choose to loot, they might be able to walk into someone's home. They might. But they will be carried out. I ain't playing games. We aren't playing games. We have sheriffs from all over the state of Florida. The sheriff himself of different departments that are here aiding and assisting to make certain we don't have that. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams. This is not just a cursory search. This is a very tedious. We have to go to every single residence, find exactly where that residence is or was, and go through rubble to make certain that heavy equipment are not coming in, and God forbid, removing rubble if there is evidence, if there is a God forbid, a deceased person in that rubble. And we have to be certain about that. We have over 100 National Guard members that are being deployed specifically to Pine Island. And I'm proud to tell you, with the assistance of our great Governor Ron DeSantis, as of this morning at 0700 hours, we are working with FDOT to begin the construction of a temporary gravel bridge to get people on and off the island. These are very, very challenging times. When we first came out after the storm, we had thousands of calls holding, up to almost 4,000 calls holding. I'm proud to tell you that as of this morning, we've handled those calls and we are back to the normal operation of business and a new normal, okay? When you have thousands of calls holding, we prioritize those. But I'm glad that, and I'm happy to say that because of all my fellow brothers and sisters in law enforcement and everyone here, both local, state, and federal, we have been able to get back to handling our operating calls at a normal rate. We're doing everything we can possible at every level with all the key players and decision makers, not only for law and order, but making very difficult decisions that sometimes people don't agree with. And I want to send another message out to the people that don't. These are challenging times, to say the very least. There's way too much hate. How about, if you're upset, get out and do something productive and nice. Instead of bashing, instead of being out there spreading negativity, take that energy and walk next door and clean up debris on your neighbor's lawn. Go help someone, give water out to people that are in need, or food. Be a good person, because if everyone does that together, okay, we move forward in a much faster rate and the best we ever have. I'm certain, while we have taken a catastrophic hit here, I don't minimize that. We haven't seen devastation like this. We're standing, 60 yards away from a 100-foot boat that's thrown into a vehicle in the mangroves like it's nothing. We don't have immediate answers, but together as a team, we get those answers, and we make the right educated choices and decisions for safety and security and what's best for the residents of this county and the state. What I am certain of is that in closing, we will be better than ever. It's going to be a lengthy process. As sheriffs, we like to press a button and we fix what's wrong. Unfortunately, I can't do that. There's nothing I can say in words to bring loved ones back or to help someone get back into their home. It's going to be a process. But I'm certain during this process, we're going to move forward. And times like this is when people from all over, no matter what their differences are, this is not political. It doesn't matter who you are. This is being a good human being. And this is working hard and confidently moving forward with the choices and decisions that are made, because Lee County residents and the state of Florida have great residents. And that we are going to move together as a team to be the best we've ever been. We will regroup, we will rebuild, because that's what this country is, and that's why this is the best country in the world. We're going to be the best we can be moving forward. It's going to be a process. I appreciate you, and as the sheriff, I stand with all of you here, committed. The men and women out there 24/7 from all over, I've never seen such great attitudes in my life. As I walk around and get to talk to the people that have been out there working tirelessly around the nights from all over the states, who've left their loved ones behind. And sometimes they were in the middle of the aftermath of this storm, but just didn't face the devastation like this. They're all saying thank you and thanking us for being here. What a blessing is that for people to come from all over when that bell rings to come help us here in Lee County. I can't say thank you enough, again, to the people that have been out there, the public outreach and continuous people that want to help. And also the best way to help is try to keep the roadways clean. Try to stay off the roadways if possible, because we need everything. We're running lights and sirens to get to different missions. And the quicker we can get to these missions and move forward, the quicker we can recover. It's a blessing to serve all of you. I'll take some questions. So we've had 3 different cases of looting, and I will tell you it was very swift. We are not tolerating that.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:01 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 5:01 in the morning on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. What you're listening to is the latest update from the sheriff in Lee County, Florida. That is where Hurricane Ian did make landfall nearly 1 week ago as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour, leaving behind a trail of devastation. I do want to play the rest of this for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox as he answers reporter questions about the cleanup and the rescue efforts that are still underway.
That 0.1%, you go in that house, you're going to be carried out. I want to be very clear about that. We have law and order. Next question. Yes, sir. So at the very beginning, people that are unaccounted for, we talk about that. We had over 3,800 calls that we're holding, and the majority were welfare checks. Communication was down, and we know that even law enforcement had a very difficult time communicating because we weren't able to. But we've been working, the governor's been working with FPL, working with AT&T and all the providers to get those towers up immediately, and we've seen a huge benefit to that. It's unknown how many people are still missing, if they are, but that's why it's so critical for us to eliminate that traffic there, because we don't want someone going into, one, a place that's unsafe, or two, a place that's a potential crime scene, okay, where we have possibly someone that's deceased in rubble. We need to go through that process properly the first time because we get one chance. The death toll is up to 54. That's 54 more than I ever want to talk about here. But once we start going through this rubble, we're going to start making heads or tails. And I can tell you, I have people still calling things in saying they're looking for loved ones. And my heart's with them because, you know, a lot of times, and I pray to God it's communication, but sometimes it's not. So that's unknown exactly, but I can tell you we're working hard. And I'm confident in the next few days as this keeps unfolding, we're going to go from that search, rescue, recovery, slightly into the maintain and rebuild. And as those numbers change, I'm going to continuously brief you every day. And I think it's important to touch on this. I want to bring you information, one, that's vetted and factual. And two, I want to do that as fast as possible every day because there are so many people that want answers. And I understand and agree with that. I just want to keep bringing that information to you as soon as possible so that everyone that's watching knows what's going on. Most difficult part about the search and rescue is that it's rubble, and we have to identify a personal property. I mean, when things are washed away to the point where you can't identify a property, we have to identify the parcel. Now, we're working with our city, the beach mayor. We're working with our fellow brothers in the sheriff's office to identify those property with the teams and then see exactly what we have. And it's a very, it's tiresome. It's time consuming. You can't just walk in, check a building and leave. It's rubble. It's making certain that no one's under that rubble, God forbid. So it's quite a challenge, but it's a challenge that we're up for, and we're doing it every day, and we're making great. And folks, I want to also reiterate, I know the hit we took, and we all do. But we are making progress every single day here, every single day. While it might not look like it when you see a 100-foot yacht thrown in the mangroves, there's still tons of cleanup, and I'm not minimizing that. But we are making progress every day, sir.
Sheriff, I want to ask you, you said 800 rescues, which is a huge number. It raises the question, did the evacuation order work, and should it have been issued sooner?
You know, I said this yesterday. And a lot of people, and of course the press likes to make some kind of controversy as to, well, could you have done it better? Could you have done it sooner? I'm going to tell you this. We were not in the cone. These storms are very unpredictable, okay? And people have to listen. You know, you live in a place like Florida that is susceptible to hurricanes. This storm was supposed to go up to the Tampa sheriff, who I spoke to hours before it turned and hit us. I am confident in our county manager, our leaders, our governor, all of us in law enforcement, that we got that message out at the right time. Now, whether people listen to it, we can't force people out of their homes, but we can continuously say, look, mandatory evacuation, and some people have family that live across the East Coast. Okay, those family members came here because they said, oh, the storm's going to go hit Tampa. It's going to go. They all came here, and Mother Nature taught us a lesson. It's unpredictable, but I'm confident in the decisions that were made. And like I said yesterday, stand by them, and I wouldn't change anything. Next question. One second on the second one. I'm sorry. I'll do the first one first. So, okay. Okay, you're good. So at the EOC, okay, I can't give you information I don't know or we don't know. We have, well, let me get to that. Okay, I know you want your thirst to be first. You want to have answers, and I get it. But I'm going to tell you, we're not going to give you information that's, one, not vetted and factual just because you want it. I'm going to tell you that it's a process. And some people are not happy with that process, and that's too bad on them. When someone has a loved one, God forbid, in rubble, like we're looking at here, okay? Well, there's a proper way to give that family and that loved one the respect they deserve, and what absolutely we have to do. We have one chance to go in there, maintain a crime scene, and remove that body properly. I don't know if there's one person in here or 5. Now, as we compile that, and as the boots on the ground relay that information to the EOC, simultaneously the decision makers are sitting with FEMA, sitting with everybody, making and changing our direction every single minute, every hour, and reevaluating, reassessing to assure that we have the right tools on the ground to assess and do our job. That's why that number is unpredictable, because it can change as we go through. If you go into a building and we see we have 2 deceased, it's relatively easy to understand how to investigate it and how to close it out. When you go into rubble and or buildings that are not existent, it makes it a real challenge, and that's why there's a delay, and we have to deliver factual information.
For the folks that are anxious to get home, I know you're closing the beach. Do you have a timeline, any sense of how long you guys need to do that kind of work?
So again, every single day we're making progress. So for the folks that live on the beach that want to get to their home, I understand that, and I want to get them back as soon as possible. People have photo albums. They have a home. It's their life, and their life's been ripped away from them in a matter of minutes or hours or days. So my heart is with them. I just ask them, be as patient as possible. Right now, we're still in that search and rescue mode. Over 800 rescues. Folks, that's unbelievable. When you look at the catastrophic hit that we took and where we are now and the progress that's made, it's huge. So I want to focus on some of the positive things and the progress every day, because I do know we're going to build and be better than ever. But to those folks, I say to them, I understand, I'm with you. Just give us the patience, because right now we're still looking for lives and people that need to be rescued. And, you know, unfortunately, sometimes this death toll is going to go up, and we pray that it doesn't. Again, we have 54 deaths. If I had my way, I'd never say there's one. Okay, but we got hit hard. And in closing, I'll assure you a few things. One, we are going to pull together as we always do, and we are going to make certain that we move forward better than ever. I'm going to assure law and order at every level, utilizing our local, state, and federal partners. Sheriffs, my brother sheriffs from all over the state are coming in to help. And as a sheriff who's in charge of the law and order and safety and security, that takes a lot of weight off your shoulders to know that the help is here. Boots on the ground. And we're going to have law and order. And again, we don't have an issue, but I want to reiterate, and I want to be crystal clear. You walk into someone's house and you try to prey on someone who just took a hit like this, I can guarantee you, as the sheriff, you will walk in, you will be carried out. I ain't playing. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. That was the Lee County, Florida sheriff. We do know that Hurricane Ian did make landfall there last Wednesday. That is the area that is majorly impacted there. He has been holding news conferences every few days and posting videos on Facebook. As we do get some more information from him, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to a live image of a breaking news story that we are covering out of Central Florida. This is where a sheriff's deputy has been shot and killed. This is over in Polk County, Florida, which is between Tampa and Orlando. Sheriff Grady Judd said that 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant around 3 this morning for a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He says deputies did enter the trailer, quote unquote, successfully where those shots were fired. Judd did say ultimately one of our very young deputies, 21 years of age, did pass away as a result. He was with us for a short period of time. The deputy was taken to Lakeland Regional Hospital. That is the video you are looking at right now, right there, a live image. And unfortunately, he did pass away. The sheriff did not want to provide additional details, including the identity of the deputy, until that information can be released to the immediate family members. A procession is expected to take place here shortly, starting at the hospital. Any minute now, you can see that there are officers and deputies that are out there right now waiting for that procession to get underway. Officials will then head to the medical examiner's office. Several squad cars were staged at the emergency entrance there at Lakeland Regional Hospital. Again, that is the live image that you are looking at. Investigators did appear to be combing through the area with flashlights, moving in and out of wooded areas around the scene of this shooting. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but much more of your top stories from across the country and across the world coming up in just a few. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here. It is 8:16 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and just 5:16 on the West Coast. Again, thank you for being here, and I do want to get you right to some of our top stories right now. As we have been, we are covering the latest on Hurricane Ian and the aftermath. The remnants of the once powerful hurricane still bringing heavy rain to parts of the Northeast. That weakened storm does continue to dissipate even further this morning, and this is some drone video coming into our newsroom not too long ago showing Sanibel Island, that is around where the storm did make landfall last Wednesday. Around 440,000 people in Florida do remain without power after the storm made that landfall nearly 1 week ago last Wednesday here as a Category 4 storm with maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. Lee County, where the storm made that landfall, has 230,000 people that are still in the dark this morning. Neighboring Charlotte County has nearly 70,000 outages, so a lot of those are centered over in the southwest portion of the state. Florida Power and Light, the largest power company in the state, has said its crews are working around the clock to restore power to everyone who has been impacted. They say they're ahead of schedule and expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday, much quicker than they thought. Hurricane Ian wiped out the power for 2.6 million customers. Aaron Mesmer with our Fox 13 Tampa team has the latest as crews do work to restore power.
As of Monday morning, more than half of Sarasota County was still in the dark, and a good portion of Manatee County was as well. Now, this is one of 18 Florida Power and Light staging sites for power company crews throughout the state of Florida. We are told they're working 18-hour shifts to try to get the power restored to their customers as quickly as possible. Little by little,
the power is here and there, like one house may have it, the next house may not have it.
the lights are coming back on in Sarasota and Manatee counties.
Definitely by tomorrow, they said we would have power.
Joan Fulcino is running out of things to do in the dark.
I feel like I'm camping.
But she's staying positive because what she and her neighbors are trying to have plenty of is patience.
We were hooraying them when we saw the trucks this morning, so with some luck, they'll be able to fix ours.
That's the kind of support electrical crews are getting in Tampa Bay. Florida Power and Light has 21,000 workers in Florida from 30 states.
It's a lot of guys coming, from a lot of different places.
That includes Craig Hornbeck, whose team drove nearly 2 days from Fort Worth, Texas, and has been stationed at the Sarasota County Fairgrounds.
If stuff happens there, we want people to come help us, so we're more than happy to come out here and help and do whatever we can to help these people get their life somewhat back to normal.
FPL believes the workers are ahead of schedule. More than 80% of its 2.1 million customers who lost power during Hurricane Ian now have their electricity back. And the company expects to restore power to 95% of its customers by Friday, 2 days earlier than initially expected.
We understand how difficult it is to be without power, and that's why we're working around the clock to get their lights back on for them.
Some homeowners say even if it takes a little longer than they'd like, a little perspective is necessary.
We're grateful to have our homes, is right.
Yeah,
if we had that power, that water surge, we would have been floating somewhere.
And the state's emergency management director says the goal is to have power restored across the state of Florida by Sunday. In Sarasota, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
And they do tell us that they believe they could possibly have power back again for most people by Friday. President Biden and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, will travel to Florida tomorrow to see that devastation from Ian firsthand. We should learn more about the itinerary for that trip later on today. The president was in Puerto Rico just yesterday to survey the damage there from Hurricane Fiona, also a very powerful storm. Fiona made landfall September 18th as a Category 1 hurricane, knocking out power to the entire island. More than 137,000 people still remain without power, while another 66,000 are without water. Biden announced the administration will provide $60 million through last year's bipartisan infrastructure law to help Puerto Rico shore up levees, strengthen flood walls, and create a new flood warning system so the island will be better prepared for future storms. This right here, video as he did depart the White House and head over to Puerto Rico. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more on that.
President Biden in Puerto Rico meeting with families and community leaders. It's the first of 2 scheduled visits this week to devastated areas. Hurricane Fiona rocked the island about 2 weeks ago, leaving many without power, and still 120,000 homes and businesses are managing without. And then there are the billions of dollars in damage.
Right now, Puerto Rico is in a full recovery mode.
It may have been a Category 1 storm, but Puerto Rico is still trying to rebuild its infrastructure after Hurricane Maria hit 5 years ago.
We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future.
During his trip, President Biden announced $60 million in federal funds to shore up levees and flood walls and create a flood warning system. This administration is trying to ward off critics who came after former President Trump for not doing enough fast enough when Maria struck. The current president admits the island has been slighted in the past.
Because they haven't been taken very good care of.
Still, some accuse the Biden White House of slow-walking aid. Others fear the U.S. territory will be left behind in the shadow of Hurricane Ian. Lawmakers are pledging support.
We'll do everything we can, we always have, to support Puerto Rico now in the recovery after this yet another devastating storm.
The administration says it still has a strong team in Puerto Rico helping with the recovery and intend to make sure they have everything they need. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Thank you so much. We do have crews that are all over the state of Florida covering this from each and every angle. That includes Fox News, Fox Weather, Fox 13 Tampa, and Fox 35 Orlando. The great thing about Live Now from Fox is we are a culmination of all of our local stations. We are able to bring you just about everything going on in every place where we have an affiliate, and I can tell you that is a lot of locations. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been providing multiple briefings daily with the latest information regarding Ian. That does include power restoration. We don't know just yet today when his next briefing will be, but when we do find out, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered along with the briefing itself. More than 2,000 people have been rescued so far from the flooded areas that are along Florida's southwest coast. This video actually shows some from Fort Myers Beach, which is right near where the storm hit. The information provided by the National Guard that more than 2,000 people have been rescued. The U.S. Coast Guard has been helping to evacuate Pine Island in that same area. That's one of the hardest hit areas in Lee County, where the storm made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane last Wednesday with maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. At least 2.5 million people were ordered to evacuate Florida ahead of that storm. Ian, so powerful that it caused part of the Sanibel Causeway to collapse. Fox Weather's Max Gordon takes a closer look at the efforts to rescue those who are still on that area.
Right now I'm at Southwest Florida International Airport, and while commercial flight operations are suspended until Wednesday, right now this is being used as a launching pad for aid flights. Behind me is a National Guard helicopter about to take off and bring supplies and troops over to a remote island that's been cut off by Hurricane Ian. The death count from Hurricane Ian continues to rise, with scenes of devastation all over the Fort Myers area. Trees down, boats in streets, power poles bent over. Electricity is slowly being restored, but hundreds of thousands are still in the dark. Meanwhile, gas remains in short supply with long lines at stations that do have fuel, but help is on the way. Around 5,200 National Guard members are working as part of Joint Task Force Florida. They're manning food and water distribution sites, clearing roads, and they've also rescued and evacuated more than 1,500 people using boats, helicopters, and trucks.
Help is coming. We will be on ground. If you see us if you see a soldier in uniform walking around, please come out, greet him, tell us what you need, and we'll provide that service for you if we're capable.
Today, President Biden is taking a tour of Puerto Rico to survey hurricane damage there. Then he heads up north to southwest Florida, where he's going to survey the damage in this part of the country. In Fort Myers, Florida, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Thank you so much to Max and our Fox Weather friends. You can actually go and download their app. It does have all the weather-related news and a radar system that you can keep an eye on everything going on weather-wise. Just head over to the Apple Store or Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather, and download that app. Again, we are getting images showing that extreme devastation after the Category 4 storm did make landfall last Wednesday. Nearly 1 week later, that devastation remains, and some areas of southwest Florida will never be the same. We're also hearing stories from survivors who may have passed away if not for building codes or their neighbors. A lot of different very touching and emotional stories. Fox 13 Tampa, they bring us one of them.
You're expecting the worst, but you can't believe it's this bad. I mean, this is all we have left. I mean, we cried.
A heartbreaking weekend for those returning to Fort Myers Beach for the first time since Hurricane Ian left its mark. Driving through town, it's complete devastation. You see homes ripped to pieces, few walls still standing.
Look at this. This is like a bomb went off. Looks like our neighbor's building crashed into ours. That's the green building. So I'm sure it was just a domino effect. Boom, boom, boom.
Scott Safford lived on the beach and oversaw more than 100 vacation rentals.
Today, I went in my office and I saw our key box of all the keys for all our properties. And I'm like, wow. I don't think these keys are going to work very well.
But his loss goes much deeper.
I have a couple friends on the beach that didn't make it, and some that are still missing. We, hope for the best, fear the worst, but a business can be rebuilt, replaced. It's our employees we're so worried about. It's our friends that have lost their lives.
Search and rescue crews continue to comb the beach looking for signs of life.
There's more urban search and rescue teams in Florida now than in any one place in American history since September 11th.
But when the focus shifts from rescues to recovery, Scott says,
yeah, we're not running. We're going to be here. Our heart and soul's on the island. We're going to rebuild.
And thank you so much to our teams there for the latest information. We will continue to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you to that breaking news that we were telling you about earlier. This is out of Central Florida, where a sheriff's deputy has been shot and killed. This is happening in Polk County. It's also in Polk City between Tampa and Orlando. The sheriff there, Grady Judd, said that 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant around 3 a.m. over on Foxtown South for a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He said deputies entered the trailer successfully and those shots were fired. Ultimately, a 21-year-old deputy was killed. Judd said, quote, "He was with us for a short period of time." That deputy was taken to Lakeland Regional Hospital. That's the live image you are looking at there, where he did pass away. The sheriff not providing additional details just yet, including the deputy's identity, until that information there can be provided to all immediate family members and as well as the other sheriff's office employees. We are expecting a procession to take place at the hospital at some point in the next few minutes. That is going to be coming up soon. We will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. If you look there, we do have a shot on the ground, but also you can see up to the top left, that is where the procession will begin. A lot of his fellow deputies are out there right now. They have been there praying, speaking with each other, and leaning on each other for support ahead of that procession. Again, this is going on in Polk County, Florida, which is between Tampa and Orlando. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more on this story and the Hurricane Ian recovery coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:32 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and now 5:32 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right before the break, we did tell you about that developing story out of Central Florida. That is where a 21-year-old deputy was shot and killed while serving a warrant there in Polk County. That's between Tampa and Orlando. We do expect that a procession will get underway here in the next few minutes, so we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. It does appear that procession is now underway, so let's bring you out there live, raw, and unfiltered.
Yeah, we can see his body.
And I do want to turn down just a bit of that audio there, but I do want to play part of the procession. You could see, obviously, the body carried out of that hospital there in Lakeland, loaded onto a truck, and we will watch several deputies lead that body over to the medical examiner's office, where they will work to perform an autopsy, and it is likely there will be a funeral in the coming days here. Not sure on the details, as all of this is just developing this morning. If you are watching us, just turning on the TV here, I do want to go over the latest information we do have on this breaking news out of Central Florida. A sheriff's deputy, 21 years old, shot and killed on the job this morning. This is in Polk County between Tampa and Orlando. The sheriff there said 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant around 3 a.m. over on Foxtown South for a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He said deputies entered the trailer, quote, successfully, where shots were then fired. Quote, ultimately, one of our very young deputies, 21 years of age, died. He was with us for a short period of time. That is a quote from Sheriff Grady Judd. He did give a fairly brief news conference right after this all happened to announce that the deputy had passed away. That deputy taken to Lakeland Regional Hospital, where he did die. The sheriff not providing additional details. That includes the name of that deputy until all of the family members and work family members can be informed. That procession taking place right now as his body is led over to the medical examiner's office from that hospital in Lakeland. Several squad cars staged at the emergency entrance, as you see there at Lakeland Regional Hospital, after the shooting. Investigators did appear to be combing through the area with flashlights around the scene of that shooting. Still hours later, moving in and out of wooded areas and different structures on the property. Now, it's unclear if there are any other injuries in this shooting incident. This all does remain under investigation and is happening as we speak. We are working to get more information, and it is likely that Sheriff Grady Judd will have some more information for us later on today. But for now, I do want to leave you with this image that does show that procession, which is officially underway as the body of that 21-year-old fallen deputy is transported over from the hospital to the medical examiner's office there in Polk County, Florida, between Orlando and Tampa. And there goes the procession for that 21-year-old Florida deputy who was shot and killed on the job this morning. His body being transported from the hospital there in Polk County, Florida, between Orlando and Tampa, over to the medical examiner's office where an autopsy will be performed. I want to hang on this image as this procession is underway here, and there should be some audio of the vehicles as they do travel. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are looking at a live procession underway for a fallen Florida deputy. This happening in Central Florida, and it is breaking news that we are following. That sheriff's deputy shot and killed on the job. This is over in Polk County, which is between Tampa and Orlando. The sheriff there said that 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant on a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He said the deputies entered a trailer where shots were fired. That 21-year-old did not survive. The deputy was taken to Lakeland Regional Hospital, which you see right there, where he did pass away from his injuries. The sheriff not providing additional details just yet on the incident and not providing that deputy's name, saying that he wants to make sure the entire family and all of his work family is informed before releasing that to the public. The procession right now taking place from the hospital over to the medical examiner's office. Several squad cars had been staged at the emergency entrance at Lakeland Regional Hospital after that shooting. Now, as far as the shooting scene itself, the investigation is still underway. Investigators appearing to be combing through the area with flashlights, moving in and out of wooded areas and different structures on the property. It is not clear if there are any other injuries, but again, we do know that a 21-year-old Florida deputy has been shot and killed. His body right now being transported from the hospital in Lakeland over to the medical examiner's office where an autopsy will be performed. As we do get more information on this breaking story, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:44 on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. I want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more on this breaking story and the latest on Hurricane Ian and the recovery efforts. That is all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us for the latest breaking news 24/7. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to our coverage of what was once a very powerful Hurricane Ian. You can see the destruction there in southwest Florida remains. It is unbelievable to see the images that are coming out of there. Ian did make a second U.S. landfall last Friday afternoon, and this time it was near Georgetown, South Carolina, which is between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. The damage not quite to this level. Now, at the time of that landfall, Ian had maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour, making it a Category 1 storm. Ian's first landfall was 2 days prior to that near Sanibel Island, Florida, west of the heavily populated Fort Myers area. The storm at that time was a powerful Category 4 with winds of 150 miles per hour. The damage in the Fort Myers area is extensive, as you're seeing right there. Fox Weather's Robert Ray takes us closer.
Last Wednesday, Hurricane Ian came ashore in southwest Florida as a violent and mighty Category 4 storm.
Yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this.
Soon after landfall, the storm surge took hold of the region. Fort Myers Beach and other barrier islands became submerged in water from the Gulf of Mexico as waves came ashore aided by strong wind gusts over 100 miles per hour.
In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet.
Just miles inland, historic downtown Fort Myers, with record surge pushed with tenacity, flooding streets and crashing large vessels, tossing them around like tinker toys. Nearly a week later, destruction on the coastline is catastrophic. From the air, the power and energy of Ian is on display and widespread.
Right now, we have to go with the motion. We have no idea. There's no power, no water.
More than 2,000 residents have been rescued and evacuated. Coast Guard is in the air and on the water. The Army National Guard is distributing water and supplies, and search and rescue missions are ongoing in the impacted communities. James Ludway and Lois Ostrov found their paradise back in 2015, here on the inlet across from Fort Myers Beach. They evacuated last week and came back on Monday.
Well, this was my home. You know, I keep saying I want to go home. This was my home, you know, so now we've lost it, and like everybody else on the beach, we have to start over.
Nibble is the name of my boat.
Now their boat is wedged between their house and their neighbors. The inside is ridden with mud and salt water.
Geez, it's going to take years. I have a feeling some people aren't even going to come back here and look at these trailers. The insurance company will have to take a look at them, and they'll probably just munch them up and throw them away, and in some type of, they'll have to make a dump someplace.
I heard the minister of the Baptist church on the beach talking today, and he said that people are going to go away and they're not going to come back. They're making new lives for themselves and they're not going to come back. So I don't know what Fort Myers will even ever be.
And that's what a lot of people are asking, is what is the future for these locations like Sanibel Island, Pine Island over there, as well as Fort Myers and Naples. They all saw extensive damage as a result. I do want to touch on South Carolina just a little bit here. The governor speaking over the weekend, saying that there is damage and flooding there, adding that his state did have no Ian-related deaths and the state was, quote, back in business. The storm made landfall in South Carolina as a Category 1 storm, and it was the first hurricane to make landfall in South Carolina since Matthew back in 2016. Peak winds of 92 miles per hour were reported at Charleston Harbor. Now, at one point prior to landfall in Florida, Ian reached Category 4 status with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. That is the highest classification for a hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Ian was one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the U.S., bringing record high storm surge and catastrophic flooding. The tropical storm force winds extended outward up to 415 miles. Now, for context, the distance from Tampa to the Gulf Coast side of the state over to, to Daytona Beach on the Atlantic side is just 140 miles. As I've mentioned, we do have crews with Fox News, Fox Weather, Fox 13 Tampa, and Fox 35 Orlando that are following this from each and every angle. I do want to take you over to Fox News' Lauren Blanchard with a look at Naples, Florida.
Southwest Florida will have a very long rebuild after Ian, even as rescuers continue to look for survivors. Days after Ian tore through Florida, many roads and bridges along the southwest coast remain impassable. Officials warn the situation could get worse as lakes and rivers continue to overflow. Residents are wading through high water and traveling by boat to see what's left of their homes.
My husband just walked back to our place, hopefully to check it out to see what kind of damage we have. And I'm just standing here worried until he gets back.
People who will need to rebuild now face the daunting question of where to even start.
They have to make something work. I mean, they put their life efforts into their businesses.
On barrier islands cut off by the storm, rescue crews are arriving by helicopter, going door to door in hopes of finding anyone still stranded. Some residents taken to safety say they underestimated Ian's power.
It was much bigger than we had anticipated, so I think it would have been a different decision had we known.
Hundreds of thousands of Floridians remain without electricity or clean drinking water. Thousands of utility crews have come in from across the country to help.
Once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, to other parts of Florida.
President Biden and the First Lady getting a look at Hurricane Fiona damage in Puerto Rico today. Then on Wednesday, they'll be here in Southwest Florida to see what Ian left behind. In Naples, Florida, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And as I mentioned, we are a culmination of our different Fox affiliates as well as working with Fox News and Fox Weather to bring you everything going on across the country and across the world. Do want to show you just some of the flooding that they are experiencing across central Florida. We're talking more inland here. This is Volusia County, which is over toward the Orlando area. You can see the water so high that several of those cars are submerged, and some of the homes that are built a bit higher up because they are closer to water, well, the water is making its way inside. Over to Geneva, that area that is a little bit closer toward the Fort Myers and Naples area. Our Fox 35 team following this with the latest.
We are behind a house in Geneva, and you could just see how devastating the flooding is. This is the homeowner's deck, which is just completely full with water. And I'm going to show you how deep it goes here. Just keep going. Keeps on going. Whoop. And there we are, almost 4 feet of water at the front of their deck. And the homeowner said back there, the water rose about 7 feet. So you could see what people in this area are dealing with. Some residents near Lake Harney unsure if they will need to evacuate as the water creeps toward their homes.
But yeah, now it just keeps on rising. It won't stop.
Is that kind of scary?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking for sure.
Streets were completely flooded near Mullet Park Road in Geneva. We are in a boat right now. A lovely neighbor here in Geneva allowed us to see the devastating flooding in the area right now, and you could just see how much floodwaters there are in what should be the street right now where we're in a boat. A lot of these residents were able to evacuate safely, but there are still people who are coming back by boat to get some of their belongings. Some Seminole County residents were pumping water out of their homes today. Others who evacuated came back to their houses by canoe to collect belongings. We are at a house in Geneva, and you can see just how flooded the basement is over here. Really devastating for this family. They tried to get everything out in time, but of course you can just see how much water is in there. Daniel Smith brought us to his neighborhood by boat to see just how high the water is.
I feel like it's total devastation out here, and these people are all good neighbors. Everybody's lending a hand to help everybody out, and you know, that's what we're going to do out here.
We joined teams who are passing out cases of water to families in need. This is one of the houses in Geneva where we delivered some water and we're helping these people here. You can see this is their handicap ramp, but if you go this way, you can see just how quickly the water gets deep. And this is why some people are kind of either stuck in their houses or they chose to evacuate.
We've been here since '79. It's happened 4 or 5 times.
Has it been this bad?
No. This is the worst.
The Seminole County Fire Department said from yesterday to this morning, the water rose about 2 inches, and they say this flooding is far from over. So if you haven't evacuated and you still want to, please call 911. Reporting in Geneva, Stephanie Buffmonti, Fox 35 News. We are behind a house in Geneva, and you could just...
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team for providing that report. We do appreciate it. What you're looking at is more of the video out of Geneva, which is where that reporter just was, providing us that information. So many people throughout the southwest and central portions of Florida were actually flooded out of their homes as Ian dropped catastrophic amounts of rain. Fox 35 Orlando's Valerie Bowie brings us up to one of the shelters helping those people in need.
Well, right now I am at the Heritage Park shelter where you could see all sorts of goodies for residents who are staying here. There's tables set up over here. This arena was actually turned into a shelter. You could see cots in the distance. And if you take a look down to the right, over at that table, there's even toys for the children who come here to stay.
This is such a blessing to be able to go get clothes and toys for your children when they lost everything.
I lost everything.
Residents from around Osceola County, including Good Samaritan Village, arrived by bus after being flooded out of their homes.
It's been a nightmare, basically.
Donna Mosley says this is the 3rd shelter they've been to.
We had to move out of the first one because it was an elementary school. Now they just moved us from the Civic Center.
Edwin Sharon says there's no way back home where people were rescued by the National Guard and airboats.
Good Samaritan Village is flooded up to the max.
It's very clean. It's quiet.
After going inside, they immediately feel a relaxing vibe. Donna walks in with a new air mattress and bedding donated from the people she works with.
Orange County Corrections, they came yesterday and took me shopping. I'm very blessed that they're helping me.
And Edwin was able to find something in the donation section.
I got some new hats, and I just took a bag of pants and some shirts.
So despite losing everything in this retirement community, it's incredible that they're still able to count their blessings.
Believe in God and anything is possible. Accept things you cannot change and be grateful.
And there's plenty of room here at Heritage Park for people who need a place to stay. In Kissimmee, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
Thank you so much. Want to head over to Northport, where, guess what? They are dealing with a lot of flooding. They're also dealing with quite a bit in the way of damage. That is after Hurricane Ian did make landfall last Wednesday as a Category 4 hurricane. We're talking a major hurricane that came very close to Category 5 status, making landfall near Sanibel Island, that is over in the Fort Myers area. 1 week later, there is still a lot left to clean up, and the recovery efforts are definitely underway. I want to head over to our Fox 13 Tampa team as they bring us this report from Northport, Florida.
And within the last 2 days, volunteers, the National Guard, and San Pedro Catholic Church here in Northport have helped more than 5,000 people in the community, distributing food, water, and ice. And the point of distribution will remain as residents continue to have need. Robert Scott Thompson Jr. has a few ways to get in and out of Northport Estates.
Pretty bad. We just got through with this, but it was up to about here. So it's still about 3 foot of water.
This helps him and his sons, Caleb and Colby, from having to wade in and out.
A couple hurricanes have came through and it's gotten pretty bad, but this is unbelievable. For being 5 days since and there's still this much water.
The city of Northport says water is receding, but in certain areas, including the estates, it remains high. In some places, it's still 3 to 4 feet deep.
Our home is, underwater. We had about 1 foot to 2 feet in our house that's now receded out of our house. The water is still at my front door at least ankle deep.
Lisa Robinson, her family, and neighbor were helped by a Good Samaritan over the weekend. They had evacuated, but had a few essentials they desperately needed, including medication.
We assumed that it would be gone and over within a couple of days, and that's just not the case.
Last year, Hurricane Elsa flooded neighborhoods, but the city says this is the worst flooding they've seen, calling it historic. In some areas, water reached levels of 8 to 10 feet.
We still know that we have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of hardship out there in our community. We want you to know that we're still evacuating people as necessary. Please reach out to us in any way you can. Please hang in there. Know that we care, know that we hear you, and know that we are not giving up until we make sure this city is back to where we want it to be.
For now, residents who continue to deal with the floodwater are doing the best they can and are hopeful they can return soon to begin cleaning up and restarting once more.
We just got to rebuild day by day. Neighbors are neighbors, and we'll help everybody out that we can.
And the city of Northport says they've gotten calls from Northport Estates saying that residents who are stuck in their homes need supplies. The city says that they cannot deliver supplies. They need those people to evacuate. And at this point in time, they want everyone to stay safe. From Northport, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
All right, I want to head back out to Sanibel Island, Florida. You can see that is around the area where Hurricane Ian did make landfall, and we know that a portion of the Sanibel Causeway did collapse as a result of the heavy rain and very powerful winds there. This is drone footage that shows some of that damage on the island, and many people there have said that island will never look the same. So around 440,000 people in the state of Florida do remain without power this morning after that storm made landfall nearly 1 week ago. Lee County, where the storm did make landfall, that's where Sanibel Island is, has 230,000 people still in the dark. Neighboring Charlotte County has nearly 70,000 outages, and Florida Power and Light, the largest power company in the state, says that crews are working around the clock to restore that power to everyone impacted, and they say they are ahead of schedule and expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday. We did get this report from Fox News providing a little bit more information about the efforts to restore power to everyone affected.
Hundreds of thousands of Floridians still without power following Hurricane Ian. Utility crews in Bradenton Beach trying to get the lights back on for residents and businesses.
It's been pretty stressful because we're working long hours, long days.
Marquise Johnson works for Agostino Utilities and is based in Philadelphia. He and his crew started heading to Florida on Tuesday before the storm hit so they could be close by and ready to help get power back to these communities once the weather cleared.
It's pretty tough for them and for us, you know, because the type of work we do is dangerous, and then the people that have respirators and stuff. So we're pretty much helping the people out here.
This utility worker helping to restore power at a mobile home park in Bradenton. He told me he's from Kansas. He was working on a rafter that broke off and was pushed to the middle of the power line during strong winds. People in the community are so grateful for the work they're doing.
I told them, hey, even though I know you're getting paid, you're not at home. It's good, you know, it's a Sunday. You could be home, you could be at a bar. You're out here getting us fired up.
And once these crews restore power in this area of Manatee County, the work isn't done.
We're pretty much everywhere, so wherever they need people the most, that's where they send us. You know, once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places, other parts of Florida.
Want to take you back to this video that does show the damage. Again, we're talking Sanibel Island, Fort Myers, and Naples, all of Lee County seeing that extensive damage when the storm did make landfall with those winds of 150 miles per hour. The death toll from the storm does remain unclear at this point. Some reports saying that the number is more than 100 in Florida alone. However, the state's medical examiners have the final say as to whether a death is or is not storm related. As for the Medical Examiner Commission's latest official update last night, there are 68 confirmed Ian-related deaths in the state of Florida. The sheriff's office in Charlotte County, which is the county adjacent to where the storm made landfall, has said they have 21 additional deaths that are not included in that final total. If factored in, that would make the death toll 89 just in the state of Florida. We also know that 4 people were killed in North Carolina and 3 over in Cuba. I do want to take you to a man who was in Fort Myers at the time, and he recalls what he heard, what he saw as the storm moved through.
Willows Drive directly on the back bay, so we saw firsthand the storm.
Tell me about that experience.
It's something you really can't explain. You know, the storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet. And then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house, but the elevation is 17 foot, so the house itself was just fine. So, other than losing power and water and everything, it was an inconvenience for a couple of days, but fortunately we built according to the new codes, and it's fine.
That's good to hear. Obviously, you've been through several hurricanes. You've been in Florida for
yes,
a long time.
I've seen many hurricanes.
How does this one compare?
Oh, it's worse than anything I couldn't even imagine this. So it is a very experience that you wouldn't want to experience again. That's all. I don't believe I would probably stay if I had the forecast that we had for this one. But we were under the impression it was going to go to Tampa, more so than it was here. But I guess it took the path of Charlie almost. So it's a matter of, like I said, where I live, my home is a new constructed home, and it is built by the codes that can handle 160 miles an hour and 17-foot elevation. So we felt we should be okay, and which we were. So,
John, was there ever a moment where you were getting scared?
Yeah, when I lost my interior stairway because it floated up. When the seas broke out all the knockout walls that are supposed to, protect your home. The knockout walls came out. Some of the doorways that should have held up didn't hold up, and took out my stairway, and my next door neighbor's house that came apart.
All right, that will conclude our Hurricane Ian coverage for the moment, but I do want to get back to some breaking news where a procession is now underway for a deputy who was shot and killed this morning while on the job. What you are watching is that procession underway. This is coming out of Central Florida. This is in Polk County, which is between Tampa and Orlando. The sheriff there saying that 4 deputies were serving a felony warrant around 3 this morning for a suspect who failed to appear in court on a felony meth charge. He says that deputies entered the trailer where those gunshots were fired, and unfortunately, a very young deputy, 21 years old, passed away at the hospital as a result. Grady Judd, the sheriff there in Polk County, saying, quote, "He was with us for a short period of time." His body has now been transported in this procession from Lakeland Regional Hospital, where he did pass away, over to the medical examiner's office, where an autopsy will be performed. Sheriff Grady Judd has not released at this point any additional information about what happened and if the suspect is in custody. As we work to get that information, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 over on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of the impact of Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Fiona coming up in just a few minutes. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:13 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one that we are covering right here is the latest information as the recovery efforts do continue in Southwest Florida and in Central Florida after Hurricane Ian made landfall last Wednesday as a very powerful Category 4 storm, really just shy of Category 5 status, the highest classification for a hurricane. Let's take you to more of the video. This is coming to us just out of Orlando, Florida. This is north in Seminole County, where you can see how high that water is. This is an area that doesn't necessarily see that much water. We know that the St. Johns River in this area over the weekend really started to rise, and that is when more residents in the Sanford, Florida area had to be evacuated. Our Fox 35 Orlando team takes a closer look at the flooding in that county.
This is the deepest right here. Our water pump and well pumps are underwater, and the AC pump, it's only got that much, it'll be covered up.
Don Kinch says his house was fine as the weekend came to an end. Now, though, he's weighing whether he needs to evacuate.
The road curves down closer to the lake over here, and a lot of people now, as of yesterday, started getting water in their houses. But the day before, when the storm came in, it was about where that boat was.
Many of these homes flooded 5 years ago. Some have even built their homes higher since then. Fox 35 reported on that after Irma. Now, at least 2 of those raised homes are inaccessible because of the flooding. How's this compared to Irma?
A lot worse. A lot worse.
Some are on the verge of flooding despite their homes being higher up.
We didn't think it would be this bad. This is the worst. This right here, because last time, the last hurricane we had, it came up right about here, and everybody stayed cool. I even think his house didn't get water, but now he's got water.
And right there, that is nearby Volusia County, where you can see people wading through the water. These cars are essentially submerged, or at least partially submerged in some areas, and the homes in that area are built higher up because they know that flooding can happen. Unfortunately, though, they were not high enough because the water did rise so high that it was able to seep into those homes. Again, we are expecting some kind of update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis today. We have not received his agenda just yet. Normally we do, and he has provided several updates each and every day since the storm made landfall. Once we do get information on when he is going to speak, we will bring that to you, and then when he does speak, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox as we do. Our Fox 13 Tampa team helps break down everything we've seen over the last week.
So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues in the USAR teams.
Nearly a week after the storm hit, rescue crews are still working around the clock to reach people stranded in some of the hardest hit areas of Florida's Gulf Coast. Washed out bridges and roadways making the task difficult, especially in coastal communities still dealing with flooding. But in a small sign of progress, Lee County officials say the Florida Department of Transportation is already helping to rebuild a temporary bridge to Pine Island, currently only accessible by boat and air.
We still expect for that bridge to be, the temporary bridge to be completed within the next 5 to 8 days.
The state's emergency management director also expects most people could have power and water restored by Sunday.
We've laid out a very good plan, very good strategy on how to get that done.
While recovery efforts continue, Lee County officials are also facing questions over why they issued evacuation orders just 24 hours before Ian's landfall, a concern Governor DeSantis dismissed.
We should be focusing on lifting people up and stop incessantly talking and trying to cast aspersions on people that were doing the best job they could with imperfect information.
Well, during an address from FEMA headquarters last Thursday, President Biden said, quote, "This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history." The president added that early reports indicated a likely, quote, "substantial loss of life." President Biden and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, will travel to Florida tomorrow to see the devastation from Ian firsthand. We should learn more about the itinerary for that trip at some point today. The president was in Puerto Rico yesterday to survey the damage there from Hurricane Fiona, which hit beforehand. Fiona made landfall on September 18th as a Category 1 hurricane, knocking out power to the entire island. More than 137,000 people still remain without power, while another 66,000 customers are without water. Biden announced the administration will provide $60 million through last year's bipartisan infrastructure law to help Puerto Rico shore up levees, strengthen flood walls, and create a new flood warning system so the island will be better prepared for future storms. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more for us.
President Biden in Puerto Rico meeting with families and community leaders. It's the first of 2 scheduled visits this week to devastated areas. Hurricane Fiona rocked the island about 2 weeks ago, leaving many without power, and still 120,000 homes and businesses are managing without. And then there are the billions of dollars in damage.
Right now, Puerto Rico is in a full recovery mode.
It may have been a Category 1 storm, but Puerto Rico is still trying to rebuild its infrastructure after Hurricane Maria hit 5 years ago.
We're going to make sure you get every single dollar promised. And I'm determined to help Puerto Rico build faster than in the past and stronger and better prepared for the future.
During his trip, President Biden announced $60 million in federal funds to shore up levees and flood walls and create a flood warning system. This administration is trying to ward off critics who came after former President Trump for not doing enough fast enough when Maria struck. The current president admits the island has been slighted in the past.
Because they haven't been taken very good care of.
Still, some accuse the Biden White House of slow-walking aid. Others fear the U.S. territory will be left behind in the shadow of Hurricane Ian. Lawmakers are pledging support.
We'll do everything we can, we always have, to support Puerto Rico now in the recovery after this yet another devastating storm.
The administration says it still has a strong team in Puerto Rico helping with the recovery and intend to make sure they have everything they need. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
More of the video coming into our newsroom here. You can see the flooding that is essentially taking place all across parts of southwest Florida and central Florida. This, of course, as a result of that very powerful storm, Hurricane Ian, that made landfall last Wednesday. More than 2,000 people have been rescued so far from the flooded areas along Florida's southwest coast. That information is the latest provided by the National Guard. The U.S. Coast Guard has been helping to evacuate Pine Island. That's one of the hardest hit areas in Lee County, where the storm did make landfall with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour, again last Wednesday. At least 2.5 million people were ordered to evacuate Florida ahead of the storm. Ian is so powerful that it caused part of the Sanibel Causeway to collapse, making it impossible to travel from Barrier Island over to land. Our Fox 35 Orlando team takes a closer look at those rescues that are still underway, thanks to the National Guard helping out.
Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area.
All right, go ahead.
Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
It's pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
We're also getting a look inside some of the shelters there in Southwest Florida. At one point prior to landfall in Florida, Ian reached Category 4 status with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, the highest classification for a hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Ian was one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the U.S., bringing record high storm surge and catastrophic flooding. The tropical storm force winds extended outward up to 415 miles. As for the storm scale itself, a system with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour or higher is a hurricane. 39 to 74 miles per hour is a tropical storm, and anything under 39 miles per hour is a tropical depression. Ian delivered the third highest storm surge to Key West since 1913, more than 1 century ago. This will be remembered as one of the biggest storms to hit the U.S. Back to those shelters here, you can see some people are not able to leave just yet because they don't know exactly what they're going back to, and some roads are still flooded. Our Fox 35 Orlando team takes a closer look.
You need help?
20-year-old Kenya Taylor and her family of 7 are now living in the gym of Venice High School.
Yep. And then turn it this way.
They came here after being rescued from their Northport home that was destroyed by Hurricane Ian by boat, with only a few belongings and the clothes on their backs.
We was walking, like hiking with our bags and stuff like that with the kids. We finally got to a church and they told us that they was going to take us to shelter.
They've been here for 3 days, and despite the circumstances, Kenya is using her time to pass along positivity and help the people around her sleeping area.
I help watch other people's kids and stuff like that, especially if they have to use the restroom. I understand what stress they're in. Oh, hey, what you doing? You don't have to be like unkind. You don't have to be unkind at all. We all go through the same struggles.
Kenya and her family are a few of nearly 400 people from Sarasota County posting up on school grounds. Principal Zoltan Karesli says right now they can stay as long as they need, and volunteers are working in 24/7 shifts to make them as comfortable as possible.
We basically have a group of people that are helping us get people organized to have lunch in the cafeteria, to obviously shelter in the gyms. We have other rooms for people that need, medically dependent.
Venice High School students and teachers are volunteering. Public buses and private cars are transporting people to check on their homes or go to places like work.
Residents come in, we have them check in, and of course we have them tell us if they have dogs or cats.
Administrators didn't want to turn away people that had pets, so I am now standing in what was the boys' locker room, and now where dogs are being kept and cats are kept separately in another classroom. For residents like Nancy Buffalini, being able to keep her dog by her side eases a little stress. She's taking this day by day and is grateful for the little things.
This woman at the front told me, we're going to take care of you, we're going to feed you, and you're going to get a shower. And that's when I started to cry.
Regina Gonzalez, Fox 13 News.
And thank you to Regina Gonzalez. You might remember she used to work at LiveNOW from Fox for quite a while, so we appreciate her reporting now from Fox 13 Tampa. I also do want to bring you some new information that we just got into our newsroom here. The sheriff of Lee County, Florida, is going to host a press conference at a marina near the base of the bridge that is damaged at about 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning in reference to Hurricane Ian and the recovery updates. Lee County is where the storm did make landfall as a Category 4 with those maximum winds of 150 miles per hour nearly 1 week ago. We're talking about last Wednesday. A lot of rescues are still underway at this point, and the Lee County Sheriff will hold that news conference at 11 this morning. It's not clear, though, if we will be able to get that, as we know that cell phone service and internet in that area is very spotty. But once we do get some kind of feed from him, we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It's another issue that I hate to even talk about, but unfortunately we do have to discuss it, and that is scammers. As we've seen, some people are already reaching out trying to scam those who are impacted by this storm. We are going to have much more on that coming up right after the break, but I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. After that, we will have more of our coverage of Hurricane Ian. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:30 in the morning if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 6:30 if you are on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. And our Hurricane Ian recovery coverage does continue right now. I want to give you an update on those power outages. Nearly 450,000 people in the state of Florida are still without power, and the water in several areas here still very high. This is video out of Fort Myers where you can see just how high that water was, and several boats there were washed onto shore. We also did see that some of them hit houses and apartment buildings because they were washed so far onto shore by that water. So Fox Corporation has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support their Hurricane Ian relief efforts. The Red Cross is on the ground providing aid and resources. Those include shelter, meals, medical supplies, and more for people who have been impacted by this powerful storm. You can join Fox in supporting the Red Cross relief efforts and help people affected by Hurricane Ian. Just grab your phone here, hold it in front of the screen, and we're going to put up a QR code that you can take a look at, and you'll be able to scan it in your camera app, and then you can hit a button right there and you can make that donation. Want to get back to a story that we were talking about a bit earlier, and that is, unfortunately, people are out there and they are trying to scam those hurricane victims. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has an update here from the Better Business Bureau.
Not even a week since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida, and we're already seeing people swindled into handing over money.
We know that people will fall victim. We know that millions of dollars will be lost to these types of scams.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office taking to social media, warning people of potential scams. People are reportedly being asked to pay an application fee for FEMA assistance or insurance reimbursement. In the post, they write, "This is a scam. FEMA and insurance will never ask for a fee to process your claim."
You do not have to apply to FEMA or to any government programs for assistance. You should not have to pay to application, pay for that assistance.
If you think you may have fallen victim to one of these schemes, you should contact the Attorney General's Office of Citizen Services. You can either call their fraud hotline at 1-866-966-7226 or fill out an online complaint form. Back to you.
Thank you to our Fox 35 team for providing that information. We did see a lot of that flooding all across the Orlando area, despite the fact that it is so far inland. That was the case around Orlando, where some of the counties that are adjacent to it saw that same situation. Let's head over to the Orlo Vista neighborhood for a look at the flooding there.
People here say this home was flooded the worst in Orla Vista. Behind me, you can actually see the water line. That's almost up to my shoulder. And just inside, it's complete devastation. And a lot of other homes look just like this. Video taken by a homeowner shows him waist deep, retrieving family photos from the wall. He had to use a friend's jet ski to get there. This is what it looks like now.
To be honest, I don't really know what's gonna happen next.
This drone video shows the scope of the flooding here. We caught up with another homeowner who, after getting rescued by boat, is coming back to chaos.
1st of January, I'll be 83 years young, and I don't want to go through this again.
Just down the street, we found the hardest hit home right on the water. Appliances knocked over and everything else destroyed.
Most of the people in this community don't have flood insurance.
A loss consultant here trying to help people with claims says people should still keep track of everything they lose so they can send it to FEMA.
Basically, anything that the flood waters touches is not going to be covered by your policy. So you basically have a flood line about this high on most of these houses.
And again, this is the first time people have been able to walk through this area without wading through flood waters. Some of those people tell us they'll stay with family for now. Others in hotels as long as they can afford it. In Orla Vista, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
We are also getting a lot of different videos into our newsroom, especially from Storyful, that do show rescues that have been performed. Again, nearly 2,000 rescues performed by the National Guard and other agencies over the last week. This video coming in from the Volusia Sheriff's Office. That's around the Orlando area. We're also hearing great stories about people who, even though they lost their home, they were able to find some of their personal belongings that mean so much to them. I do want to send you over to a Fort Myers family who shares their story of finding their family photos they thought were lost forever.
So upset that I haven't found them. Any of them? I'm gonna do like those people from the station and set up. Yeah. Yeah, those are all the families. That's like, so my parents, like, you know, when Christmas comes every
All right, so a little hard to hear them there, but as you can tell, just looking at their faces, they are very excited. It does appear they might have the audio here.
So we were just like, our grandparents' house is like up there, and we were just looking back to see if we could find some stuff, and we just found a whole bunch of all of our photos and stuff from like 3 houses down.
So they floated here in the hurricane out of the house, and you just found them at somebody else's house.
Yeah. That's crazy. It's all of our Christmas cards from like years prior that people send us every year. My grandma like decorates them around her house, so it's kind of cool we found all of them.
Yeah. So these are baby pictures.
Yeah, that's me when I lived in North Carolina. And I don't know, it's just like such a cool photo because I mean, like all of our family members have this photo, and it's kind of cool to see it. I just walked over, and that's me.
I remember this photo too, because like every single time you take Christmas pictures, I always have like a meltdown, so that's why I remember that. I'm actually happy I have a picture of me, because they were all of Rory. Like all the ones we found were of Rory, none of me, but I'm glad I found one of me.
And so you guys live on Fort Myers Beach, and then
we live in Fort Myers, but this is the house I grew up in. My parents live. I've lived in on this island since I think 1982, and it's completely destroyed their house. Even in Fort Myers, it was very scary. The wind was high, the water came down. Luckily, everyone I know made it out.
Yeah. Our house was okay. It's just our roof and our fence is like messed up, but everything else was fine. We didn't flood, but a lot of the other houses did.
So you guys have gloves on. I saw you were helping clean up the area?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We were just like looking through the house and like all the rubble and debris and stuff, and like trying to find pictures and anything like salvageable. We found like pictures. We found like a bunch of Christmas ornaments that my grandma loves that she's had for like so many years. And we're just so happy we could find that and like, you know, bring that back to her, because it's this.
A little bit of good news there, obviously, amid all of this devastation. What you're looking at is more of the video that we have received from the Fort Myers and Naples area. We did learn not too long ago that the sheriff in Lee County, where the storm did make landfall, that encompasses Sanibel Island, Naples, and Fort Myers, will hold a news conference at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So in about an hour and a half. Not clear if he'll be able to broadcast it on Facebook, as internet is very spotty. It's kind of going in and out there. If he is able to broadcast it, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So patients from several hospitals in the areas of Florida that were impacted by Ian were moved to other medical centers across the state. That includes babies from the neonatal ICU brought to a hospital in St. Petersburg, which is just outside of Tampa.
Since Thursday, more than 20 patients have been transported here to All Children's Hospital. That includes 9 NICU babies, and for these families in an emergency situation, every second counts.
Hello, love. Hello, sweetheart. I always tell them I love them and how sweet they are, and
that you're proud of them.
Yeah, that they're strong and that they're capable.
In their short time in this world, Dylan, Emmett, and Luca Blessing have already shown that strength. The triplets were born at 27 weeks and 5 days.
Yeah, you're doing such a good job, girlie.
Just 3 weeks later, they would find themselves in the eye of Hurricane Ian at Golisano Children's Hospital in Fort Myers.
The staff there was really great. I mean, we were watching their cars float away, and they were not unable to, get in contact with their loved ones, and they were still making sure that our little ones were doing fantastic.
In the aftermath of the devastating storm, the hospital lost water, leading to an immediate and emergency evacuation for the patients there.
This was a once in a lifetime. We actually thought we were on the other side of the storm, right? We're relaxed that morning. 10:18, we get the call from the state that says we need to evacuate Golisano Hospital.
Within 2 hours, crews were on the road driving to patients because the winds were too high to fly at that point.
Hi, Dylan. Mommy's here.
For the Blessing family, nothing about their journey has been easy.
Good morning.
An emergency C-section, hurricane, medical transport of 3 babies, but they're getting through this together.
It's been a lot for her, it's been a lot for everybody, but all the support is just making it a lot easier. It's a difficult situation, but everybody's coming together to help.
Hey, Luca. Mommy loves you.
3 more reasons to feel blessed. The staff here says as long as that hospital in Fort Myers is non-functional, they will continue to transport pediatric patients here. Reporting in St. Pete, Janae Lewis, Fox 13 News.
Thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report. That's what's so great about Live Now from Fox, is we are a culmination of all of our local affiliates across the country. They know the areas very well, and they can provide us those reports with more information on stories like this one that are making national headlines. Of course, we are talking about Hurricane Ian that did devastate Southwest Florida and leave portions of Central Florida underwater. So the powerful winds could be felt in Tampa, which is more than 100 miles north of where the storm made landfall. A well-known family drive-in had part of its screen actually blown off. You're seeing it there in the video. Fox 13 Tampa's Evan Axelbank explains why its owners believe they will still be able to operate even with part of that screen missing.
The first movie it showed in 1952 was Singing in the Rain. This time it was the wind that caused all the ruckus. The 64-foot by 28-foot screen at the Ruskin Family Drive-In normally has 56 panels. Hurricane Ian sent one of those panels flying. John Freewald and his wife Karen have owned it since 1952. There are also downed trees, and the sign that faces Tamiami Trail is missing a crucial letter. Preserving one of Florida's 4 remaining drive-ins is the work of their lives. These repairs will cost $11,000.
If we didn't have the drive-in here, they wouldn't have a theater. And that's the biggest reason Karen and I keep it open, because this community has been very good to us. And if I sold this theater or anything, I'd have to sneak out of town about 2 weeks before they found it out. I never saw a drive-in that quite had so many people ready to go to war.
The screen has been down 9 times in storms since the theater opened. Some years, ticket sales barely hit 50,000, while others, sales beat 100,000.
They hope to open again on Friday. Lyle Lyle Crocodile is one of 2 movies you'll get to see for the price of 1 admission. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
Thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa reporters there for filing that report here. This is some video out of Volusia County that we have been showing you all throughout the morning. It shows just how high the water was, and we are talking near Orlando, so very far inland. We know that there was quite a bit in the way of storm surge on the Atlantic side, despite the fact that the storm did make landfall as a Category 4 with those winds of 150 miles per hour over on the Gulf side. The entire state there did see the damage when you're talking about Southwest Florida and Central Florida. We do know coming up here in about 15 minutes, the Manatee County Emergency Management will hold a news conference with the latest information. That is the county that's essentially just south of Tampa. They did see some flooding and they did have quite a bit of damage there, but they are going to speak at 10 o'clock Eastern time. So we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 9:44 on the East Coast, 6:44 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of our coverage of the recovery after Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Fiona coming up in just a few. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday. It's October 4th, and it is 9:47 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 6:47 if you are joining us on the West Coast. Wherever you are, thank you so much for being here. I'm Josh Breslow, and I will be here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do have some good news to bring you right now, just coming in to our Live Now from Fox newsroom. We were telling you earlier that Fox Corporation donated $1 million to the Red Cross to help with those Hurricane Ian relief efforts there. We have now learned that thanks to the viewers out there and to employees here at Fox that another $1 million at least has been raised, and that number will keep on going up. I do want to give you that QR code that you can scan right now. If you do want to make a donation, just hold your phone in the camera app up to that QR code there. It'll give you a link that you can click, and then you will be taken to a website that does allow you to make a donation to the Red Cross to help with those Hurricane Ian relief efforts. We are now looking at some more video from the Fort Myers and Naples area showing this is Fort Myers Beach, where there is a lot of damage due to the intense storm surge that they did see there. Unfortunately, around 440,000 people in Florida do remain without power after the storm made landfall nearly 1 week ago as a Category 4 storm with those maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. Lee County, where the storm made landfall, has 230,000 people that are still in the dark. We learned the sheriff there will speak at 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time, so in a little more than an hour to provide an update on the rescue efforts there, the recovery efforts, and the power situation. We do know that it is possible that some of these areas could receive their power back in the next few days. Neighboring Charlotte County has nearly 70,000 outages. Florida Power and Light, which is the largest power company in the state, has said its crews are working around the clock to restore power to everyone impacted by the storm. They say they are ahead of schedule and expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday, much sooner than they thought. Hurricane Ian wiped out the power for 2.6 million customers. That is now down to 440,000. Aaron Mesmer with our Fox 13 Tampa team has more on the efforts to restore power.
As of Monday morning, more than half of Sarasota County was still in the dark, and a good portion of Manatee County was as well. Now, this is one of 18 Florida Power and Light staging sites for power company crews throughout the state of Florida. We are told they're working 18-hour shifts to try to get the power restored to their customers as quickly as possible. Little by little,
the power is here and there, like one house may have it, the next house may not have it.
the lights are coming back on in Sarasota and Manatee counties.
Definitely by tomorrow, they said we would have power.
Joan Fulcino is running out of things to do in the dark.
I feel like I'm camping.
But she's staying positive because what she and her neighbors are trying to have plenty of is patience.
We were hooraying when we saw the trucks this morning, so with some luck, they'll be able to fix ours.
That's the kind of support electrical crews are getting in Tampa Bay. Florida Power and Light has 21,000 workers in Florida from 30 states.
It's a lot of guys coming, from a lot of different places.
That includes Craig Hornbeck, whose team drove nearly 2 days from Fort Worth, Texas, and has been stationed at the Sarasota County Fairgrounds.
If stuff happens there, we want people to come help us, so we're more than happy to come out here and help and do whatever we can to help these people get their life somewhat back to normal.
FPL believes the workers are ahead of schedule. More than 80% of its 2.1 million customers who lost power during Hurricane Ian now have their electricity back. And the company expects to restore power to 95% of its customers by Friday, 2 days earlier than initially expected.
We understand how difficult it is to be without power, and that's why we're working around the clock to get their lights back on for them.
Some homeowners say even if it takes a little longer than they'd like, a little perspective is necessary.
We're grateful to have our homes, is right.
Yeah,
if we had that power, that water surge, we would have been floating somewhere.
And the state's emergency management director says the goal is to have power restored across the state of Florida by Sunday. In Sarasota, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
Thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report. What you are looking at is some newer drone video coming in to our Live Now from Fox newsroom, where you can see the damage left behind on Sanibel Island, which is around where the storm did make landfall last Wednesday. We are told from people who have been out there that this island will never be the same. It will never look the way that it once did. We know the Sanibel Causeway has also collapsed here as a result of the storm. More than 2,000 people have been rescued so far from the flooded areas that are along Florida's southwest coast. That's the latest information provided by the National Guard. The U.S. Coast Guard has been helping to evacuate Pine Island. That is one of the hardest hit areas there in Lee County. At least 2.5 million people were ordered to evacuate Florida ahead of the storm Ian. So powerful, once again, it did cause part of the Sanibel Causeway to collapse. Fox's Austin Westfall went along with the rescue crews in that area and filed this report for us.
The main mission is dropping off supplies to the island, which is just off of Fort Myers. Many people chose to stay behind during the storm, and now that they can't leave, they're relying on help from flights like this. Pine Island is only accessible by air or by boat, and here's why. The one bridge off the island is damaged and partly underwater.
The main reason I joined the National Guard was because I saw soldiers that were out during Hurricane Charlie.
Chief Warrant Officer Freddie Hogan grew up in the area. Freddie and crew packed the chopper full of food and water. On the way to the island, they fly over Florida's beaches, keeping an eye out for people, dead or alive, who need to be recovered along the mangled coast.
It's pretty well smashed by the hurricane, and it's hard to see.
Pine Island looks desolate from above, but many people are staying here, like Bob Cullen.
We're depending on people that live on the island to transport us back and forth, ferry us on private boats.
The National Guard doesn't know how many people are staying on the island. As soldiers unloaded supplies, we asked Cullen why some were choosing to stay.
It's their home and they have no place to go, or they don't have the funds to travel, to stay in a motel or an apartment.
Cullen says people are also staying put because they're afraid of their property getting looted. Locals appreciate the support, but they say they need more help.
It's good because they're bringing food and water, emergency supplies, but we really need the road into the island repaired so that we can drive in.
Governor Ron DeSantis says that the bridge is expected to be rebuilt by this Saturday. Until then, the National Guard is going to keep doing several missions like this per day. The U.S. Coast Guard has also been evacuating people by boat. Here in Fort Myers, Florida, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
Thank you, Austin. And I do want to bring you some of that drone footage once again that kind of puts into perspective exactly what Austin was talking about there. The extent of that damage is almost impossible to believe. You look at it and can't believe that this sort of thing could happen from one storm here. So after carving a path of destruction through Florida, Ian was downgraded to a tropical storm, then entered into the Atlantic Ocean Thursday, where it strengthened back into a Category 1 hurricane. The remnants of that storm actually still around, bringing heavy rain to parts of the Northeast, as it has for several days. The governor of South Carolina spoke over the weekend, saying there is damage and flooding. He added that his state had no Ian-related deaths and that the state was back in business. The storm made landfall in South Carolina as a Category 1 storm last Friday. It was the first hurricane to make landfall in South Carolina since Matthew back in 2016. Peak winds of 92 miles per hour reported at Charleston Harbor, again in South Carolina. At one point prior to landfall in Florida, Ian reached Category 4 status with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, the highest classification for a hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Seeing that, it's no surprise the damage that was caused there in the Fort Myers area. Fox Weather's Robert Ray brings us a report from there.
Last Wednesday, Hurricane Ian came ashore in southwest Florida as a violent and mighty Category 4 storm.
Yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this.
Soon after landfall, the storm surge took hold of the region. Fort Myers Beach and other barrier islands became submerged in water from the Gulf of Mexico as waves came ashore, aided by strong wind gusts over 100 miles per hour.
In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet.
Just miles inland, historic downtown Fort Myers, with record surge pushed with tenacity, flooding streets and crashing large vessels, tossing them around like tinker toys. Nearly a week later, destruction on the coastline is catastrophic. From the air, the power and energy of Ian is on display and widespread.
Right now, we have to go with the motion. We have no idea. There's no power, no water.
More than 2,000 residents have been rescued and evacuated. Coast Guard is in the air and on the water. The Army National Guard is distributing water and supplies, and search and rescue missions are ongoing in the impacted communities. James Ludway and Lois Ostrov found their paradise back in 2015, here on the inlet across from Fort Myers Beach. They evacuated last week and came back on Monday.
Well, this was my home. You know, I keep saying I want to go home. This was my home, you know, so now we've lost it. And like everybody else on the beach, we have to start over.
Nibble is the name of my boat.
Now their boat is wedged between their house and their neighbors. The inside is ridden with mud and salt water.
Geez, it's going to take years. I have a feeling some people aren't even going to come back here and look at these trailers. The insurance company will have to take a look at them, and they'll probably just munch them up and throw them away, and in some type of, they'll have to make a dump someplace.
I heard the minister of the Baptist church on the beach talking today, and he said that people are going to go away and they're not going to come back. They're making new lives for themselves and they're not going to come back. So I don't know what Fort Myers will even ever be.
Another look at the damage from our Fox 13 Tampa team. Our Fox 35 Orlando team also out there in Southwest Florida. They are gathering the latest information, and coming up here in just about a minute or so, we are expecting a news conference from the Manatee County Emergency Management. That is the county just south of Tampa, where they did see quite a bit in the way of flooding and some wind damage. They're going to update the situation there, again, coming up shortly here. That's expected to start at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Does not appear that it will start on time. Once it does, though, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are hearing stories of survivors, people who watched as the storm came through and didn't know what was going to happen. Their homes ripped apart around them, but thankfully they did survive, they say. So I do want to play this story from our Fox 13 Tampa team, where they did speak with just one of those survivors.
You're expecting the worst, but you can't believe it's this bad. I mean, this is all we have left. I mean, we cried.
A heartbreaking weekend for those returning to Fort Myers Beach for the first time since Hurricane Ian left its mark. Driving through town, it's complete devastation. You see homes ripped to pieces, few walls still standing.
Look at this. This is like a bomb went off. Looks like our neighbor's building crashed into ours. That's the green building. So I'm sure it was just a domino effect. Boom, boom, boom.
Scott Stafford lived on the beach and oversaw more than 100 vacation rentals.
Today, I went in my office and I saw our key box of all the keys for all our properties. I'm like, wow. I don't think these keys are going to work very well.
But his loss goes much deeper.
I have a couple friends on the beach that didn't make it, and some that are still missing. We, hope for the best, fear the worst, but a business can be rebuilt, replaced. It's our employees we're so worried about. It's, our friends that have lost their lives.
Search and rescue crews continue to comb the beach looking for signs of life.
There's more urban search and rescue teams in Florida now than in any one place in American history since September 11th.
But when the focus shifts from rescues to recovery, Scott says,
yeah, we're not running. We're going to be here. Our heart and soul is on the island. We're going to rebuild.
And unfortunately, those recovery efforts could go on for quite a while. Some rescue efforts, though, do continue in the areas that have been hit hardest there by Hurricane Ian. Fox 35 Orlando's Rebecca Castor has a look for us from there in Southwest Florida.
Well, search and rescue is still the top priority for first responders out here, still 5 days later. Now, the storm is to blame for killing at least 80 people so far, but locals here fear that number is going to climb much higher.
You're expecting the worst, but you can't believe it's this bad. I mean, this is all we have left. I mean, we cried.
A heartbreaking weekend for those returning to Fort Myers Beach for the first time since Hurricane Ian left its mark. Driving through town, it's complete devastation. You see homes ripped to pieces, few walls still standing.
Look at this. This is like a bomb went off. Looks like our neighbor's building crashed into ours. That's the green building. So I'm sure it was just a domino effect. Boom, boom, boom.
Scott Stafford lived on the beach and oversaw more than 100 vacation rentals.
Today, I went in my office and I saw our key box of all the keys for all our properties. I'm like, wow. I don't think these keys are going to work very well.
But his loss goes much deeper.
I have a couple friends on the beach that didn't make it, and some that are still missing. We, hope for the best, fear the worst, but a business can be rebuilt, replaced. It's our employees we're so worried about. It's our friends that have lost their lives.
Search and rescue crews continue to comb the beach looking for signs of life.
There's more urban search and rescue teams in Florida now than in any one place in American history since September 11th.
But when the focus shifts from rescues to recovery, Scott says,
yeah, we're not running. We're going to be here. Our heart and soul is on the island. We're going to rebuild.
Meanwhile, President Biden was in Puerto Rico today assessing the damage from Hurricane Fiona there. He'll be here in Southwest Florida on Wednesday to see the damage Hurricane Ian left behind. From Fort Myers Beach, Rebecca Castor, Fox 35 News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor for that report here. Those who've returned to the damaged homes and businesses after Hurricane Ian are figuring out the best way to rebuild. But should they start over in the same place or not? Our Fox 13 Tampa team has a closer look at that.
Builders use strong stuff on homes these days.
Windows, doors, the type of materials that are used. Those are really hard.
But Hurricane Ian showed us nature is stronger.
The old stock doesn't fare very well. The new stock does very well, in experiencing these devastating hurricanes.
Tampa area home builder Chuck Falk says building codes changed after Hurricane Andrew hit the state 30 years ago.
One of the first things we did with the new codes was we made sure we had an abundance of rebar in the exterior walls that would attach to the roof components.
Hurricane Ian will likely spur more changes.
The wind data from Hurricane Ian and water intrusion that we had, we'll learn more about even in the future.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was a report from our Fox 13 Tampa team. I do want to get you over live, raw, and unfiltered to this news conference now underway in Manatee County, which is south of Tampa, where they are discussing the recovery efforts, the rescue efforts, and the situation with power there. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
This is our sort of joint community briefing and report out to the public on where we are to date. This time last week, we were in the center of the cone of uncertainty. We took action. We ordered the evacuation of level A and B and all mobile homes, which accounted for about 120,000. There were 17 shelters opened. Over 5,000 people safely evacuated to the shelters. With the support and assistance of Manatee County government, FPL, and PRECO, all Manatee County School District schools are open as of this morning. As of this morning regarding power restorations, out of 198,000 FPL customers in Manatee County, the list is down to only 20,000 that are still without power. For PRECO, which has 36,000 plus customers, they are down to only 710 customers without power. Of 738 lift stations in the county, 400 were affected by the storm. 200 plus had power outages. All are back on either grid power or generators now, with only 18 left on generators as of this hour. Manatee County government maintains 232 traffic signals. 104 were damaged. 62 have been repaired. 42 are still in need of repairs, and 15 are still on generators, and only one signal remains on flash. There were 1,600 signs downed or leaning, and 750 of those were stop signs. They are all in process of being replaced and repaired. The following roads remain closed. Wauchula Road, 1 mile north of Ballard, water over the road. Clay Gully Road in Myakka still has water over the road. And Jim Davis Road at Bridge Crossing still has water over the bridge. That should be opening soon as the water recedes. SR 70, Manatee County and DeSoto County line is still closed with water over the road. Debris collections are being coordinated as we speak. We have 3 contractors that have been working since 6 a.m. on Thursday morning following the passage of the storm. There are 3 zones for collection, and the good news is the first passes will be starting Friday to pick up the debris that has been piled alongside our roadways. We have waived tipping fees at the landfill for DeSoto County residents for residential yard waste. Their landfill still remains underwater at this time. Manatee County government distributed over 330,000 sandbags, which help protect homes and businesses. The current damage estimates are $76.3 million in residential damage, over $14 million in commercial damages. 90% of initial inspections have been completed by code enforcement and code enhancement. Calls for help. 311 went into 24/7 operations as Ian drew closer. Over the expanded operation period, more than 10,000 calls were handled by a rotating team of volunteers and staff who stayed in our storm-hardened EOC to keep residents informed. Our 911 team answered 4,239 emergency and 5,135 non-emergency calls from midnight September 26th through September 30th at 4 p.m. Unfortunately, in Manatee County, we had 2 Ian-related casualties. Now for an update from the City of Bradenton, Mayor Gene Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. And basically what I want to say is that when we're looking through things, a lot of people, might be able to criticize us and some things that we might have not done exactly right. But when you look back, this team behind us with the cities, all of the county and the way things worked well. We had our sub-EOC on 59th Street that we were in constant communications with it. The teams worked great together. Basically, the city of Bradenton is in great shape. We're working today, actually started our pickup collection of the debris with our 2 haulers. We've done a great job through our city administrator, Rob Perry. Everyone out there in the city of Bradenton is working hard for the citizens, and we are very fortunate to have the team that we had with our county and everyone working together. So, we're going to continue to work through this, and we're going to be a team together and go forward. And I just think that, overall, this was a tough thing for all of us. The shelters worked well, and I know there was some times when people looked at and said, hey, are we being serious? Your city council, your city staff, and your county commission took things very seriously, and that's very important. So I think the after actions that we're looking at are going to help us go forward. And again, we just want to continue to pray for all of our citizens out east and the people just 30 to 40 miles to the south of us and further to keep working together. And, basically for me, it's about continuing to grow what we can do better next time because we do know that there is going to be a next time when we get forward. So just thank you very much, and I'd like to thank Dr. Hopes, Steve Litchauer, and all of the staff that did everything here to keep this going forward. So I guess now I'll turn it over to Chair Kevin Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Mayor. In the end, we really did dodge a bullet here. You know, a lot of you have property damage at your homes. We had 2 deaths in Manatee County. But if you look to our south, 50 miles, as the mayor said, there was a 72 to 48 hour period when we were in Zoom calls, very difficult information being handed to us. And essentially, Dr. Hopes and our staff here were being prepped for what has happened in Fort Myers, Collier, Charlotte counties to happen to Manatee County. And he and the staff here did everything that they possibly could to save lives, to make sure that people knew that they needed to get to safe ground, to go stay with relatives, to get themselves and their loved ones to a safe place. And we were as prepared as we could be for the inevitable. We had a little more time to prepare than they did to the south. Dr. Hopes had crews out, rounding up homeless in homeless camps. I mean, he was doing everything he could to get people to safe places, to get shelters open. And I thank him for that. And even after the storm, the worst is behind us. Obviously, we have a lot of recovery still to do. But they're attacking the recovery as aggressively as they attacked the preparation. And whether it's getting the FIT teams out at 2 o'clock in the morning to get the roads cleared so that we could get ambulances on the road as soon as humanly possible so that we could start working through stacked up 911 calls in our queue. And of course, the people on the ground that were out there as well. We can never sit here and mention all of their names, but all of our EMTs and our public works folks, utilities, FDOT, everybody, Salvation Army, everybody that's come in to help us. We couldn't be more thankful for their help. We couldn't be more thankful to our staff for leaving their families to go out to serve Manatee County and to serve this community. We're so thankful to all of them for that. Obviously, Myakka was hit the hardest, and Commissioner Cruz, post-storm, has really taken the reins on trying to help out in Myakka. And I'm going to turn this over to him now so that he can give us an update on what's being done out there.
Thank you. Yeah. Everybody in Manatee County has been affected by Hurricane Ian, but more so out east. It's just the trajectory of where the storm unfortunately went for everyone out there. So starting last Friday, we worked very hard to make sure we can get the citizens out in Myakka, everyone out east, the support that they need. So I really want to thank Deputy Administrator Charlie Bishop and Director Lee Washington for really taking the reins on this. I feel like I've lived out Myakka for a few days, but they essentially have lived out Myakka for the past few days, really making sure all of the citizens, all of the ag, all of the people in need out in Myakka were taken care of, because what a lot of us don't realize is when you get further out east, they're on pumps. So while we have inconveniences of loss of power, when they lose power, they also lose their water. And a lot of them have ongoing operations. They have animals, they've got dairy farms. They cannot leave their homes at risk of negatively affecting their business and their livelihoods. So we mobilized a crew out there, entirely supported up till today, with staff from Manatee County who stepped up and volunteered their time while they needed to take care of their own families, but understood the need to take care of the citizens of Manatee County and Myakka City to come out and provide that support. And what started out at Myakka City Community Center out in Wauchula went from a few pallets of water to a full-fledged command center at this point in time. So if you need anything out in Myakka, we've got water, propane, food. We've got lots of bug spray. I know that's a key request of everyone out east because of the standing water. We have virtually everything you can need to get through for the next few days. And what's more so, we started reaching out for donations. And when you get out to that center now, in the near future, it's floor-to-ceiling donations. It shows how much everyone in Manatee County supports its fellow residents. We have everything from food and toiletries to clothes, bedding, mattresses. You name it to get yourself and your family back together as the water subside and you need to start moving on with your lives. So please go to Mayaca City Community Center. We're still staffing it today, and tomorrow, fortunately, Pepper Sellers from the Community Center and Kelly Strasbaugh, the PTO president for Mayaca Elementary, is going to be taking the lead on coordinating the distribution of all of these great donations, which have gotten so tremendous that we had to bring in empty trailers from code enforcement to continue filling them up. This command center is going to be operational for the foreseeable future until we believe that the need no longer exists. But I implore you, if you know anyone out in Mayaca, let them know, because we realized people just didn't have power, didn't have cell service. Some people didn't know this existed except through word of mouth. So reach out to people, tell them to come by, take what they need. Don't feel there's a sense of pride or anything. People need help. And if you're on a well, even if your power came back, please still come get water, because until your well is tested, we don't want you drinking that water. And we've got ample supplies of water for everybody out there. Whether you come to our center or you go to some of the other organizations working out there in Mayaca. Yesterday we had Meals on Wheels out there at the Mayaca Family Worship Center. Tomorrow they're going to be back out there from 1 to 3. They've got water, food, cleaning supplies, things that you need. Please stop by there as well. And, we will do everything for you. And it's not just for people in Mayaca. If you're up in Duet, if you're any place in Manatee County that needs any support to get through these next few days, please come out to Mayaca. And if you're not even in Manatee County, we're trying to figure out logistics to get over to DeSoto with the water, as Dr. Hope said. The intersection of 70 and 72 is still shut down, but we were just talking yesterday, looking at maps, figuring out how we can help our fellow Florida residents over in DeSoto County, in East Sarasota County. If you need anything, we're here to help all of you. There's no boundaries right now. We're just trying to get the support that this county government and the residents of Manatee County have provided to help everybody. So thank you all for everything you've done to date out in East County, and we will continue supporting you and continue supporting the citizens for as long as necessary to get us all through. So with that, I will turn it over to District 2 Chairman, or Commissioner Reggie Bellamy. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Just to talk a little bit about District 2, some of the concerns that we have. In some areas, currently, we're getting power restored, but we do have sensitive areas like Somerset and Onika right now that do not have any power. We did a couple of food drives just, yesterday, just to echo what Commissioner Cruz basically was saying, is that if there's anyone that has a need, let us know. We do know our main hub is set up out in Mayaca right now. Some of the individuals that cannot get out to Mayaca, we still have some food drives that we're currently planning to make sure that we address those issues. To the people in those areas without power, from what we understand coming from Florida Power and Light, we are anticipating at the end of the day on the 5th that all the power should be restored based on some of the communications that we have received. This is a very, very, very tough time. Again, but 40 to 50 miles south, we do have some individuals that are in a more difficult situation that we are in, and we want to make sure we extend our hearts and our prayers, but more than anything, we want to open up our arms and continue to extend that support to all individuals that have been hit by this. So is there anything that we can do from Manatee County standpoint, please let us know. And I just want to go on the record and thank everyone behind me, Dr. Holtz, everyone's staff, and just to the individuals from 311 that's been working countless amount of hours, all those staff that's out there, to the families of people. Our workers are doing the work and they're neglecting their families. We want to make sure that we keep that out in front of us and just continue to give you that strength and support in this difficult time. But hang in there, we're almost there, and we're going to do this together. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. I'm not sure I can say anything that hasn't been said already, except to thank you for this incredible staff at Manatee County, at the cities. Everyone has been working together in concert, and we couldn't do it without the 24-hour response that we've heard and seen from this staff. In District 4, we have a lot of stop signs down, but every single time I report one, it's put up within 24 hours. So this staff is incredible. The churches in my district have been distributing food. The manufactured home parks in the area have been the hardest hit. Many of them still don't have water or power. So please, pray for those people and all of our friends down south in Manatee County and beyond. Fort Myers, those people, some of them we can't even reach that have family members down there. So thank you to everyone for your support, and know that we are here to support you.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:22 on the East Coast and 7:22 on the West Coast. That's an update underway from emergency officials there in Manatee County, which is just south of the Tampa, Florida area. They are discussing the damage that has been done in that area. A lot of the counties that are in Southwest Florida are seeing that same type of damage there. She did say, unfortunately, that 2 people have lost their lives in Manatee County, and that it is going to take a while to get everyone power back and to clean up what Ian has left behind. I'm going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more of our Hurricane Ian coverage coming up in just a few. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 10:25 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 7:25 on the West Coast. A lot to get to today, and we are following the latest on Hurricane Ian. It has been almost 1 week since that storm made landfall over in the Fort Myers, Naples area there in southwest Florida, with winds of 150 miles per hour, a Category 4 storm that was very, very close to Category 5 status, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. I do want to get to more of our coverage here of Ian. We do have our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa team that are covering this around the clock from each and every angle. I do want to talk about Northport, Florida. That is over in, I would say, just north of Fort Myers and Naples. They are dealing with a lot of flooding in that area. This is a live image here that does show how high that water is. Our Fox 13 Tampa team provides this report with the latest information.
Days, volunteers, the National Guard, and San Pedro Catholic Church here in Northport have helped more than 5,000 people in the community, distributing food, water, and ice. And the point of distribution will remain as residents continue to have need. Robert Scott Thompson Jr. has a few ways to get in and out of Northport Estates.
Pretty bad. We just got through with this, but it was up to about here. So it's still about 3 foot of water.
This helps him and his sons, Caleb and Colby, from having to wade in and out.
A couple hurricanes have came through and it's gotten pretty bad, but this is unbelievable. For being 5 days since and there's still this much water.
The city of Northport says water is receding, but in certain areas, including the estates, it remains high. In some places, it's still 3 to 4 feet deep.
Our home is
underwater. We had about a foot to 2 feet in our house that's now receded out of our house. The water is still at my front door, at least ankle deep.
Lisa Robinson, her family, and neighbor were helped by a Good Samaritan over the weekend. They had evacuated, but had a few essentials they desperately needed, including medication.
We assumed that it would be gone and over within a couple of days, and that's just not the case.
Last year, Hurricane Elsa flooded neighborhoods, but the city says this is the worst flooding they've seen, calling it historic. In some areas, water reached levels of 8 to 10 feet.
We still know that we have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of hardship out there in our community. We want you to know that we're still evacuating people as necessary. Please reach out to us in any way you can. Please hang in there. Know that we care, know that we hear you, and know that we are not giving up until we make sure this city is back to where we want it to be.
For now, residents who continue to deal with the floodwater are doing the best they can and are hopeful they can return soon to begin cleaning up and restarting once more.
We just got to rebuild day by day. Neighbors are neighbors, and we'll help everybody out that we can.
And the city of Northport says they've gotten calls from Northport Estates saying that residents who are stuck in their homes need supplies. The city says they cannot deliver supplies. They need those people to evacuate. And at this point in time, they want everyone to stay safe. From Northport, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
Thank you to our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa for providing that information for us. If you are just joining us now at 10:28 on the East Coast, I want to go over the latest on Hurricane Ian. The remnants of the once powerful hurricane still bringing that heavy rain to parts of the Northeast today. The weakened storm does continue to dissipate even further. In the meantime, around 440,000 people in Florida do remain without power today after the storm made landfall nearly 1 week ago last Wednesday as a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. Lee County, where the storm made that landfall, has 230,000 people that are still in the dark. The sheriff there is expecting to provide an update on the situation there coming up in just about 30 minutes at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Neighboring Charlotte County has nearly 70,000 people that are still without power. Florida Power and Light, the largest power company in the state, has said its crews are working around the clock to restore power to everyone impacted by the storm. They say they are ahead of schedule and expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday. Hurricane Ian wiped out the power for 2.6 million customers, and as of right now, that number is around 440,000 people in Florida that are still without power. This is a look over at the Fort Myers area where you can see some of the damage that has been done as a result of this storm. We're talking heavy winds and quite a bit in the way of flooding. I do want to head to our Fox News reporters. They provide an update on the power situation and how crews are working to get that power back. They're working around the clock.
Hundreds of thousands of Floridians still without power following Hurricane Ian. Utility crews in Bradenton Beach trying to get the lights back on for residents and businesses.
It's been pretty stressful because we're working long hours, long days.
Marquise Johnson works for Agostino Utilities and is based in Philadelphia. He and his crew started heading to Florida on Tuesday before the storm hit so they could be close by and ready to help get power back to these communities once the weather cleared.
It's pretty tough for them and for us, you know, because the type of work we do is dangerous, and then the people that have respirators and stuff. So we're pretty much helping the people out here.
This utility worker helping to restore power at a mobile home park in Bradenton. He told me he's from Kansas. He was working on a rafter that broke off and was pushed to the middle of the power line during strong winds. People in the community are so grateful for the work they're doing.
I told them, hey, even though I know you're getting paid, you're not at home. It's good, you know, it's a Sunday. You could be home, you could be at a bar. You're out here getting us fired up.
And once these crews restore power in this area of Manatee County, the work isn't done.
We're pretty much everywhere, so wherever they need people the most, that's where they send us. You know, once we finish a task and they power outages went down, they'll start mobilizing people to other places.
Thank you so much to Fox News for that report. We do have reporters, as I mentioned, that are all over the state gathering the latest information. Let's head to Madeline Rivera with Fox News for a look at Fort Myers.
Mounting questions over evacuation orders in Florida's Gulf Coast as recovery efforts continue after Hurricane Ian.
So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues in the USAR teams.
Nearly a week after the storm hit, rescue crews are still working around the clock to reach people stranded in some of the hardest hit areas of Florida's Gulf Coast. Washed out bridges and roadways making the task difficult, especially in coastal communities still dealing with flooding. But in a small sign of progress, Lee County officials say the Florida Department of Transportation is already helping to rebuild a temporary bridge to Pine Island, currently only accessible by boat and air.
We still expect for that bridge to be, the temporary bridge to be completed within the next 5 to 8 days.
The state's emergency management director also expects most people could have power and water restored by Sunday.
We've laid out a very good plan, very good strategy on how to get that done.
While recovery efforts continue, Lee County officials are also facing questions over why they issued evacuation orders just 24 hours before Ian's landfall, a concern Governor DeSantis dismissed.
We should be focusing on lifting people up and stop incessantly talking and trying to cast aspersions on people that were doing the best job they could with imperfect information.
Hard-hit Lee County has begun to consolidate its shelters as the need goes down, many staying at the Hertz Arena as they try to figure out what to do next. In Estero, Florida, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, you are now watching some breaking news that we are following here. This appears to be a police pursuit, possibly of a burglary suspect. This is happening in Los Angeles, and it appears that the LA Sheriff's Department is involved in this pursuit. We are watching it live, raw, and unfiltered right here on LiveNOW from Fox. You can see that the vehicle appears to be driving over on the shoulder of the road, bypassing all the traffic there. This appears to be I-210 West at exit 42, which is Glendora Grand Avenue, if you are familiar with that portion of Los Angeles. But the sheriff's office there is pursuing this vehicle that does appear to be a burglary suspect. That is the latest information we have. They are flying over the interstate, watching this vehicle still driving in the shoulder of that road. We know this is not the first time that they have had a pursuit on this interstate. Unfortunately, it's fairly common to see something like this. They are pursuing this vehicle, and we are watching live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox. I do want to listen in. Sometimes they actually have their reporter who is in the helicopter speaking and providing a little more information. So I do want to pop up the audio just to see. And I can tell you right now, he is not speaking. As you can tell, the image is going in and out right now. Not clear how long this pursuit has been going on. There is very, very limited information, but this is coming in from our Fox affiliate over in Los Angeles. That's Fox 11 Los Angeles, who we do work very closely with. That vehicle still driving right there in the shoulder of the interstate, bypassing all of the traffic and what appears to be a lot of stopped traffic. It's bumper to bumper, as you would expect at this time of the morning in Los Angeles. Not sure if they'll try to use spike strips or something to stop that vehicle now weaving in and out of traffic. Not good. And we are working to get some more information here from our Los Angeles affiliate. As I mentioned, it is very limited, but the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department in pursuit of that burglary suspect in the Rowland Heights area. This all going on live as we speak. The suspect currently traveling on the eastbound 210 freeway in East San Gabriel Valley. We do know that Stu Mundell, who is there in Sky Fox, could be speaking soon, so I'm listening in. Oh. Hold on one second.
Getting these
tight situations. This person's been on the emergency lane, gore points, pushing his way through there. We saw two vehicles trying to get over to that far right lane. And also, yeah, sure, he might be getting away from those officers that were right behind him, but he's basically driving himself into areas where more officers are waiting. Can't outrun the radio. And believe me, law enforcement definitely talking to one another, trying to put together a plan to bring this to an end, or at least be there when that vehicle stops. Hopefully it'll stop because of the driver just pulling over, possibly some other reason, but not a collision. Right now, though, he's making his way here on that emergency lane. High speeds, well, 51 miles an hour you might not be like, oh, that's hair-raising, but there's a lot of traffic. He's whizzing by these guys, most of these cars probably going 10 miles an hour, so he's going 5 times the speed of what they're driving. If one of those vehicles happens to make a turn, tries to get over to the right for any reason, this could be that collision that'll bring this to an end. Right now, though, looks like he's making his way over. He's had a lot of opportunities to get off the freeway, and he hasn't. So it just kind of makes me think that this seems to be the plan. Just going to stay here on that freeway as long as I can, and as soon as I say that, looks like, nope, it's still a long emergency lane, making his way back into traffic right there. Again, at least one law enforcement helicopter above. Law enforcement knows what's going on. That traffic down there, that's one of the reasons why California Highway Patrol might not be directly behind it right now, but I'm sure they will catch up, or there'll be somebody waiting for them, and they will re-engage this pursuit.
And I want to actually take you over to our Fox 11 team. They are live on the air, and you can hear a little bit more about what's going on here. Let me switch over to their live feed here.
These suspects have gotten away. But the biggest thing is to talk about the things we don't know. Oftentimes we talk about how during pursuits we have to focus on what we don't know. We don't know if anything was taken from the residence. This was a burglary. We did find out. We don't know how many people are in the vehicle. Perhaps there could be more than one. We don't know if the driver is a female or a male. So we're just waiting to see how all of this unfolds. And again, the biggest concern at this point is for the safety of all of these other people who could accidentally become
And we
victims.
did say the homeowner was home at the time of, so what started out as a burglary ended up really, once someone's at home,
then it becomes a
robbery, and it becomes much more serious in terms of time, potential time spent behind bars.
And the information we have is that the homeowner actually saw the suspect inside the garage of that home, because the homeowner had cameras up and saw that person inside their garage, and that's when this pursuit started.
And we don't even know if they came face to face with them or confronted them, and we don't know. We just found out that they did see them on security cameras.
And so now we have the added complication of road work here, Stu.
Tony, I was just talking with my pilot, Jeff. He's busy with the other radio, so I would assume that there are some other helicopters here. But at this time, I've been told that the Sheriff's Department, the helicopter actually lost visual of it. So they're actually kind of relying on us to get the information to where this suspect is right now, and hopefully they can re-engage this pursuit. I'm sure that there are law enforcement somewhere, maybe California Highway Patrol, watching right now, getting the idea where this is, trying to get other officers in place to bring this to an end. The only thing I can say is that at least this vehicle seems to have slowed down. That driver possibly just getting that adrenaline rush coming to an end. Looks like we're on a transition road. I would guess we're back over to the 605, and we're going to be going southbound onto the 605. So basically going back the direction we came. There we go. There's the sheriff's ship right there. And so they probably have re-engaged Jeff, our pilot today, making the calls, talking to the law enforcement, letting them know where this vehicle is. Right now we're on the transition. Looks like he's blending in a little bit right now, but that might just be because it's that transition, or maybe these kind of calmer heads are prevailing, and that driver possibly saying, okay, maybe I should just kind of pull over. I've taken all my chances. Let's just bring this to an end.
Well, that would be the hope. You know, that would be the hope. Yes, exactly.
And it's very difficult to see inside the vehicle at this point because
Really
it does
tinted,
look like
Darkly
very
tinted
dark.
windows, it seems. Yeah.
So we're not sure who's in that car, whether it's just one driver, other suspects, other people involved. So also that's why law enforcement does have to proceed with caution.
It looks like an older model,
definitely.
right? It's the
older model 7 Series BMW. And, you know, these are V8s, big V8s. Again, it's older, but that doesn't mean much, especially with the more modern vehicles. He's moving along. You can see it right there, 70 miles an hour. He basically made his way back over to the fast lane, pretty much just kind of blending in with traffic, maybe a little faster than what's going on down there. Law enforcement, they have reacquired it, so they are making the calls right now, and they're just kind of following along. If he's going to be driving like this, there's a good possibility that it is a little bit of a calmer situation. They're just going to keep an eye on him. They're going to follow along. Once he gets off the freeway, that's when they're going to start making their moves. But the Sheriff's Department definitely not letting this one go. We've seen him in the past where they've just said too dangerous, the want or the reason for the chase not worth the risk, and they've just let him go. This case, they have not. They are staying here. They're keeping an eye on it. They are talking and assisting the California Highway Patrol. So it is multi-agency right now would be a way to say it, but it's basically just law enforcement trying to get a bad guy off the road safely without anybody getting injured. Again, right now, southbound 605, making our way back to basically where we picked this up. He was on Valley. Valley Boulevard seemed to be in his favorite, but we were listening as we were making our way out here as Sky Fox was joining that chase. So we'll see where he goes. Right now, as long as he stays on the freeway, not running any red lights, not going through any of those intersections, makes me a little bit calmer. That vehicle definitely really slowing down, and I'm wondering if he's trying to blend in or possibly there might be something wrong with that car.
So he does seem to be staying pretty much within the same general vicinity, Stu?
Yes, definitely. I mean, we're making our way back. That's what we can say. We drove away from where we started. We know that robbery happened in Walnut. Technically, I guess we're making our way back to the Walnut area. So maybe he lives nearby. Who knows what the circumstances were. But right now, starting to pick up some of those speeds again, using that right lane, which he seems to be his favorite. And a lot of traffic here, southbound 605 this morning, making our way back over to the 60. That BMW is starting to use that emergency lane and really starting to pick up some speed again. So he must know that he's being followed. And again, who knows, he might have been on the cell phone. Those tinted windows, really, really tough for us to see what's going on in there. A lot of times we'll see the suspect using the phone, possibly making some phone calls, maybe trying to make some sort of plan. But right now, the tinted windows making it very difficult. But Aroxia, you brought it up, I think, about other people in that vehicle. You just got to think, if there's more than one person in there, the other person has got to say, what are you doing? You know, I don't want to die in a car accident. Let's just pull over or stop and let me out or something. So I'm guessing possibly, more than likely, just one person in that car, hard all the way over to the left lane right there, and continuing in the emergency lane.
You know, often the most dangerous people are people who have nothing to lose. So that's when things can get so dangerous. Something I was thinking about is just the fact that we don't know how full the gas tank is, right? I mean, this could end just because maybe the guy or girl runs out of gas.
Those are the best ones for me. When they just the vehicle runs out of gas, that just comes to a stop, and then we see those suspects getting. Jesus, why did you do? Oh, that's why you did that. Had a car stopped in the emergency lane. Somebody was actually using the emergency lane for what it was used for. Did a hard turn right there. Thank goodness nobody got hurt. And again, continuing on, basically really picking up speeds again. 70 miles an hour. You can see how he's just zipping by all these other cars out there. So traffic's probably moving about 30 miles an hour this morning. Southbound 605, making our way back over to the 60. That's where we picked it up. I'm looking out the window. If he's going to take the 60, he's got to get over. Right now, it looks like he's pretty well established in that left lane and just continuing on at high speeds. Law enforcement in the air, making the calls. California Highway Patrol, they know about it, how to stop it. That seems to be the issue right now.
And besides that one CHP vehicle, Stu, we saw a little earlier tailing this BMW. At this point, we don't see that CHP patrol car on its tail. You said that there's a sheriff's helicopter above, but other than that, no real presence from law enforcement.
Well, no real presence, and you got to look at it. I mean, it's like that's the bad guy right there. He doesn't have any rules. He doesn't have any kind of parameters that he has to work with. He can just basically, he or she can just do what they want. And law enforcement, they have to follow the rules. And again, we've talked about it. Safety, that's the biggest concern. And they're not going to drive like that, pushing their way through traffic. There was a motorcycle right there. They're not going to push their way through traffic. Looks like we're definitely getting off the, oh no, we're definitely just transitioned onto the 60 freeway, 10. We're on the 10. So we're making our way onto the 10 right now, and we're going to be heading westbound on the 10. And again, just making these wild moves, trying to push your way through that traffic. But one of the reasons why law enforcement not here is because of that dangerous driving. It's just not safe for them to stay there behind them or to make that effort and put other people's lives at risk. So that guy is running right now. They had a helicopter above it. They are aware of what's going on. They're making their calls. I can tell you there's probably officers all along the route ahead of him, basically just conveniently being in the area. If they're California Highway Patrol or other law enforcement, they're all aware of what's going on, and they all want to be there when this comes to an end to take this guy into custody.
So this is the 10 East, and typically this time of day, there would be a fair amount of traffic on the eastbound 10. Am I right?
Eastbound 10, yes. I'm sorry about that. I kind of glad it was covered by another radio. We're definitely on the eastbound 10 freeway right now, so we are making our, actually, it's the westbound 10. It's definitely the westbound 10. I'm looking out the window. I can see downtown in the distance. So we're definitely on the westbound 10. The map might be a little off because of where we're looking.
Okay, so it's the
he's in that
westbound 10.
carpool lane. Yeah, so we're definitely on the westbound 10 right now. So we got California Highway Patrol. They have their helicopter above it. The Sheriff's Department here as well. They're working together. And again, they are basically just trying to get, it's like a chess game. They're just trying to stay a couple of moves ahead of the bad guy. So when this comes to an end, they'll have law enforcement there to render aid and or just take this person into custody. Speed's really starting to pick up again here as we're making our way on the westbound 10, making our way through the El Monte area. Right now, speeds and the freeway, I'm going to stay a little bit wider. It is pretty wide open there. And this would be a spot where some California Highway Patrol, sorry about that, could basically get behind it, make their presence known. But right now, maybe they're just not available. But this vehicle just kind of blending in with traffic this morning, now in that carpool lane, 72 miles an hour through the El Monte area.
And just by your shots, Stu, we can see the license plate from time to time, depending on how close you zoom in. So clearly, law enforcement has run that plate. It's trying to get an identification in terms of perhaps who that car is registered to. Doesn't mean it's the suspect driving it, obviously. Could be a stolen vehicle for all we know. But clearly, they are trying to gather as much information they can in terms of the investigation right now. Maybe it could give them a hint of where this car originated, what neighborhood. Maybe this driver's going back to somewhere familiar. So all of those things, law enforcement, even though we don't see them physically on the scene at this point, they are trying to gather information to try to really put an end to this, as you mentioned, in the safest way possible.
Oh, definitely. And a lot of times, you know, I've had people ask me that. And yes, law enforcement, just because we're not seeing any action doesn't mean it's not happening. Behind the scenes, they're moving people around. They're trying to, like you said, seeing if this is a registered vehicle, where it's registered to. Is that person the driver? Could it be the driver? They'll have some information on that as well. They're doing all those things to keep the public safe, to keep their officers safe, and to bring this to an end in the smartest way, not just the quickest way. They just, you know, if they can just follow this guy back to a location, they'll do that. They'll actually might even have law enforcement around the corner so that, you know, when they show up, they'll just kind of pull into the driveway and officers will just magically appear. Right now, though, I'm not privy to any of that. Again, we also know that they can't use any spike strips because of all the other vehicles on the road right now, and a pit maneuver definitely out of the question unless he's on some side streets. And again, law enforcement on the ground, they might start to re-engage, especially now that the driving has mellowed and there is a little bit more spacing out here on the roadway and it's not that tight packed traffic. But right now their venture is they're following in the air, they're making their calls, they're getting their ducks in a row. That suspect continues to drive westbound. At least he has kept the speeds under 100 miles an hour.
Well, and to Sandra's point, Stu, law enforcement and to yours as well, gathering as much information as they possibly can. We've seen in other instances where they identify the person who is engaged in the illegal activity and actually contact them.
By phone. Call them up.
Yep, we've actually had that in the past as well. They've actually made phone calls to their cell phones, which is pretty amazing, that technology and the ability to do something like that. I'm just getting information from Jeff that actually the California Highway Patrol actually brought their fixed wing, so they actually have an airplane above this as well. That airplane has almost the same type of camera as Skyfox does, so they'll be able to take a peek and keep an eye on it, and possibly the reason why that plane is here is also just to keep an eye on where that vehicle is. The helicopter definitely going to be more maneuverable, going to be able to stay a little bit lower. All these folks are making calls, getting the guys on the ground heads up where they're going, where they're going to be. I'm looking out the window. Of course, we've got the map out there, but we are making our way into the East LA area, 710 freeway, not too far away, but the pursuit definitely continues. Now more of a following, as there is no black and white behind it, no reds and blues flashing. And I saw him make that turn there, and it does look like he's starting to blend into traffic. Possibly the 710 might be his choice.
You know, I was just thinking about how it really depends on the time of day how these things pan out. Right now it's a little before 8, but things will get busier on the road, and that really determines the approach law enforcement takes in how to deal with this vehicle, how heavy the volume is out there with traffic, and what other people could possibly be involved. You mentioned, you know, spike strips are used strategically. They don't just use them on a whim. A lot of thought goes into it, and just because we don't, again, see law enforcement physically there right now doesn't mean they're not around. They're kind of loitering around in many of those cases, trying to make a plan for what to do if and when this vehicle should perhaps exit. Did you see that, by the way? What was that?
Yep, his tire. There's his tire. I bet you that happened when he cut that one person off. I'm going to see if I can get Jeff to get over to the other side of the vehicle so we can get a peek of that. But he definitely lost a tire right there on the passenger rear, it looked like. So if he starts really starting to slow down, that's going to be the reason why. Also, the problems might be he might start losing a lot of maneuverability if that tire is totally gone. We're going to try to see what we can do here, but right now it would definitely look like he lost the tire, and I bet you that happened when he clipped that one car. Probably was just enough to get that tire to start going. Right now, though, I got to get my pilot's attention and see if we can get onto the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yeah, we're coming up at just about an hour from when the initial call came in. Sheriff detectives answering to a call of a Walnut residential burglary in Walnut, I should say, where the homeowner was home at the time, but that call came in at 6:57. So we're coming up on an hour that this situation has been getting underway, and the residential burglary was suspected to happen at Cantor Lane. And then that is when the homeowner said that they saw the suspect in the garage, had cameras, and we are looking at motorcycle officer right there in pursuit.
Yep. They're definitely going to I got the word from Jeff. He's talking to the law enforcement that they are definitely going to re-engage the pursuit, and it does look like he lost the front wheel, and that I mean, it just sent chills through me, because now he's going to have the problem of braking. He's going to have the problem of maneuverability.
Yeah, with steering
that motorcycle officer. Yeah, that motorcycle officer definitely can be there. There's very little he can do against that vehicle, meaning there's no way he's going to bump into it or do any kind of pit maneuver, but definitely lost that front wheel, so his steering is going to be a little off. This is going to be one of those spots where hopefully I don't lose it, because he's going to be going underneath a lot of stuff right there. Let me see if we can get ahead of him here, see if he stays on the freeway, or he tries to get off the freeway. There he is, right there, the older BMW, and still making his way. That's the first time we got a shot, maybe even through that front window. Yeah. It definitely looked like it was just the driver in that vehicle. But take a look at this car. He's rolling around, three tires and 4 rims, and still driving at 50 miles an hour and making his way onto the 710, I believe, maybe to get a little bit wider. And at least he's staying on the freeway, so he doesn't have to do too much maneuvering or hard braking. But again, California Highway Patrol choosing to use their motorcycles, probably because of the traffic, lights and sirens. That's going to give at least the civilians, the folks on the road, heads up that something's going on. But that front wheel, definitely, that front tire, definitely gone. Running on that rim right now, and at 70 miles an hour down the 710.
Well, and at some point you would think that that would damage the car to an extent where it's not going to be very drivable.
You'd think, but those rims are probably pretty solid, even though that's going to be some sort of aluminum rim right there. Right now, as long as he's not hitting any bumps or hitting the brakes really hard, that rim will roll for quite a while. But you are right. It's definitely going to start giving that vehicle problems. He's definitely a little bit lower in the front. If he goes over a big bump, he might actually lose part of his some other parts under the vehicle that'll bring this to a stop sooner. But right now, running on 3 tires, that rim is definitely probably going to be getting hotter, but you haven't seen him doing any hard braking, so that's going to be a plus. But as soon as he starts doing those hard braking, hard turns, that rim will start to crumble, and that's just going to bring this car to a stop. Hopefully that's going to happen sooner than later. As we're continuing now southbound 710 freeway, East Los Angeles area. Sorry, I did not I lost him there for a second. We'll see him here just in a moment. There he is.
All right, and the 2 motor officers still tailing him, Stu?
That's what I was trying to do, but we keep losing him here behind these overpass. I got to get Jeff to get a little bit more over. Yes, 2 officers behind him, and also now a cruiser as well. With that vehicle, missing that whole wheel and just running on that rim, hopefully that's going to bring this thing to an end sooner. But right now, as long as he's not hitting those brakes, as long as we're not seeing sparks off of that rim is going to hold for quite some time. Again, California Highway Patrol definitely in pursuit. You've got 1 cruiser back there and then a couple of motorcycles. Traffic, it is starting to get a little bit thicker out here, but it's not what we saw earlier on. And again, with that wheel, with that tire missing, it's going to be really difficult for him to make those maneuvers that we saw earlier on. Right now, though, California Highway Patrol, you've got that cruiser right there.
Getting
and you can
closer.
see him. Yeah, he's getting closer, but he can't really do much. The only thing he can do is that command presence, kind of just let him know, hey, I'm right behind you. You can see me, and just bring this to an end before somebody gets hurt. I'm not sure. It's definitely a transition, and it's definitely going to be really, really slow as we make our way southbound out here, and we'll get you to some freeways here in just a moment.
See, I think that some of the vehicles are getting a sense that something's up. They're moving out of the way, which is
but
good.
you can sort of see that he's having a little bit more difficulty steering.
And the speed. Obviously can't go as fast with one of the tires blown out.
You think about what happened to that tire, too, flying debris on the road. That's so dangerous for the people back there where that tire flew off.
For other drivers, and when you're driving around this suspect too, if another tire blows out, if anything is thrown out of the vehicle, that is a very big concern for other innocent drivers just on their morning commute. So that's certainly something that you have to be mindful of. Know what's happening around you when you are driving, because you could be in the middle of a pursuit at any point here in
Not really
LA.
slowing down. It just...
Well, he wasn't going the high rate of speeds that we were seeing earlier, Stu, but
well over 100 miles per hour.
Right, but that's because also of the traffic.
At points.
Yeah. And it definitely looks like I was really pushing in there. If there's somebody in the backseat, which I would find to be unusual, but we've seen very unusual things here, it looks like he's in the front there by himself, nobody in the passenger seat, but continuing to just drive along out here, those high speeds, maneuverability, might have just tapped that Prius a little bit, probably not because it didn't stop, but definitely getting to some thick traffic out here. We're on the 5 freeway. It's always a lot of traffic out here, but as soon as he starts hitting those brakes and starting to start and stop, that rim's going to start coming apart, and then he's going to that is going to bring this thing to an end. Hopefully it will just be something like that. I really like to see this driver just coming to a stop. I don't think he's going to, though. It really seems like his plan is he thinks he can get away for some reason. How often have we seen that? Usually not. I would say that there's been one or two, but in this case, you've got that rim. You're down to the rim. Big BMW, morning traffic, all these eyes on you. My guess is you just pull over.
I think this guy
is
just buying himself time at this point. I want to point out, 8 o'clock, you're watching Good Day LA, and we've been for...
No. Wow.
Yeah.
And he did not stop. He did not stop.
And he just kept on going. These BMWs, I don't want to sound like that guy, but these BMWs are very, very solid. It is a big, solid car. It weighs a lot,
and heavy.
Has a big engine in it, a lot of power, and you just saw it just push that, it looked like an Acura, just kind of out of the way. He basically got in front of it. The suspect did basically a pit maneuver on that person that just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now just keeping going. He is picking up a little bit of speed out here. I'm kind of wondering if the California Highway Patrol he is still right there behind it. I'm sure they probably have another unit that's going to be assisting that vehicle that just basically got pitted out there. But the suspect continuing on out here, a little bit higher speeds. Again, I just can't say it enough. I just want to see this thing come to an end, just to a stop.
Is he
and that suspect, though, I hate to say it, it really seems senseless. You're not going to get away. It's going to come to an end. Why are you causing all these problems? Why are you putting so many people's lives at risk? So far, we've just had some damage. But still, that person just driving to work today or maybe taking their kids to school, and now they have this to deal with.
So, Stu, as we were talking before all that action, we just want to get people caught up in case they're just joining us. The time is 8:03 this morning, and we've been on this pursuit for, I don't know, about 45 minutes or so, I would say, at least. So this was... a residential burglary initially, that is the call, and
it turned into a robbery because the homeowner was at home.
So it was just right before 7 o'clock. Law enforcement got a call about this. This is on Cantor Lane in Walnut. The homeowner was home, as Tony points out, which then changes things as far as the crime itself. And the homeowner apparently saw on camera this suspect inside of the home in the garage. We don't know if anything was taken. We don't know if it was one suspect or more, and we've been following this pursuit since then, and this driver just not giving up, continuing to go at a high rate of speed, not slowing down, even though we witnessed the front right tire come off during the pursuit. What I was wondering, Stu,
and a fairly serious accident.
Yeah, we just saw that a moment ago. So what I'm thinking is, why is this person, and I know you don't have an answer for this, but not exiting and just continuing to go on the freeway?
Maybe they have the idea that this is the safest route for them right now. With the vehicle being damaged. I don't understand the mentality of I'm going to get away. You're not. If he has a destination in mind, where is he going? We've been driving for quite some time. We're getting some information now, unconfirmed. There possibly is a passenger in the front seat. Earlier on, maybe if the opportunity arises, we'll try to look through that front window again. Is now we're hearing that there's 2 people in that vehicle, and when this comes to something else just came out of the car. I wonder if they just threw something out. They're throwing things out of the vehicle right there. It looks like paperwork and things like that. So I'm going to see if we can get Sky Fox back up onto the other side so we can see that passenger side. Definitely makes me believe that there are 2 people inside that vehicle, seeing as stuff is coming out of the car. Now, if that was evidence possibly of the crime, that was, again, is one of those things. They'll just pick it up. Everybody's seeing this right now. There's plenty of video evidence that it's coming out of the car. So right now, this pursuit continuing on. We're southbound on the 5, Montebello area. I'm sorry, in the Southgate. Still continuing to be very pushy, just kind of pushing his way through this, a lot of these other vehicles here. We've seen a couple of contact, that one where he spun that car around. I hope that person is okay. I can't imagine any kind of serious injury. But again, this BMW continuing to move along here on the right lane now. 3 tires, 4 rims, and a driver seeming to be very desperate, or at least trying to prove a point this morning. I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. I can't say that enough. Looks like maybe we're going to get an off-ramp here. No, that's just dust from the from the emergency lane. But it looks. Oh, I thought maybe we're going to be getting on and off ramp right there, but we are definitely not. So this car continuing moving along here, 60 miles an hour, lesser traffic, just going about probably 30 or 40.
And still, we don't know at this point, at least not with any real definiteness at this point, that there wasn't any injuries, because we saw him take out that car, whatever that car was. But I mean, he just spun it around like it was nothing.
It's just, yeah, just spun it around, and that's what I'm saying. I'm hopeful that driver might have injuries, but probably nothing life-threatening. That car just basically spinning around right there, facing the wrong way. We don't know. Hopefully nobody else collided with it afterwards. This BMW now kind of blending a little bit into traffic. I got to get Jeff to get us a little bit more over it. I don't want to lose it behind a sound wall here, but we saw this. Now we believe that there's two people in that vehicle, at least two. Somebody was throwing some things out of that car. Don't know if that's a distraction or possibly trying to get rid of some of the evidence that during that burglary, but still taking these very dangerous maneuvers. I hope that the driver's plan is not to bump into somebody and create a problem, because he seems to be getting very, very close to some of these other vehicles, but definitely something else just coming off there. So maybe the car is starting to come apart. If that's happening, that's good, because it'll help bring this thing to an end. Right now, though, still very dangerous. A lot of other folks out there on the roadway, they don't know what's going on, but the driver is really starting to get aggressive, and now he's starting to hit the brakes. We need to get on the other side. Hang on.
So you do see some smoke coming out of that car. It's not just from the roadway right there. So obviously car problems for this suspect, as this has been going on for quite some time, about an hour right now.
The brakes.
You wonder if it's coming from the, because it looks like it's coming from the same side where
the rim,
the rim is on the right front side there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
there's
definitely. It looks like it's starting to come apart here.
It's coming apart.
Coming apart.
Definitely
He's
coming
starting
apart.
to get a little wobbly.
Yeah.
He needs to slow this thing down before this becomes something other than what we're seeing right now. Definitely that wheel's starting to come apart. And eventually, as soon as you start hitting those brakes, you know that rim is going to start coming apart. Once a piece comes off, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. So he's going to lose his front wheel. And is still trying to push this car, still trying to push it.
And
we're going to clean this shot up, but yep, that wheel is completely off the spindle and wrapped around there, and he is still driving at freeway speeds, just pushing that car. He's going to push this thing until the car stops. Hopefully he doesn't push this thing into somebody else's vehicle. Right now, the passenger in there as well, that car probably screaming inside there. I can imagine what the noise sounds like in there, but you can totally see that wheel just wrapped around that front there, and this vehicle speeds continue on. Now he's behind that big rig, but we're going to catch up here. He should just pull this thing over, try to bring it to a stop. California Highway Patrol close by. But definitely, this is not what we wanted to see this morning.
Well, and it makes you wonder, Stu, what's going to happen once this vehicle does stop, because it's going to have to.
It's falling apart.
It's going to have to stop. Yeah, and hopefully this isn't going to turn out to be some sort of standoff. I'm wondering if they have any information that these people were armed in any way. I'm going to get a little bit wider shot right now, just in case he has to stop and we won't be able to see it.
And
but right now, the car definitely coming apart.
Look at the back of the car, the bumper. It's also...
We're watching it fall apart in front of our eyes.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to wonder about the undercarriage, too, of that vehicle at this point, with all the sparks flying and obviously the axis disabled at this point in the front of the car, with the fender and the back bumper falling off. It is quite a disaster, although the driver's still pushing it, as he said, 73 miles per hour.
Yeah, but it can't go on for long like this. It just...
he's just grinding it down and grinding it down. Hopefully it'll start getting to the point where, he'll lose something important, very important, like an oil pan. Start losing that oil, that engine will come to a stop, or possibly the vehicle starting to overheat, getting pushed so hard. But right now you can see this car still rolling around here. Three tires, that's it. That front wheel is actually probably hindering that driving, if anything else. I can't imagine that he has any kind of solid maneuverability as this continues on. Southbound 5 freeway, and at speeds, like you said, I was shocked. I was actually just, I was doing the camera there. I was shocked when you said the speed. I looked up and I was like, oh my God, this guy is really going 70 miles an hour. There we go. The rim totally gone now. Completely gone. So now he's rolling on 3 wheels.
Wow.
And that might have given that actually might have given him a little bit more maneuverability, but it's not going to give him any stopping power, and it's definitely not going to give him any kind of ability to make a sharp turn, as in getting off the freeway. California Highway Patrol joining in again right there, and it's a lot more smoke coming out of it, probably because he's trying to brake. I'm going to get Jeff to get us away from the sound wall as we're making our way off the freeway there. Probably the best bet, but I'm really wondering what is he going to do when he gets to the bottom of the freeway. He's not going to have any kind of braking power, and I'm wondering if this car is going to even continue afterwards.
There you see him try and pump the brakes right there, the suspect, guy or girl, and then CHP right on his tail.
Right on his tail, yeah. This would be the time to do the pit maneuver if they could do it. And it looks like we're just going to be getting back onto the freeway. This is, I'm
Bizarre.
speechless. I'm completely speechless.
It's ridiculous.
Well, and I think it always, when you have something like this, calls into
Makes no
question the
sense.
state of mind
Of course, yeah.
of whoever is doing this. But I mean, this pursuit has been really bizarre, Stu.
But bizarre, and it just gets stranger and stranger. That car continues to move along. The freeway seems to be kind of open, like maybe they did some sort of traffic break. They could do a pit maneuver at high speeds. I've seen the LAPD do it at 50 miles an hour one time on a freeway that did roll over the vehicle. But maybe that's part of their plan, is maybe they can clear out the freeway. Maybe they can make their way over there and then basically be a little bit more aggressive. This vehicle continues to go 70, 80 miles an hour. It is definitely on 3 wheels. That the car is definitely grinding every now and then. It's just the chassis just bottoming out whenever they hit a bump or anything. The wobbling is what worries me, because I just don't want to see them lose control and hit other folks just driving to work this morning.
Well, and that back tire now looks like it's not in great shape on the driver's side.
Yep. It could be. That rear bumper definitely hanging off the back there. Probably not too much of a problem, but I'm wondering the stuff that's coming out from the front, the rim coming apart, those pieces might have taken out the rear passenger as well, the rear passenger tire. Let's be clear with that. But this car continuing, this driver just keeps on pushing it. Look at the freeway, though. Look at the freeway. That's not morning traffic for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. They have basically moved some of or did a traffic break. You have some cars out there right now, but California Highway Patrol, they're getting up very, very close to it. Hopefully they'll be able to do some sort of pit maneuver, bring this thing to an end. I have a feeling that if this car does spin around, even though it is a big BMW and you can clearly see rolling around on 3 wheels, grinding that chassis down, it's still going. Maybe that kind of spinning it around will stall the motor, and it may not restart. But right now, 2 people in that car, as we understand it, and this pursuit continues. Thank goodness nobody's been hurt, but it is not over.
And if your CHP officers on pursuit, they know it's just a matter of time. They see this car being disabled, that it's just a matter of time where they can get this suspect. So they're definitely going to stay on his tail, see this all the way through to the end. There is just no way that this driver can continue. At some point, this car is going to be completely disabled, and some kind of resolution has to happen in terms of putting this to an end.
Smoke's coming out.
Yes.
Here we go, more smoke.
A lot of smoke coming out of that car, and a lot of parts still flying out of the front of it. Once that wheel was gone, you're basically down to the you're down to the hub, and you've got pieces flying off. It's like it just hit that other car right there. I'm sure a lot of that stuff is not plastic. I'm sure that is a lot of pieces of metal. That's going to be a lot of that hub. A lot of the steering is going to be down there as well, and it's all just grinding and starting to fall off the car. This is going to basically help bring. This is the reason why I didn't want to get over here, because if we did get off the freeway, we might not be able to see it because of the sound wall. But right now, he's still continuing on. This is going to be one of those spots. I mean, we've seen it in the past. He's basically just makes his way through, but okay. All right, staying on the road, not getting on the freeway.
I'm surprised he could make that turn like that.
I was surprised as well. This is this older BMW. These are great cars. We've seen them in a lot of movies. There's a reason why a lot of diplomats were picking these vehicles back in the day, and this is probably one of the reasons why. But right now, this car is in the wrong hands, doing the wrong things, and law enforcement just wants to bring it to a stop before he collides with somebody, creating injury to somebody else. Wrong side of the road.
Going the wrong way.
Going the wrong way. Going the wrong way.
And you can still see things flying off that car.
We're watching it fall apart in front of us. It just unbelievable.
It's amazing that this thing is just keeping on going. Right now,
back on the freeway.
We're getting back onto another freeway. This would be a spot, of course, behind the trees, would be a spot where they could be able to do that pit maneuver.
They're getting
but
closer.
He definitely, that driver knows. That driver somehow knew. He started really speeding up as he made his way back onto the freeway out here. Now we're on the 91. I also have to put it out there that Skyfox is running out of fuel, and I don't want to say that, but it is what it is. And we're going to stay with it as long as we can. If we keep heading this direction, we're going to be getting this closer to some other airports. But right now, though, you can definitely see this vehicle coming apart. That front wheel.
Oh, wow.
Being held on by pieces. And, you know, that's a part of it, too. If that comes apart at these speeds on the freeway and a big chunk of that comes off, that could hurt some people as well.
Yeah.
There goes the rear bumper.
There goes the bumper.
Yep, there goes the rear bumper.
And all the flying debris. I mean, this is dangerous for those other drivers. Imagine that bumper just flying into your windshield.
And this driver is bound and determined not to stop that car.
And as you mentioned, Stu, think about the noise inside that vehicle just grinding at this rate of speed, 82 miles per hour it's clocking at.
Yeah, drive it till the wheels fall off. This guy is taking that to the actual literal meaning. Right now, it looks like we're getting back off onto an off-ramp. More parts of the car coming off there. That front wheel, I'm surprised the rim is still there. I thought it had fallen off. It's just basically sideways about halfway, but at least up to the hub right now. It's still continuing on. This vehicle just, and every time it hits those bumps.
How fast it is.
Yeah. I know, it's like the foot is on the gas.
Yep, he's got his foot in it, and he's got 3 wheels, and he is definitely going to drive this thing till all the wheels fall off. There,
there it goes.
Oh,
yeah. No. Oh no, completely losing control.
That's just the premise, though.
You just got to kind of wonder what California Highway Patrol. I mean, these guys want to bring this thing to an end.
There goes the rim.
Yeah, more pieces coming apart. At least he's off to the side, and if it happens over here, it'll just go off the roadway. But when he's out there in traffic, and that starts happening like that, that rim coming off at 80 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, that could be a real problem for anybody that might be nearby. Continuing on there, some of those big rigs passing him. It looks like, I wonder if the car just keeps pulling off to the right.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
seems
because
like it's
he's missing all those
dragging to the
bars.
right.
It does seem to be listing to the right. Yeah.
Definitely.
Well,
there we go.
At this point, that rim is just dangling. It's not even purposeful.
Pit him. Do it. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, he almost had that opportunity right there, but even at those speeds, they want to bring this thing to an end, but they have to be safe, and they have to keep the safety of the officers in mind and the suspect. I can't clarify that enough. These officers are, they are thinking about the safety of that lunatic behind the wheel. Well, and right now,
it's drifting.
A pursuit doesn't get much more dangerous than what we're seeing here, Stu.
That is true, especially with now we're back in traffic. But it looks like, let's see if he's going to try to use that off ramp. But definitely in the emergency lane. I'm wondering if he slides off the roadway, that might disable the vehicle in a way where, if he gets stuck in the dirt, maybe he just can't go. But right now, still continuing on and making his way. Looks like we're going to. I'm just getting a little bit farther ahead to see if we have an off ramp. Yeah, see if he uses that off ramp once again.
At some point along that freeway, it looked like there was a little embankment.
They're asking for when we really have to leave.
Clearly, this driver is determined to stay on the freeway, give it all he has, because obviously the vehicle is just deteriorating in front of our eyes.
Yeah. this car just falling apart. And this is actually the good side of the car, as it would be. The other side is the one that really has all the damage on it. Continuing on, this is, you know, I have to poke a little fun at it every now and then, but it really is very, very dangerous this morning. And there's so many close calls out here. We haven't seen, thank goodness, we haven't seen any serious injuries. But this driver continuing to push this car, trying to get away. He's not going to get away. But right now, if something was in front of him and he had to brake hard, I find it hard to believe that that vehicle could stop in a timely manner. And that's really what I'm concerned about. And I'm sure a lot of the law enforcement watching as well are thinking that same thing. 91 freeway, you can see it right there. Speeds 50 miles an hour. The rest of the vehicle is probably going about 30. This one clearly disabled and still getting very, very close to a lot of these other cars. I'm surprised the blinker still works on that BMW.
So I can't tell, obviously, from this vantage point, but law enforcement pulled back again? How close are they to this vehicle?
Oh,
they're right there.
Okay.
Right behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're right there. The lights and sirens are definitely going to be helping the situation. You can see the California Highway Patrol, they have the advantage right now. That officer is slowing down every now and then speeding up when needed, when safe. That's probably the better way to say it, when safe. More parts of that rim just flying off and probably hitting a lot of these other vehicles right there. Again, you know, people at home might be like, oh, you got a chip in your paint, big deal. I like my car. I don't want to have any chips in my paint. And, you know, and this guy just kind of flying through there. More parts just keep flying off of the car as he's passing all these vehicles.
I'm still astounded at how maneuverable this vehicle still seems to be, given the amount of damage to it.
Yeah.
It is something to watch for sure. And California Highway Patrol, I'm sure they're thinking almost the same thing. Maybe they're just hoping that look at all that stuff coming off of it.
Wow. And one little piece hitting your windshield is going to ruin someone's day for sure.
Yeah.
And
Definitely,
dangerous.
Definitely. And I'm sure that what we're seeing is parts of that rim. I thought that whole rim had come off earlier on, but it was still there. And it looks like here we go. Maybe the car is starting to give up. There's the rest of the bumper.
There's the bumper.
There's the rest of the bumper. It looks like he's trying to push his way through. And it's continuing on. Let's see what what law enforcement. You see, law enforcement, they have to follow the rules. They have to be safe. What happened? Oh, no. I thought maybe he hit that bar there on the truck. This would be the time.
Oh.
Right?
Okay, here we go.
Do it. Missed it.
And, you know, those maneuvers, they look so easy and so simple
but they're
when
not.
we watch them. They're not. These guys are highly trained. They have to do it right at the right moment. And they have to stay safe. But you can see that they're aggressively trying when the opportunity appears. That driver, that CHP officer, definitely going to get a gold star when he gets back to base today, at least for effort, trying and keeping up with him. If he gets off the freeway, I think that CHP officer is going to be very aggressive and try to do that pit maneuver.
Well, because as both you and Araxia pointed out earlier, Stu, I mean, this is a balancing act. At what point does the pursuit become so dangerous that you have to take more aggressive measures to bring it to an end? And it looks like we may be there.
I think we were there a while ago. We passed that point. That's the point of no return. This BMW keeps on driving. It's amazing that the other tires are holding on. That front one, don't know how he lost it, but at least he did. And again, California Highway Patrol right on his tail right there. It had to slow down probably because of some safety issues. Oh, he hit a cone. So that definitely means that there is some construction coming up. I'm wondering if the emergency lane might be closed out here. If it is, that might create some more problems for that driver. But right now, I'm kind of hoping he just gets off the freeway. The CHP can do that pit maneuver, and everybody can go home happy. Here we go again. He might be able to do that. As long as he's around those other vehicles, they're not going to be able to do it because they don't want that vehicle spinning out into somebody else's car or property. So right now, continuing on, 63 miles an hour. Older BMW, 7 Series, on that emergency lane. California Highway Patrol right behind him.
Yeah. How is this car still running? I just don't get it. Wow, that is incredible. And there he goes, still 65 miles
Look
per
at all
hour.
that smoke coming out the bottom. He has got to be bottomed out. He has got to be bottomed out. All that heat being created. There's got to be some oil. I'm surprised something hasn't caught fire as already
Well, it looks like the
underneath that
sunroof
car.
is open right now, Stu. That
A
looks
li-
different.
yeah,
You're right.
Yep, he did open up the sunroof, but a lot more smoke coming out of the bottom of the car. Hopefully that thing is going to, maybe he's starting to get smoke inside the car.
Yeah.
That could be as well because of all, something's definitely changing right there. Something is definitely
there he
changing.
goes.
Here we go.
Losing
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
And
here we go.
doors
Here he-
open.
oh,
Is he really going to try to run?
my.
What's CHP doing?
Oh my God.
Okay. Jesus,
Two
guys.
people inside that vehicle.
Two people
running
inside.
Right now.
We were asked by law enforcement to keep an eye on the passenger. So we're going to keep an eye on this guy right there the best we can while the California Highway Patrol is. If I can keep an eye on both of them, I definitely will. But they usually separate there. Got on the other side of the freeway.
You can see this
Jeff,
coming a mile away.
We need to get over to the. We need to get over to the. We're moving Skyfox the best we can.
You knew that that's what
them.
these guys were going to do. You knew that just by how determined they were
To get away.
to get away.
To get away. I hope they don't try to carjack anybody. That's kind of what I'm worried about right there. You know.
That's the
there
driver.
he goes.
It looks like
That's
both
the
of them had
driver. I don't know what
gloves or
happened to the other guy.
Yeah, there's something in their hand.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Oh, they're trying to get a car, as you mentioned.
What's
Stu.
in their
He's
hand?
definitely trying to get somebody, which is. No, they're both right there.
Oh,
They're both right there.
Okay,
And
that's it.
there we go.
That's it.
there we go.
There
Oh,
we have
there's law
officers right
enforcement.
there.
Hello.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you see on the right hand of the? I guess that was the driver. What is on his hand? It's like a.
It looks like he has some sort of injury to his hand.
Is that what
looks
that
like he
is,
hurt
like
his
a
hand somehow.
bandage?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Well,
That
this
was
is,
one- that
this
was a
is definitely
chase.
one of the wildest ones we've seen in a while, Stu.
Yep.
Definitely. I'm just going a little bit wider. I wanted to see where the car was, but my pilot has been stretching it here in Skyfox. We needed fuel at 8 o'clock, so we are definitely on our reserves. We got both of them in custody. The dog didn't get to play, but got them both in custody. Nobody seriously hurt. That's huge as well. But what a pursuit this morning! Wow.
Thank you so much, Stu. Please
That
get
was,
some fuel. Oh, and this is
We're going to show that moment, I think, coming up on the right side of your screen. On the left side is what's happening right now live, and on the right side, you can see the moment it all came to an end. Glad you didn't run out of fuel, Stu. We cut it
Yep,
close.
we got to go.
Yep.
We got to go. We got to go.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for all of that, Skyfox. That was intense.
Yeah, what started as a residential burglary that...
All right, you're watching our Los Angeles 11 team coverage there, showing that high-speed chase that is now over. It was going on for, I would say, almost an hour there, going on to several different interstates, freeways, and it appears that two suspects there who ran from the car have now been taken into custody. It's likely we'll learn more about the burglary itself in the coming hours or so. So as always, stay with Live Now from Fox for the latest breaking news. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but much more of your top stories from across the country and across the world coming up in just a few. Stay with us.
Good morning, and thanks so much again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have been keeping you in full coverage on top stories, breaking news events happening all across the country, just coming out of the LA area after a wild police chase here already here this morning. It had started just after the 7 a.m. time locally in California, and thankfully it did come to an end with 2 people being brought into custody. Here, though, we're still talking about down in Florida, the recovery efforts that are underway with Hurricane Ian, especially as we know there's still a huge amount of search and rescues happening on that western coast of Florida, where the Category 4 hurricane had hit first. So do want to remind all of our viewers who are watching here with us that we are going to continue our coverage fully here for you, especially as President Biden tomorrow will be headed to the Sunshine State to take a look at damage himself. Fox Corporation, though, does want to remind everyone that they've donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to help with Hurricane Ian relief efforts. And we hope that you also lend a hand. The Red Cross is down on the ground. They're providing aid and resources, including shelters and meals and medical supplies, and even more items for people who've been impacted by the storm. So you can join us here at Fox supporting the Red Cross with their relief efforts and help those who were affected by Hurricane Ian. All you have to do is grab that smartphone, grab your tablet, scan that QR code that's right there on the left-hand side on your screen. It'll take you to the Red Cross website where you can make a donation, or you can head to redcross.org/FoxForward to donate now. But our counties are continuing to give us updates as those recovery efforts are well underway. Lee County, one of those areas that was impacted greatly from that Category 4 hurricane. Let's go ahead and bring you their latest update right here on Live Now from Fox.
He's had these clothes on for 2 days.
Good morning. My name is Chris Fine. I'm a sergeant with the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Thank you for being here today. Standing behind me is Commissioner Ray Sandelli, Sheriff Wayne Ivey, Sheriff Chad Cronister and his wife Nikki Cronister, and Fort Myers Town Councilman Dan Ehlers. We're here to provide an update about our hurricane relief. To provide those updates, Sheriff Carmine Marcino. Sheriff?
Thanks for being here today. I know the importance of information and what it means to our residents, the great residents of this county and the great state of Florida. So I want to be very consistent and deliver messages and information as fast as possible that's been vetted to keep our residents and everyone in our great state informed ASAP. So far, we've done over 842 rescues, and unfortunately, we've had 55 total deaths in Lee County. Out of those 55, 9 bodies are still unidentified. We're going to use the Andy machine to properly identify the deceased, working with the family members. I'm proud to say that we had over 3,800 calls for service that we're holding, welfare checks, call to 911, all the stuff that we could not get to during this catastrophic event. And today, we are back to the normal flow of traffic, not holding calls because of my fellow brothers and sisters in law enforcement that have come from everywhere to help us. Lee County Sheriff's Office is currently on Alpha Bravos. And what does that mean exactly? Alpha Bravos means we work 12-hour shifts and they don't get to go home to their family members. They stay ready and able at the press of a button to go to work. And before the storm, we were Alpha Bravos. During and still today, we are on Alpha Bravo shifts. We worry about burnout. We worry about a relief factor. So we're going to utilize our local, state, and federal partners to make sure that we have the sufficient manpower to relieve those that have been pushing it beyond the limits and working straight around the clock. The National Guard has helped us tremendously with security and safety of our roadways. My fellow family members from all over the state have sent countless assets to help us, from the Florida Sheriff's Association, the Fish and Wildlife, our Florida Highway Patrol, our state troopers, FDLE, fire, and EMS from all over the country. It's all hands on deck, folks. I want to thank the residents of Lee County, the great residents. And I have to tell you, even as we stand here, people are pulling up. We took such a catastrophic hit, but everybody wants to help. It's very heartwarming during these tragic events because in minutes and hours, a lot of people had their lives washed away. Breaking down the districts, as Lee County as a whole is 1,260 square miles. Our South District, we have extreme damage in Bonita Beach. We want to keep people off the roadways and the bridges for their safety. Again, electrical issues, bridge compromised. We're looking at Lover's Key and Hickory Island, and we're working on temporary repairs with restrictions to that bridge. As we sit here in Fort Myers Beach, Ground Zero, and I always refer, there's an 80-foot boat that's thrown like it's nothing. The beach area is still closed. USAR, the urban search and rescue teams, are working in conjunction with all of us to do very, very strict three-phase, rescue and recovery. Okay, phase one is an initial search for life. People that are in immediate danger, yelling for help that might have stayed, yelling for help because they're injured. Phase two is a follow-up search, and it's more in detail. Sometimes it's very difficult to identify a property. There's no more property lines in some areas. Sometimes no buildings or homes. So we're going back for that phase two to really identify a property, possibly who the owner is, and if there were people in need, and the accountability side of that. And then phase three is very, very detailed, which is a complete evaluation about structures. If there's a structure still standing, has it been compromised? Using the cadaver dogs to go in to sniff out possibly if there's anyone there or deceased. It's going to be time, folks, and I need patience, and I need residents to understand, which they have. While their lives have been washed away in some circumstances, we are all in this together. As the sheriff of this county, I'm committed to that. My team and family members are committed at every level. I have to praise Governor DeSantis and his team. Governor DeSantis has been amazing. He has constantly phoned me. What do we need, Sheriff? What are the updates? They give us everything that we need at every level to do our job. I want to talk about Sanibel, Captiva, and the Barrier Islands. Sanibel is accessible by boat, but it's restricted access to approved contractors and residents. Multiple barges are being utilized to transport goods, water, machinery, and equipment to the island. And we're working as we speak for a temporary ferry service to assist the residents. And we know people want to get back. They want to see their homes. They want to see if they have a home. They want to grab a photo album. Things that cannot be replaced by insurance or money. We want to make sure we give people, when it's safe, the first second it's safe, the chance to do that. Department of Transportation and the Army Corps of Engineers are assessing the Sanibel Causeway as we speak. And once again, I can't thank our great governor, Ron DeSantis, who has been committed to getting us a new bridge completed ASAP. We have over 100 National Guardsmen deployed over Sanibel and Captiva. Now we look to Pine Island, equally hit as hard. And as of yesterday, with the governor's assistance, the Department of Transportation is working on a temporary bridge. They're delivering tons of gravel as we speak, starting yesterday, and possibly can have a temporary bridge in place by as of this Saturday. That's huge, folks, huge. You're talking about immediate assistance and decision-making to get that done. We have over 60 military troops deployed to already supplement a huge law enforcement contingency from all over the state of Florida. Countywide, DOT, Department of Transportation, we have about 45% of the traffic signals fixed and operational. Folks, we experienced a catastrophic hit five days ago, and we're 45% fixed and operational regarding traffic lights and security. That's all hands on deck, and I applaud them for their effort. Incredible work. Florida Power and Lighting. I just spoke to their CEO, Eric Segali, and I've been in constant communication with him. We're about 70% fixed with FPL. Again, huge numbers as of 8 o'clock this morning. I know LCEC is out here in full force, and I can't thank them enough because we had to treat our intersections like four-way stop signs, and the traffic backed up, which hurt our emergency responses. Now, every single minute, every hour, every day, things are flowing much better. And I want to cover something it sickens me, but I want to make a message, and I want to make a clear message as far as looting. We have law and order in Lee County. We have law and order in our great state of Florida, and we always will. Right now, we have 4 cases of looting, and I'm proud to say they're behind bars where they belong. Our residents are going to be safe. My message has been crystal clear. Don't make the fatal error of entering a person's home. You may walk in. Very poor choice, but you may walk in. You're going to be carried out. I'm not playing. We're not playing. We have law and order, and the great residents will be safe and secure. We've had arrests, on these incidents. When we look at Bonita Beach, Old Hickory Road, we had Donaldson Duck and Alejandro Duck that decided to enter a home and remove items. They were captured and charged with burglary and grand theft. I spoke to our great state attorney, Amira Fox, and our attorney general, Ashley Moody. We're going to make certain not only they charged, but to the fullest extent of the law and follow through with that. We have another grand theft. Victor Pena Canales decided to enter Bonita Bay, where he doesn't live, and carried out a lot of valuables and jewelry. And while we couldn't locate the exact person, that person was charged with loitering and prowling. All 3 of these subjects are here illegally in this country. Robert Mena, Brandon Arara, Stephen Arara, all arrested for steering bottles on Fort Myers Beach during the hurricane. They were located and arrested. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not tolerating it. Again, this is a hard hit. The residents of this great county and this great state, we will work as a team with you as one big family and make certain you're safe. We have offices all over, people that are deployed all over, resources deployed from the air, from the sea, and on boots on the ground. We're monitoring this county 24/7 in every way. I want to also take a moment. Sheriff Grady Judd is in my heart, and his family members in our prayers. Unfortunately, they had a deputy that was killed in the line of duty. Grady Judd, our thoughts and prayers are with you, and I will also tell you that those family members from Polk County are not only grieving the loss of their deputy, which was tragic, but they're here working in Lee County while they have lost one of their family members. In closing, I want to close out and tell you this with certainty. We have short and long-term goals, and every day we'll keep getting better and better, and I'm committed to that with the key decision makers from all over the state and our great governor, Ron DeSantis. We will be stronger than ever. United we stand. God bless our residents everywhere that have been affected by this horrific storm. And most importantly, God bless America. And I'll take questions. So how many people are missing? Well, right now, we're doing that real tight-knit third search. And those numbers could go up. I pray to God again that they don't. But until we go through the rubble, until we see exactly what we have, we're not certain who's missing and what those numbers will be. But we're going to deliver them again as soon as possible, transparently. I just want it properly vetted and want to deliver truthful and proper information. Sure. Yes, sir. So for those that have lost loved ones and they haven't been in contact with them, first and foremost, I pray for their safety. My heart is with them. I want to help them. We all want to help them the best we can, and we pray that they're okay. If you need welfare checks done, we have a lot of them coming in. Again, we have a difficult time identifying property at times because the property is no longer there. It's not existent. And that's what takes time. We got to do things proper. When we have a home that's standing and we can walk up to it and we can search it, it's a lot easier than something that's unidentifiable or doesn't exist. So those, reach out to us, okay? You can send us an email, whatever you need to do, get us the information, and the second we're able to, these strike teams will follow up and do the best that we can to identify your loved one that hopefully is safe. And my hearts are with you. Yes, sir. So I had heard the president's coming. President Biden has not spoken to me. I had heard he spoke to a county commissioner. I haven't heard from them, but I will tell you, I'm thankful for any and all help that we can get. You know, it's all hands on deck here, folks. It doesn't matter about anything other than let's be great humans and let's work hard together. And my message to the residents, okay? Let's get out there, help your neighbors. Clean a neighbor's yard, deliver them water, help them. Let's everybody help each other because we're in this together. And the quicker everyone does that, the better we will be, and we will be stronger than ever.
Is there any plan for those? Is that a couple people say that they are still in a situation where they do not have transportation to get elsewhere? They're at a home that was ravaged. Has there been any kind of transportation programs for those people?
Specifically at what location? Okay, Fort Myers Beach. So the plan for, obviously, people that have not had a chance to get off Fort Myers Beach, we do have all sorts of vehicles that are taking them off and transporting them. It's a matter of accessing the people that need that, but we are in place, and those strike teams are taking people on and off the beach. You know, again, I wish I could press a button and do it all right now. It just takes time, and right now we're getting to the point where we're seeing real results every day, and we're getting better and better every day. So what residents are receiving from FEMA and the federal government. FEMA's at our Emergency Operations Center. They've been there since, you know, during the storm and after. They're still there, and they're working directly with us at the EOC. At the sheriff level, I'm worried about life, safety, welfare, and I know that we're getting what we need from FEMA at the EOC, and when I'm briefed, I'm briefed. Next question. What do I expect as far as casualties? First and foremost, again, I want to reiterate, I wish there wasn't one casualty, okay? But the reality is we're at 55. That number can go up, and I pray it doesn't. As we start to really tighten our searches up, again, identifying under debris, we have rooftops and homes that are just blown away. So I can't assume or just guess at what that might be. I can only pray that there are no more casualties. Again, my thoughts and prayers are with the family members, but know every single day, the second we can deliver information, I want to keep information coming to the residents, and most importantly, we are making tremendous progress, folks. We got hit. I say it's a Category 5. It was 2 miles an hour under a Category 5, moving at 9 miles an hour. It was very slow moving and just repeatedly crushing us. And I'm proud to say that in 5 days, give or take, we are coming back on our feet. And I'm confident, both short and long term, with our great governor's help, with everyone you see standing here, and all the decision makers in Florida with the greatest residents, that we're going to be better than ever. Sir. Right now we don't. We've had 4 incidents which has resulted in arrests. It saddens me. It sickens me that I'm going to say that people are looting at a time like this. But again, I wanted to get the message out clear. I mean, we're a law and order state. At every level, our attorney, Ashley General, does an amazing job. Our state attorney, Amira Fox. Our governor has made it clear. We stand with our residents for law and order. And you go in someone's house and you make that fatal error, you might walk in, okay, you'll be carried out. Yes. I don't know the details. I left a message for Sheriff Grady Judd. There are other sheriffs here that have spoken to him. My heart is broke. I know it was a very young man, pretty much new to the game, new to the sheriff's office, and there's no words that can describe, and let alone not only the loss of life, but now his fellow brothers and sisters and us, our family members, are all out here worrying about this, and it really is a sad, sad day. Thoughts and prayers. So I still think we're in between 2 and 3. Approximately, maybe if we get lucky, we're working so hard around the clock. We're probably still another 3 to 4 days left in search and rescue and recovery. So that's a rough time frame that could go in either direction. I hope that we can get through it really quick, because then moving on, what does that look like? This is a new norm. Okay, the new norm is going to be what we see, and every day just trying to get better and better with the basic essentials. Power, 70% up, that's tremendous. Water, all the different things that we want. And also, you know, these are not numbers. This is family members. People didn't just lose their homes. We can rebuild a home. We can get another boat. But when you lose a loved one, there's just no words that can describe how we feel for that family. So we hope and pray those numbers stay as low as possible, and we're going to do everything to help those families through. And I want to see this through and then look at the next phase, which is much more positive on where do we go from here, which the talks are already happening. Where do we go from here? It's not just the recovery. Now, let's build, let's grow, and let's do great things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our officials here in Lee County, again, one of the areas that was hit the hardest, speaking about updates, especially as they still have efforts well underway for searching for missing people. There's still a lot of people reported missing, unknown. Did they evacuate and go somewhere and then get out of touch with family and friends, or are they those who had been left behind and possibly had been on one of those areas that got just hit way too hard? They don't have cell phone service, so it is still a lot of effort underway in the state of Florida. You heard also some condolences being made to Polk County sheriffs. That's because earlier here this morning, we did unfortunately have a 21-year-old deputy who was fatally shot after serving a warrant in Polk County. We are expecting a press conference a little bit later here this afternoon around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time from our Polk County officials on that subject. So we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break. A live look here at the big board, up more than 730 points. When we come back, we're going to be taking you out to Boston, where we do have our officials talking about a false explosion report happening at Northeastern University. It happened last month. They're talking about the latest details in their investigation. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you top stories happening all across the country. It was earlier in the month of September that there was an employee at Northeastern University in Boston who had reported an explosion from a package. It ended up being, after a thorough investigation, a false report. That employee now being charged for that incident. Let's go ahead and bring you the very latest as our officials in Boston are giving us more details into what exactly had unfolded.
Good morning. On September 13th, it was reported that there was an explosion on the campus of Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. Today we are here to announce that Jason Duhame of Texas was arrested earlier this morning in Texas in connection with that reported explosion at a Northeastern University lab. He is scheduled to appear before a United States magistrate judge in San Antonio, Texas, later this afternoon. Mr. Duhame, who at the time of this incident was employed as the new technology manager and director of the immersive media lab at Northeastern University, is alleged to have fabricated the story and then provided law enforcement with materially false and misleading information about the incident. According to the charging document, at approximately 7 p.m. on September 13th, Mr. Duhame placed a 911 call telling the operator that he was injured by very sharp objects that were expelled from a plastic Pelican case. For those of you who don't know, Pelican cases are hard plastic cases that latch shut, similar to a briefcase. In that same 911 call, Mr. Duhame stated that the case contained a violent note. As we all know in Boston, Mr. Duhame's 911 call generated a significant response. A large portion of Northeastern's Boston campus was evacuated, and the Northeastern University Police Department issued numerous campus-wide alerts, one of which described an explosion on campus. Law enforcement officers from the Northeastern University Police Department and the Boston Police Department were first to arrive on scene, followed shortly thereafter by agents from the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Bomb squads from the FBI and Boston Police Department also responded in order to inspect the lab and render safe a second suspicious container reported by Mr. Duhame inside that lab. After his 911 call, Mr. Duhame allegedly reported to law enforcement, including at least one federal agent, that he had collected several packages from a mail area earlier that evening and brought them into the lab. Among the packages were the 2 Pelican cases, which he brought into a storage closet inside the lab. Mr. Duhame allegedly said that when he opened one of the cases, very sharp objects flew out and under his shirt sleeves, causing injuries to his arms. Additionally, he reported that the case contained a threatening letter directed at the lab. According to court documents unsealed today, the law enforcement officers who arrived at the scene observed the Pelican case Mr. Duhame described to the 911 operator and found it was empty and undamaged. Neither that Pelican case nor the threatening letter Mr. Duhame allegedly said was inside the case showed any indication of having been exposed to a forceful or explosive discharge of any type or magnitude. And the storage closet in which Mr. Duhame said he had opened the case appeared normal and undisrupted. Bomb technicians who entered the closet not long after Mr. Duhame's 911 call did not observe any small objects or suspicious debris on the floor or elsewhere. During the subsequent interviews with law enforcement, Mr. Duhame allegedly provided statements about the incident that were consistent with his report to the 911 operator. It is alleged that he expressly denied fabricating his story in the case, the threatening letter that he said was inside the case, and the cause of his injuries. Additionally, forensic analysis of one of the computers seized during a search of Mr. Duhame's office at Northeastern University allegedly revealed a word-for-word electronic copy of the letter stored in a backup folder. Metadata associated with this file reflected a created date and time of September 13th at 2:57 p.m., roughly 4 hours prior to when Mr. Duhaime called 911 to report the explosion. Thanks to the exceptional work and partnership with the FBI, Boston Police Department, and the Northeastern University Police Department, Mr. Duhaime, as we said earlier, was arrested today, charged with 1 count of intentionally conveying false and misleading information related to an explosive device, and 1 count of making materially false statements to a federal law enforcement agent. This alleged conduct is disturbing, to say the least. Our city, more than most, knows all too well that a report or threat of an explosion is a very serious matter and necessitates an immediate and significant law enforcement response, given the potential devastation that can ensue. Mr. Duhaime's 911 call on September 13th did, in fact, generate an enormous law enforcement response and resulted in the evacuation of a large portion of the Northeastern campus and the understandable panic among many Northeastern students, faculty, and staff. And Northeastern is located in a community. The residents of Boston that live and work near Northeastern University experienced this situation as well and were afraid. Based on the alleged facts outlined in the charging document, a federal magistrate judge has found probable cause that Mr. Duhaime fabricated the incident, which included a claim that the Pelican case contained sharp objects and a threatening letter directed at the lab. The complaint alleged that Mr. Duhaime drafted that letter himself hours before contacting 911. His alleged actions diverted significant law enforcement resources away from essential public safety matters and caused fear and panic not only on campus, but also in the homes of the families and friends and loved ones of Northeastern student, faculty, and staff, as well as the people who live and work near Northeastern's campus. Although I cannot comment on the motive of this case specifically, I want to emphasize that violence and threats of violence of destruction, whether they are made up or intended to be real, are illegal and will be investigated and prosecuted. My law enforcement partners in my office will not ignore those who seek to cause panic in our communities. Again, I want to commend the incredible work of my law enforcement partners and investigators in this case, including the FBI, Boston Police, and Northeastern University. You will now hear from the special agent in charge of the FBI.
Thank you, Rachel, and good afternoon. Earlier this morning, the FBI arrested Jason Duhaime, the former new technology manager and director of the Immersive Media Lab at Northeastern University, for intentionally lying to us about an explosive device inside his lab, along with the threatening letter he allegedly wrote directed at the lab, and for obstructing our investigation. We took him into custody near his residence in San Antonio, Texas, without incident. In this case, we believe Mr. Duhaime wanted to be the victim, but instead victimized his entire community by instilling fear at college campuses in Massachusetts and beyond. As a result of the alleged hoax orchestrated by Duhaime, a massive law enforcement response ensued. Bomb technicians with the Boston Police Department and the FBI were deployed, and a large portion of the university was evacuated, but ultimately, no explosive devices were found. What Jason Duhaime is accused of doing is cause for concern on several levels. Throughout the course of our investigation, we believe he repeatedly lied to us about what happened inside the lab, faked his injuries, and wrote a rambling letter directed at the lab threatening more violence. Almost every day across the Commonwealth, either an FBI special agent bomb technician or another federal, state, or local public safety bomb tech responds to a call about a suspicious package or threat. They don't do it for the money or the glory. They do it for us, to keep scores of people safe from unspeakable harm. And answering those calls leaves no room for error. Most turn out to be false alarms or hoaxes, like what happened in this case, but no call can go unanswered because in our line of work, preventing a terrorist attack or disarming a live pipe bomb or rendering safe an active improvised explosive device can be the difference between life or death. Making false threats is not some harmless prank. It's selfish, short-sighted, and a federal crime. It drains law enforcement resources, diverts us from responding to an actual crisis, puts innocent people at risk, and instills fear in the community. Hoax explosive devices and fictitious letters threatening violence cause real-world damage. The FBI takes all threats of life seriously, and so should anyone sitting behind their keyboard or staring into their phone who may be contemplating making one. Consider whether you really want to end up in handcuffs waiting for an initial appearance before a federal judge. Duhame's arrest should be a warning to everyone that this is not a game and threats like these are not a joke. If you engage in this type of behavior, no matter who you are or where you are, we will determine what you did, find you, and hold you accountable. This investigation underscores the exceptional partnership and professionalism of our Joint Terrorism Task Force members. The citizens of the Commonwealth can take comfort in the fact that we continue to work together every day at the local, state, and federal level to protect our communities from people seeking to do harm. As such, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to United States Attorney Rollins and her team, Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox and the Boston Police Department, the Northeastern University Police Department and its chief, Michael Davis, along with the agents, task force officers, and analysts on the FBI Boston Division's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce the Commissioner for the Boston Police Department, Michael Cox.
You know, part of our public safety duties is not only to address crime, but fear crime. And there's no better example of that in this particular case. So on behalf of Mayor Wu and the City of Boston, you know, we're very happy and grateful for the partners that we have throughout the city, throughout the county in general, about helping us keep our citizens safe. I want to thank the men and women of Boston Police Department that worked on this case. I want to thank the Northeastern University police officers that were involved in their leadership in helping us do this, and I definitely want to thank both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney for their commitment of resources and basically commitment to the city of Boston in general in doing these things. You know, it takes a lot. These cases are not easy. They're difficult, and they're far more resources than a local police department can typically do. And so we are grateful that we have such strong partnerships here in the city to address any issue that may come up. So this should dissuade anybody out there for doing anything like this in any of our institutions in the city in the future. So with much ado here, the Chief of the Northeastern Police Department.
First, I want to start off with thanking the Boston Police Department, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney. It's extraordinary effort. I want to thank the men and women of the Northeastern University Police Department. This type of thing is the thing that requires a really intense collaboration, a collaboration from beginning all the way through the stages of adjudication. So that's what happened in this case. It's important to know that our law enforcement construct responds the way that it does, with the level of efficacy and care in following through on this effort. So I'm very proud of that. And again, thank you for your support of our function. Thank you.
Why do you believe that he did this? Which one do you want to do?
Sure. I'm sorry, the question was, why do we believe that he did this? Well, obviously, when it comes to any type of motive or potential ideology, this is still very much an active and ongoing investigation.
So you mentioned that you thought he did it for attention.
I'm sorry?
You said you thought he did it, you wanted to be the victim.
Yeah, but that's not describing necessarily motive or ideology. It's simply just what the investigation is so far borne out. It's still active and ongoing, and as more facts come out later at the stage, we'll let you know.
Do we believe that these are his views, or that this is just sort of a fiction that he created?
You're referring to the letter?
Yeah.
Once again, that would go down in terms of motive or ideology, so we're going to let the letter stand on its own right now as this investigation still continues.
Were there any early warning signs? I understand that he worked here for some time. Was there any indication that he would act in this manner? Any references to colleagues or anything like that?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah. Were there any early warning signs? I understand that he worked at Northeastern for some time before this incident happened. I'm wondering if there was any prior indication, any previous letters that he was going to do something like that.
So remember, this investigation is only a few weeks old, so obviously we're not going to leave any stone unturned in terms of his history or whatnot, but as far as where we stand right now, the investigation still is active and ongoing, and we're not at that point yet.
Does he have a history of doing anything similar to this in the past? Do we know that yet?
I think that's pretty much the same question as we with the FBI and our local law enforcement partners are turning over every stone to see what we can find out about this individual. What we have right now is enough to have arrested him and to make the statements. I believe you also have a copy of the complaint. So to make those allegations, as we've said before, the complaint could stand as it is, or we could add new charges moving forward. But as the special agent in charge has said, we're looking into all of those things.
Does he have a record of any previous convictions or charges for anything?
To my knowledge, at this point, no.
Somebody talked a little bit about the complexity of putting investigations like this together, which of course is understandable, but from a layman's point of view, it seems to me that it went rather quickly. What are some of the things that allowed you to move this, again, from a layman's point of view, quickly to make this arrest?
Well, I can say nice things about them for a moment. I think what is really unique and wonderful about the way Boston in particular and Massachusetts works is the special agent in charge has exceptional relationships with not only university police officers and chiefs, but also Boston, Worcester, Springfield, and all of our town chiefs of police there. So I think the Joint Terrorism Task Force has been deployed and been very helpful in these circumstances. We also were here a few weeks back with respect to something that happened at Boston Children's Hospital, and again, it was the exceptional work of the FBI with the Boston police and others to do that. But I will turn it over to the special agent.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, and it's not just in this area, it's other parts of the country as well, is through our Joint Terrorism Task Forces, we have become very well versed at conducting investigations such as this. The methodologies of the investigation are pretty clearly laid out thus far, although it's still an ongoing investigation in the complaint. But to the United States Attorney's point, the whole purpose of the Joint Terrorism Task Force is to have those partnerships at the ready at the local, state, and federal level. So when something like this happens, we all respond. We've all worked together every single day. And I think that's why sometimes these investigations seem to be seamless at certain points.
How long had he worked at Northeastern for, and how long had he been in this job?
I'm not in a position right now to comment in terms of his tenure, but Northeastern may know that.
Well, as you know, he's a former employee, and it's an issue of an employee-employer relationship. So we're not going to comment on any of those dynamics with respect to his tenure, his length of service, or any of that leading up to this incident.
Was Northeastern aware that he was living in his office and in the lab?
Well, that's all part of what we've dealt with, or we are dealing with respect to his employment, right? So all those dynamics, his job, how he was doing his job, all that's part of what we're dealing with in terms of a personnel matter.
What's that job that he had? Technical lab immersion. You know what that is? When he teaches students, what's involved in it?
All we know it's part of one of our colleges, right? It's a job that entails some technical aspects of the whole experience that we create for students there. But that's as far as we can go with it.
The second charge, making statement within the executive branch, is that because it was to the FBI or the JTTF, or was Homeland Security involved?
So the charge is pertaining to false statements to federal officers.
You mentioned this a little in your remarks, but could you explain a little bit more about the impact of something like this on our community, on anyone who is a college student? You know, what is someone who makes a threat like this? What impact does it have on the community?
Well, as you heard the special agent in charge say, irrespective of what someone's intent may be or their ideology, we are, you know, and this is not related directly to this case, but we're nearing the 10-year anniversary of the marathon bombing. I think Boston in particular, when it comes to explosives, threats of violence, etc., anywhere in the country, people are taking that very seriously. But I think our reaction here is always appropriate and significant when we do that. So I think personally that when we look at a place of learning or a place like Children's Hospital where people are going oftentimes at the worst time in their lives, or schools where hopefully it's not the worst time of your life at Northeastern University, but that you're there just to study and get an education, irrespective of where it is, we are going to always take it seriously, because if we don't and we're wrong, what could the outcome potentially be? Do you have anything to add?
Were there any other anti-Facebook or anti-Mark Zuckerberg screeds found either in his computer?
Screeds?
Yeah, screeds.
Okay. Screeds, okay.
Once again, we're going to let the complaint stand where it is right now, because this investigation is still ongoing.
If you're not sharing a motive, do you have potential motives? Do you expect one at some point? Because obviously you don't need to present a motive. And you will when this goes to court?
Well, I mean, it's not as much of a matter of what we think as far as what is borne out by the evidence.
Do you have evidence of a motive but not ready to share it?
As I said before, the investigation still continues.
Do you think the motive will be clear in time?
That's the thing. I mean, that's the same question as before.
Do you know if this type of rhetoric is unusual? Obviously, in Massachusetts, there's been a lot of conversation about an uptick in like race-related hate crimes, but this type of like anti-tech, anti-Facebook rhetoric, is this an unusual, I guess, document to find?
Well, as far as it being unusual, I mean, we obviously see all sorts of things in these kinds of investigations, but at this point in time, I wouldn't say necessarily that anything is more unusual than not. It's hard to put it really in context in terms of other instances that have been similar in nature.
So it shouldn't be like any type of indication of a broader increase in this type of like anti-technology rhetoric?
At this point in time, no.
That's all the time we have for today, everyone.
Can I ask
You're welcome to email me later with some questions.
I wonder if these raids in Woburn, if you can comment on them at all.
We should be, first and foremost, that's, I had a conversation earlier, right before walking in, with the special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations. We'll be issuing a statement very shortly after this, sir. But thank you for asking.
Will you fight bail? Intend to get bail on this, or will you have an opinion on that?
We have no comment on that.
Thank you very
much.
All right, officials here in Boston giving us a bit more details after, again, a federal investigation took place. And now today they are announcing an arrest in connection to that reported explosion on the campus of Northeastern University. Again, the authorities there saying this man is facing charges now because he did fabricate the story, saying he had been injured during this incident. And as you heard, Boston really, they're going to take any of these types of threats very seriously, and there will be consequences to false reports. Live now from Fox. We'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, we'll be giving you some breaking news about the death of a country music icon. We'll be sharing more details on that coming up here in 2 minutes. Country music star Loretta Lynn has died at the age of 90 years old, a definite icon in the country music world. Jackie Heinrich, our Fox News reporter, has more on her death.
Her lyrics were honest and often controversial. Her songs spoke about abuse, heartache, and hope. Her fans loved her. She was born Loretta Webb on April 14, 1932 in Butcher Hollow, Kentucky, also known as Butcher Holler by the locals. She was the second of 8 children, born into poverty during the Depression. Her father Ted shoveled in the coal mines while Loretta helped her mother Clara raise her siblings. At 15, she married Oliver Lynn, a 21-year-old who served in World War II. By 18, she had 4 kids and later had a set of twins. The family later moved to Washington State so Oliver could find work. Loretta's husband discovered her hidden talent while listening to her sing to her children at night. He was convinced she would make a living performing, so he bought her a guitar, and with his encouragement, she taught herself how to play. Oliver served as her manager. The two traveled around Washington and elsewhere, performing at bars and talent shows.
And now I'm a honky-tonk girl.
Her first release, Honky Tonk Girl, in 1960 became a hit. She signed with Decca Records the next year, and the family moved to Nashville. Her debut album, Loretta Lynn Sings, was the first by a woman to go gold. From rags to riches, Loretta became the first female country star to become a millionaire. Women related to Loretta's turbulent life. Her struggles as a child and then as an adult inspired her songs. No subjects were off limits. She sang about her sex life and her husband's abuse, his alcoholism, and his affairs with other women. In 1975, her song The Pill, about birth control, was controversial. It was banned on many radio stations. In 1976, she published her autobiography, Coal Miner's Daughter, named after her #1 single. In 1980, the bestseller was made into a feature film. With success came years of hectic work. Her husband stayed home with the kids while she traveled. After a series of collapses from exhaustion, she cut back her touring. During that time, she took care of her husband as he battled heart disease and diabetes. He died in 1996.
If your eyes are on me, you're looking at country.
For 4 decades, she played an integral role in making country music appeal to the masses and racked up almost 24 #1 singles and at least 50 top 10s.
Loretta Lynn!
Loretta was the first woman to win the Country Music Association's prestigious Entertainer of the Year award. She's also in the Country Music Hall of Fame, has a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award, and in 2013 earned the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Loretta Lynn is known as the First Lady of Country. Not bad for a coal miner's daughter. Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Some very sad news, and a lot of people going to be mourning the death and, of course, replaying all of that music that she gave to the world. Our thoughts and prayers going out to her family. But again, she was the age of 90. All right, I want to continue giving you some more news happening here across our country. Unfortunately, earlier here today, out of Polk City, Florida, loved ones, law enforcement officers, they're mourning the loss of a 21-year-old deputy who had died following a shooting in Polk City. Now, our sheriff's deputies said that he was serving a warrant around 3 a.m. on Foxtown South for a suspect who failed to appear to court on a meth charge. He had entered the trailer successfully, but then shots were fired. Ultimately, that was the cause of his death. The sheriffs did say that the agency is going to be mourning his death here, but also giving us some more details a little bit later this afternoon. It is supposed to be happening at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, and that will be 11:30 in the morning on the West Coast. Now, the deputy had been taken to Lakeland Regional Hospital. That's where he had passed away, and the sheriffs did not provide more details as they were still speaking to immediate family members, working with those family members. A procession, as you're seeing here, carried the deputy's body from the hospital, and it will be, again, something that we'll be hearing a little bit more later about here today. So we will continue to follow this story as this just happened earlier here this morning. Live now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, continuing to follow more stories all across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have been getting some new video in this from our Coast Guard as they have now been out rescuing people ever since hurricane left the state of Florida. Again, it did bring a lot of devastation to the entire Sunshine State and even up along our East Coast too. But Coast Guard crews out rescuing people. They have had many who are stranded in communities all across Florida after Hurricane Ian. An air crew on an MH-65 Dolphin helicopter from Air Station Miami spent much of last week pulling residents and their pets from those flooded neighborhoods on Sanibel Island. We did a Petty Officer Second Class Tyler Kilbane. He had captured some of this remarkable video from a camera that was mounted on his helmet. And since we're talking about Hurricane Ian, I know a lot of people have been hearing us say already, but Fox has teamed up with the Red Cross, especially during this time when they are trying to lend any support that they can to the residents who were affected by Hurricane Ian. So Fox Corporation already has donated $1 million to the American Red Cross to support the efforts that are underway. Red Cross is doing a lot of ground aid by providing shelters and meals and medical supplies. And you can join in too on our efforts to help those who've been affected by Ian. You can just use your smartphone or tablet. Up on your screen is a QR code that you can scan. Otherwise, you can also head to redcross.org/FoxForward. A small piece of information we can confirm, thanks to our Fox viewers and employees, $1 million and counting. It has already been raised towards those relief efforts for people who've been affected by Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Fiona. This is in addition to Fox Corporation's $1 million donation. We've been hearing left and right of different organizations lending a hand, and you can only see why with all of the different videos videos and pictures we have been having come in here to our desk of just the destruction and devastation that had been left behind after Ian again hit the west coast of Florida at a Category 4. President Biden earlier had spoken about the hurricane, saying it's one of the worst to hit the United States. And on top of that, he will be going to Florida tomorrow to tour some of that damage and destruction, continue to talk about how the federal aid is going to be provided to the state of Florida. Of course, a lot of people already filing their claims in, FEMA already doing individual assistance as well. And then we will have a update from our Florida governor a little bit later here today. That's going to be set and scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, so 11:30 on the East Coast. But these video images, again, coming to us from our Coast Guard teams who were there conducting these rescues during the very initial part right after the hurricane exited. So you can see all of that fresh flooding waters. And speaking of flooding, the flooding not gone yet from multiple areas all across Florida. It's not just the coastal cities either. It's also inland that they had a lot of trouble with flooding. So there are so many different people who have been affected by this hurricane in so many different ways. And live now from Fox, our Fox Corporation teams, you can tell also just multiple organizations trying to do what they can to help bring some relief to the area. So we'll be on top of the president's visit tomorrow. But since we're talking about Hurricane Ian, we're talking about recovery. We did have many others who were speaking about recovery efforts that are underway here already today. I'm going to take us out to our Attorney General, Ashley Moody. She's also assessing flood damage to residencies in different counties all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and listen into her update on what she saw just from earlier here this morning.
When there's any disaster like this, there are always bad actors that want to come in and take advantage of a situation for a quick buck. And so we are going to do everything we can to make sure that that is not the case and that we're working to protect them. We have teams already down in South Florida working to make sure they are on the ground helping people. And if anyone feels that they have fallen victim to a scam or they've been taken advantage of, they can always call 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. So thank you for coming out to highlight what Osceola County is still doing to address this devastating storm and certainly the good works of the Osceola County Sheriff's deputies and the civilians alike. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Yes, sir.
Emilio with Telemundo. The county commissioners are not happy at all with the management of this property. They say they didn't do enough to get him out, and they're going to start taking some action, as they said yesterday. They don't know yet what that action looks like, but it's probably that they're not going to let people back in here. Could your office get involved in those conversations to see what's next for the folks that live here?
Well, today we were focused on the situation, the physical remnants of what the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and the challenges that the deputies have faced and the assets that we had on the ground to help them to make sure if we are ever hit with another threat or storm like this again, we are prepared and we know what we've done this time and what we can do next time. There will be, moving forward, lots of assessment, not just within the state level, not just determining whether there are civil investigations needed. I can tell you just leading up to the storm, when we are monitoring price gouging and complaints and contacts with my office, as it was happening, we were issuing preservation letters. We've issued a subpoena. So those investigations will continue, as will county reviews and evaluations. And depending on what those reviews conclude, will determine what type, if any, actions are merited moving forward. Yes.
Go ahead. To him real quick. A week before the storm, the residents were advised that this is a flood area, and they were strongly recommended to leave. Since it's a Category 1, we cannot force people out of their homes. It's unlawful. Once the commissioners saw the situation here getting totally out of hand and people were losing power and they're starting to call 911, changing their mind, they want out because of the water levels, we had to come in and they made a decision to do a mandatory evacuation of this area in order to prevent any of our law enforcement officers to continue to go in there and with any unnecessary risk. I mean, you see there's a fire truck in there underwater. You know, it just got to a point where it's just a safety issue for all of us. So we couldn't continue, especially at night, going in with those airboats and hitting something and causing harm to our deputies. So we were working late into the night once they did that mandatory evacuation, and we pulled many people out. And you know, they were advised, and you know, now it's just continuing forward, and hopefully the management can get this place back in order as quick as possible.
Sheriff, I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more about the efforts you guys did as well as the National Guard and how many people you took out of this community.
Well, there was hundreds of people taken out of this community, and when you go in there, you see hundreds of homes. Not everybody was evacuated. There's some higher areas here that weren't affected. That last night, though, when we did the mandatory evacuation, it was probably about 40 people that we pulled out. Some were stuck in cars, trying to drive out elderly people. But I just want to thank the governor for enacting that National Guard. If we wouldn't have had the National Guard, I mean, it would have just been, we didn't have that type of equipment other than the airboats. And they were checking one area while we were checking the high water areas. And they really pulled, I think they pulled like 16 people out themselves. And they had the big trucks to do so. So it was a joint effort. Fire Rescue did a tremendous job. Everybody, we had FWC out here. There were other areas that were affected. They're pretty much contained like this. This was just pretty much the worst. So now we're just going to continue to work to hopefully get this place back in order.
Sheriff, I know there were a lot of voluntary evacuations. You're saying this one was this the only mandatory evacuation?
Yes, this was a mandatory evacuation area due to the fact that when they were warned that this is a flood zone and they needed to leave, a lot of people chose not to. And as soon as they lost power and the water level started rising, we started getting the calls. And then we had people that were just in their homes and didn't have a phone. We found one old lady, older lady in a wheelchair. We went there. She was from Mass. She was scared of gators and snakes. She didn't dare come out. She didn't have a cell phone. So if we would have knocked on her door to get her out, because it's the mandatory evacuation, she might still be in there today. And there was also a deaf, mute gentleman that didn't know what was going on. We took him out. And some people were coming back because they didn't know where to go. So, you know, it was just a little bit of miscommunication on some of the people that were there. But, you know, we did eventually get them all out. No fatalities, no injuries because of this hurricane. Any of the deaths, there was 4 throughout the whole county, and they were all medically related.
And where are the residents now that live here? Are they in shelters, hotels, family?
Well, we've pretty much consolidated every shelter to the Heritage Park. Everyone else is in hotels or with family members. You know, a lot of people chose to do that. They don't really want to stay in the shelter. A lot of them have pets, so they wanted to go back in a hotel or with family members. The majority, from what I've been told.
You were here 5 years ago when Irma hit, and this is all vaguely familiar. If one's a coincidence and two's a trend, as the agency that's entrusted with the safety of the community, what do you say about this community going forward? I mean, can it stay here?
You know, that's going to be up to the people who own this property, and they're doing all kind of assessments with emergency management and other government agencies that are going to come in here. And just because it's a flood zone doesn't mean you can't live there. You know, you sign that contract, and you're willing to take that risk. You just need flood zone insurance. Now, this is the worst we've seen it. Last time it wasn't this bad. So, you know, you're always going to take a risk when you move somewhere, and especially if you're moving to somewhere in a flood zone. So something like that is just going to have to be beyond my capabilities to give you that answer.
Right, but would you be able to make a recommendation going forward on?
I wouldn't live here if they didn't fix this. But, you know, like I said, there's a lot of people that live in flood zones, and they take that risk. And it happens everywhere, all over the United States of America.
Sheriff, are you guys doing any additional work for the city or the county to try to get this water out, or are you just letting it pass?
Well, now the Army Corps, we've pretty much already declassified and put all our emergency people back to normal duties. The Army Corps of Engineers is now doing assessments with the water management, and you know, we're also watching a lot of those floodgates that have to be opened from the north, Seminole to Orange to Osceola, which are still causing some of the water levels to climb. So once all that's 100% assessed and under control, you know, pretty much we'll only monitor in case we do have to get into something like this again, but pretty much it's Army Corps of Engineers and the county people doing all the rest of the work.
I was going to ask, are you guys concerned about possible health issues? I know neighbors brought up, you know, the longer water sits, you know, natural things here, whether it's sewage, mold, mosquitoes, and things like that. Where are you at right now thinking?
Well, they're testing the water now, and if you can smell it, you know, the sewage has actually overflown and the water is sitting in the septic, so it's going to be contaminated water. So we highly recommend no one to stand in this. But like I said, we haven't got any tests yet. I think that's what they're doing yesterday and today, and I haven't heard any results yet. But I mean, just from experience, this is something where you don't want to get into or walk around it.
What does your day look like in Central Florida?
Well, and that's a great question. I think so often in Florida, when we see a storm like this approaching, we start looking at the coastals because you know there's going to be a storm surge. You know the coastal areas, and I have spent some time already in Lee County and Charlotte County, and the devastation there is just heartbreaking. Communities are leveled. It will, in many areas, it will never be the same. But what's important about getting here and meeting with the sheriff, talking about the efforts that went into protecting this Central Florida community, Osceola County specifically, is that because Florida is a peninsula and we have storms often that go straight across our state, the lower levels within the Central Florida are often, many people that aren't in the jobs that we do every day will forget that these areas, the lower level areas, will flood, and that presents significant challenges when the rivers rise. You know, you have the creek right behind us here, that Shingle Creek, that when it gets too full, areas surrounding this will happen. And so I think it's important. I know you have a lot of other places you could be today, but I think it's important and a service that you are showing. When a storm hits Florida, just because you are a central county, just because you're in the middle of Florida, does not mean that you are immune, especially to a storm like Hurricane Ian. The magnitude of that storm is going to, I think you will see in the days and months to come, the effects of that will be historic. And so I think it's always important that we remind community members, remind folks here in Osceola County when storms are coming, when the sheriffs or the county officials warn you, give warnings, please take heed and take them seriously, because flooding can be devastating and wreck communities. Well, thank you again for being here. We appreciate it.
All right, so our officials there speaking about all the efforts that are still underway there in Osceola County, and it is a lot of flooding. You just heard them talk about now that water's been sitting there, you can only imagine, as they talked about the smell, how that actually does smell, especially with the warm, hot, humid heat from our state of Florida. And then you compile in what could have been mixed in with the water from that hurricane, and it unfortunately looks like not all areas are getting drained as fast and as quickly as other areas all across the state. Live now from Fox, going to continue talking about Hurricane Ian recovery, going to also continue to bring you more press conferences happening all across the country with top stories. Do want to let our viewers take just a quick live look here at what's still to come too. We do have a White House press briefing that will be coming up. Plus, as I had mentioned before, Governor Ron DeSantis is supposed to be speaking at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern time to give an Ian recovery efforts update, as well as where they are with the latest numbers. So a lot more to come right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. More to come after that. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live picture inside of the White House, where we are going to be having a press conference at the top of the hour. That briefing going to include a lot of details on President Biden's visit tomorrow to Florida, especially as Ian recovery efforts are well underway, and maybe even some questions surrounding clearing up some mixed messages from the vice president on about how to distribute aid to people who are in need. So I'm sure all of that will be unfolding, as well as talking about the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine starting to continue. They're still fighting back. They've been pushing back some of those Russian troops, and we're hearing more of that happening again. So we'll probably hear a bit about that, plus other top trending stories, Twitter and Elon, and much more. So it's all going to be coming up again here at the top of the hour with the White House press briefing. Until that time, though, I want to continue giving you some more updates with our officials out of Florida, as we do have those recovery efforts underway. We've been watching just some of that video here already today of our choppers up over some of those areas that were impacted the greatest. This coming to us over Sanibel Island. Coast Guard has been doing rescues there, as well as other areas across the country where you saw images like this during the hurricane, just those really strong winds up to 150 miles per hour. You had heavy rain pouring down, creating created a lot of flooding, and then you think about that storm surge with that flooding as well. So very dangerous indeed. Let's go ahead and bring you the very latest update of Sarasota schools. They're giving us some more information surrounding what's going to be happening with their students and what's been happening across the area. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, where we're always giving you the very latest to top news stories from all across the country.
Director of Innovations and Equity will discuss our charitable donation sites and the contributions that are coming in. I would ask that you please hold all questions until we finish with all the speakers, and we will do the best to answer questions that you have. So now please welcome Dr. Brendan Asplin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this past week has been devastating with Hurricane Ian coming in at a Category 4, coastal Category 5, and I just want to say, first of all, that here in the school district, all of our prayers, thoughts, our hearts go out to everyone in our community, especially those who have had major damage. I want to thank the community for their support. I know the community has come together to help each other out, and all the citizens of our community in many different ways. And I just want to say thank you and how much we appreciate that, and I know the community appreciates that as well. I also want to say a big thank you to our EOC, the emergency management team in our county. They are outstanding and have really supported our school shelters in every single way. I also want to thank all the agencies who have worked with the EOC or within the EOC to help our families in our shelters and to help our students as well. We appreciate their support. It was a collective effort. We collaborated together very, very well. And I thought that that was very positive during this time. So again, thank you to them. We started sheltering, as you know, on Tuesday, September 27th, with 14 shelters. The storm hit on Wednesday, 6 days ago, September 28th, with the eye crossing Northport as a Category 4 with winds and serious flooding and massive damage to our county. Our administrators have worked around the clock to run these shelters, along with our food and nutrition staff who have fed our guests. We fed our guests breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Our bus drivers have transported our guests each day over multiple days over the last 6 days. I also want to thank our board members for helping at our shelters as well, helping families get acquainted with their new surroundings and helping them with different items at the shelters. Currently, we have 2 shelters that are still open, Venice High School for general population and Tatum Elementary for our medical dependent guests. Those plan to be closed on Friday at the end of the day, so we can begin cleaning those to help us reopen as soon as possible. Obviously, we want to open ASAP, and as you probably know, North County and South County took different amounts of wind and hit and water. However, all of our schools had water intrusion and damage. The reopening plan is going to be a phased reopening plan. North County schools from Taylor Ranch north, we are shooting for Monday. We'd like to open on Monday. and be ready for that. South County schools will follow, and they will take at least another week to reopen with the amount of damage that we've had down there in our schools. By the end of the week, we should have more specific details, and I believe we're having another press conference on Thursday or Friday to give you even more specific information. We still have power outages in 4 schools: Southside Elementary, Lamarck Elementary, Toledo Blade Elementary, and Glen Allen Elementary. We've also, in all of our schools, we've had to obviously discard spoiled food, and we have school food shipments that are on the way to help us reopen. We have had facility management and maintenance teams in our facilities since Friday, September 30th, assessing, cleaning, and repairing damages. These would include water extraction, generator and electric repair, debris removal, sewer and plumbing problems, and roof repairs. Employees and volunteers have been helping us clear the debris out on our campuses. All of our contractors are working and restoring our most damaged buildings across the county. We appreciate our contractors. Our neighbors still have debris blocking sidewalks, and there is standing water due to flooding and tidal changes, making unsafe walking conditions for students at this time. Also at this time, many traffic signals throughout the county are not working, making unsafe conditions for busing, and we anticipate these will be addressed by week's end. We are going to run our bus routes. We have around 300 bus routes. We're going to run those as a dry run to be sure that all of our bus stops are open and ready to go. Many of our employees were also affected by the storm, and we're currently working through who can return based on their needs and making sure that we have supports in place for them. We appreciate our employees so much, and we need them in our schools to reopen with our students. And so, again, hearts go out to them. Some of them actually lost their homes as well. So with that, I will now turn over to our Chief Operating Officer, Jody Dumas.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of address everybody and let you know where we stand in terms of our buildings and recovery. As Dr. Aspelin pointed out, immediately as we could get out after the storm, we had 6 teams of assessment teams in the district looking at the condition at all of our campuses. Let me just kind of explain what a condition assessment is. That is literally every room, every spot on every campus. When that team encounters some damage, that is a picture of every little bit of damage. That's an estimate on the quantity, the square footage, the linear foot, whatever it might be, the number of ceiling tiles that has to go into the estimate. It's a description of the damage. Again, it's a picture of the damage, and it's a GPS coordinate on every little bit of damage in the district. So it is a painstaking process in every building. Over 8.5 million square foot that we own in the district. So that has been completed. They've been in everywhere, and that documentation is in the database ready to go. As that starts to conclude, our next phase is then recovery, and that started immediately after as a campus was cleared with those condition assessments being done. Then facilities teams were in there trying to deal with the damage in terms of any water intrusion, and then certainly debris cleanup across the district is going to be ongoing for quite a while. Our goal with debris is just stack it on campus, get it out of the way, get it safe for students and staff and community members to be on our campuses, and then we'll address some of the larger debris piles at a later date. So really our focus right now is get everything safe, get it secure, so that we can open it as soon as possible. Obviously, as Dr. Aspelin mentioned, we have really two distinct lines in the district, kind of a North County opening planned for early next week, and we feel confident in that area. South County is obviously, as you know, been hit a little harder, and so on every campus in South County, we've got our partners, our contractors that we've worked with for years, dispatched to all areas of South County, and so they are running everything from water extraction to roof repairs on many campuses. We lost roofs on certain buildings. When you have water intrusion and no AC for a few days, that becomes a concern. So any place we have a concern where we have not gotten it out early enough, we're cutting drywall out, we're removing carpet. And so obviously we want to open as quickly as possible, but we won't open until everything is absolutely safe and ready for kids to return. So that's the process going on in South County. As we open, what I want people to understand, especially in South County, it will be an opening where some campuses will not have access to every building on that campus. And so, for example, we may have an elementary school opens with no access to the cafeteria. no access to the kitchen. And so the plans are now behind the scenes being brought together. So what does that look like? We potentially cook at a different site, students eat in the classroom. So those are the types of behind the scene conversations that are happening right now with facility services as we look at what can come up and what can't come up. Obviously, power is still off in a few of our facilities, and that is key for us. We have to have power to restore. And so we are still awaiting power in a few of those. And FPL has been a great partner with us, as well as the EOC, working through those issues. So I know it's a priority for them, but we are waiting on power in a few of our facilities to bring those up and running. When you get a situation like occurred in our county, as power goes down and up throughout the storm, you get what you call single phasing. And our equipment does not like single phasing. And so as power comes back on, there are concerns about HVAC equipment and all of those things. And that's a painstaking process that's going to each building, each air handler, trying to start it, see if it'll run. If it won't run, making those repairs. And so those are the types of things that, even though a campus may have power at this point, that still need to be run through every building painstakingly and make sure that's all up and running for students to come back. So we feel very good about where we are. I mean, we have amazing facilities teams, construction teams, and I cannot say enough about our business partners across the district that have been working with us for years. As soon as we made the call, they were on campus and mobilizing really extraction companies, repair companies from across the United States to work in our facilities, especially down south. So it's an amazing effort, but it is a Herculean effort with not having water in many of our campuses that were shelters for numbers of days. As you can imagine, the conditions in those bathrooms and in those cafeterias are not ideal at this particular point. So we're absolutely committed to the timeline that the superintendent has set us on, and we feel comfortable we'll be able to deliver that in a safe manner for everybody across the district. So that's a little summary of where we are in terms of building and services at this particular point.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for the opportunity to go ahead and address all of you. From an academic standpoint, I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware that reopening and instructional continuity plans are being formulated at each level, elementary, middle, and high, based on exactly what Mr. Dumas just talked about, the facility, but also a staff assessment. Principals are proactively planning, utilizing the information that they have on hand. And when I say they're proactively planning and problem solving, because basically what staff can they anticipate is going to be able to return, the level of readiness and needs that their staff may have, families, students, and also the condition of their facility. There may be some schools that, again, have portables, classrooms, certain places on their campus that are uninhabitable. And so, again, they have to proactively plan behind the scenes to go ahead and how do they address that, plan moving forward so that instructional continuity is not affected. We also want to make sure, again, safe and seamless transition back to normal operations. It's a new normal right now. And so, again, we just want to make sure that we're taking the time to painstakingly look at it from multiple perspectives so that, again, our students, who are our priority, our families and our staff, have what they need, the resources to go ahead and make sure that they feel like they belong back in our schools and are being served accordingly. We also need to identify the personalized needs that are going to exist when students and families come back and staff come back. So we want to make sure with that staffing assessment that we anticipate receiving from each of our principals. They're reaching out to each and every student and family on their campuses and their staff. They want to make sure that they know what are the needs so that we can work behind the scenes. You're going to hear a little bit more from Deb Jackalone, the Executive Director of Student Support Services, on exactly what are the types of programs and sports that are out there that are in place right now for our staff, for our students and families, but also charitable donations and things like that in our community for our families. Last but not least, I just want to make sure that I let everybody know a message is actually going out today, later today, to all of our families. And basically, it's during this extended time when they're not in school, what resources are in place. So we want to make sure that folks know, one, what resources, what activities, what recommendations, what electronic resources are available. Should they have access to those resources? Some will, some won't. But we want to make sure that while students are at home, that there are learning opportunities that can exist and can continue to occur while they're off campus. So with more information that comes available to us, we will continue to personalize the instructional continuity plans moving forward. Thank you. Deb Jackalone.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to share with you all some of the things that the student support team is doing to assist our staff and our families in the community. This has been an incredibly difficult experience for some. We shared with our team yesterday that every person handles trauma and these situations differently. So our motto is, if you need something, ask, and if you have something to give, give when you can. So in terms of what we're doing, we have 2 shelters that are currently still open, Tatum Ridge and Venice High School. And at this time, we have nursing staff, we have school psychologists, we have school social workers, and counselors in those centers that are there to help support families with a variety of things that they may need. Anything from outreach to community connections to basic needs. Dr. Moore is going to share more about where basic needs of staff and families can be met throughout our community. Our student services team is working very closely in partnership with our community agencies. Our Florida Center partners are reaching out to all of their clients and providing ongoing services for those with mental health and behavioral health needs. Our First Step partners are also working very closely with their families with outreach. The Central Florida Behavioral Health Network, in partnership with First Step of Sarasota and the school district, is working to set up what they're calling a community resource center. They have a target date to open that community resource center on Thursday, and we are advocating for that center to be set up in our south part of the county so people with the most significant needs have access for those. As soon as we get information about where those resource centers will be set up, we will be sharing that with our community and our staff as well. The purpose of those resource centers is threefold. One, it will be to help all families and staff members that need to access federal, state, and local assistance programs to have case managers and social workers there that can assist. We also want to make sure that we're able to connect any family to our food banks and distribution sites for basic safety needs. And then the third prong of that is to provide counseling services for those who have extensive needs. I wanted to make sure that the community is aware that the mobile response team is on call and working to support any immediate needs that the community has. The mobile response team is an operational center that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it serves all portions of our community from the very north part of our county all the way through the south part in Northport. Mobile response team can be reached at 941-413-6163. That number again is 941-413-6163. That number is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We also have a partnership with a crisis text line. Anybody that needs anything can text HERE, HERE, the number 4 and the letter U to 741-741 and be connected to a crisis counselor immediately. We have tremendous partnerships throughout our community, from food banks to our Schoolhouse Link Homeless Coalition, Housing Authority, foundations that are working tirelessly to make sure that everybody has a need. Our social workers, psychologists, nurses, we will be in schools and we will be supporting all of our students, our families, and our community to make sure that they're connected with whatever they need. One last thing that I wanted to share is that employees that are working in Sarasota that need immediate assistance, we have an outstanding EAP program, which is our employee assistance program. We also have mental health services through our insurance program via Teladoc. Anybody who needs to reach out to Teladoc for those services, those are available. And we also have behavioral health services as part of the Florida Blue insurance program. All of these resources will be posted on our websites. Additionally, we will have hard copies of these available at all of our shelters, with our staff being able to provide those for people who do not have internet access or cell phone access. So thank you for the support. Each one of you, a huge thank you to the team behind me for working around the clock. I saw some incredible things with our administrators, our custodial staff, our food service staff, our instructional staff, our classified staff. Everybody is coming together so we come out of this stronger and better. Thank you. Dr. Harriet Moore, who is working closely with us, will talk about immediate needs through donation sites located throughout our community. Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Deb. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to say that I live in Sarasota right now, even though we're in a real weird place. The outpouring of support for our school system, for our staff and our students, and for one another has been unprecedented. It is my hope that the love and compassion and really coming together that we're seeing is something that will not go away when we fix everything, but we'll continue to work in that fashion. Having said that, we have tremendous donations have been pouring in from the community, and those donations, as they have come in, we have been distributing them, redistributing them out into the community, not just here in North Sarasota, but all the way down as far as Fort Myers. We're trying to reach all of those people who cannot get out to access the materials and the food things and the supplies that they need. I want to mention a few of our sites right now and some of the folks that have been tremendous in making sure that we get things where they need. We have staff with roofs on, their trees on their roofs, as well as community folks, and people. I put the word out, and people are, rounding up folks to go and get trees off of people's homes, of our staff, and just really coming together to help and support us. So I want to mention a few of our collection sites and distribution sites. They're collecting and then they're going to be distributing, but some are already in the distribution process. South Shore Church. Pastor Nick Williams and his team have been tremendous. Not only are they collecting, but they're also loading things up and distributing them wherever we send them. First Baptist Church, Crystal Alliance is also collecting materials and support, everything from formula to diapers to everything that we need we're getting. Riverside Church, which is Matthew Nations, they are a collection site for Fort Myers. The Jewish Federation of Sarasota Manatee is also a collection and distribution site. All of the times that they are receiving and distributing is posted on our website. We push it out every time with an update. I also want to mention that Coast Life Church, Dylan Ritchie is the contact person there, and they're at a new location at 1100 U.S. Highway 41 bypass. I want to make sure I say that because between now, Tuesday, all the way through Friday, not only are they distributing support and materials for people, but they're also having hot barbecue dinners from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. for our families who have been impacted by the storm. Grace Community Church, I call them my Grace family, under Pastor Mike and Senior Pastor Chip. They have been amazing. They have cleared their sanctuary, and they are packed. And they're also ones that are packing trucks and distributing out to our South County families. New College of Sarasota, for our staff members, has opened up the library for Wi-Fi and for other services that staff might need. They have to have their IDs to get in, but they can contact Bill Whitson, who works closely with us. And also, the Sarasota Art Museum is open for families from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, providing coffee and a free bowl of soup, water, Wi-Fi, and art activities for our children.
Sarasota officials here speaking about recovery and other efforts underway as they continue to clean up after Hurricane Ian. We do have a White House press briefing that's set to be taking place here. It was supposed to start at the top of the hour. It looks like we don't have all of our reporters and media there filed into our briefing room. So once that does happen, we see Karine step out through that blue door. Of course, we'll be jumping into this press conference here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now. My name is Christy Larson, just one of the hosts here who's been keeping track of all the top stories, bringing you out to those events that have been taking place already here today. We did have a wild start to our morning when it comes to California. We did have a pursuit that had taken place across multiple freeways. It was dangerous with high rates of speed. And here's just some video playback. Now we know there are 4 burglary suspects in a BMW who had led authorities on this high-speed pursuit. They crashed into other vehicles. They'd even at one point lost multiple pieces to their vehicle because the back bumper had started to fall off. You had that front right-hand tire that you can see that had been so damaged that the whole bottom of the car had been again scraping against the roadway. And this is also taking place during early morning commute to work. So a very dangerous time indeed. This was happening through the San Gabriel Valley, Los Angeles County. The arrests were then made on the 91 freeway after surrendering to police. So the driver was wanted in connection to a residential burglary turned robbery in the Walnut area, police had said. This is just some tape playback. You could see law enforcement right there on top of the vehicle, on top of those two suspects who decided to run before being brought into custody. Now, during this burglary incident earlier this morning, the homeowner was home. They'd spotted the suspect in the garage via home surveillance cameras. It's unclear if anything was taken by the suspect or suspects. And the suspect had collided with at least 3 different cars during the pursuit. It did last over an hour. At one point, the driver and passengers could be seen throwing papers out of the window. The BMW had lost a wheel during the pursuit, drove on its rim at a high rate of speed for much of the rest of that morning. The vehicle also lost its bumper eventually, and it finally again came to an end here on the 91 freeway after it had crashed into the back of a big rig. So authorities say total 4 people again were inside of that car. 2 arrested after fleeing across the 91 freeway during that rush hour traffic. The other 2 had remained inside of the vehicle after it had crashed, and it had then disabled their vehicle, so they were also detained. No one was seriously injured, and of course, we're keeping an eye out for additional details. If there are any others, we'll be bringing you that update right here on Live Now from Fox. But it was a wild chase this morning. Again, we had been on it for that entire hour as soon as we saw our Skyfox chopper up in the air. Just wanted to update our viewers who had seen that already here today. Let's go ahead, take a quick break. When we come back, more media filing into the room, and it looks like our briefing could be underway here shortly. So let's step away for 2 minutes. If they're not back, we'll of course bring you more press conferences across the country here for you on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live look here inside of the White House press briefing room where we will be getting an update. Again, yesterday we didn't have a White House briefing because President Biden, he was out traveling to Puerto Rico, talking about assistance the United States is going to be giving, especially after they were just devastated yet again with Hurricane Fiona. It was a Category 1 hurricane, but then it had knocked out so much power to the island, and there's still a lot of residents, thousands, tens of thousands that is, without power, more than 60,000 without running water. So they do have a lot of work to still be done in Cuba, just as they have a lot of work to be done in the state of Florida. Tomorrow is when President Biden will be traveling to the Sunshine State. He'll be taking a look firsthand at some of the damage and destruction that's been left behind, and then speaking and giving remarks about the recovery efforts, thanking, of course, all of those who have been working 24/7 ever since the hurricane hit the west coast of Florida, trying to stay on top of rescues. And they've been trying to help keep roadways clear of debris. And they've been also trying to make sure people have shelters and food, as well as some clothing items and other essentials along the way. So our White House press briefing, not just going to be focused on hurricanes, also going to be focused on all the other top stories. I'm sure there may be a question surrounding our gas prices, as those have yet again been on the rise. You also think about the Ukraine-Russia war that continues to rage on. That happened back in February, so now it's been multiple months. Ukraine starting to make some progress on getting some of those Russian troops to be defeated and recede back, but then you have President Vladimir Putin, who's been calling and mobilizing even more people to join his mission of taking over Ukraine. So a lot of things probably to be discussed here in the White House press briefing. We'll be bringing you into it here as soon as it does begin. And then just want to let our viewers know, coming up here in just over an hour, we will have Governor Ron DeSantis from Florida, as well as other Florida emergency personnel officials. They're all going to be giving us yet another update on the latest numbers when it comes to their efforts in Florida. So we know there's been more than 70 deaths reported now because of this hurricane. Unfortunately, they're still doing a lot of rescue operations, trying to search for people who have been claimed missing by family, by loved ones. So that update again is supposed to be coming down at about 2:30 Eastern time, 11:30 for all of our viewers on the West Coast. We'll be getting that in full as soon as we do see it. So until then, until our White House press briefing starts, we're going to continue to march forward, giving you some more of these different press conferences that have been updating us here already here this morning. Let's go ahead, and as we still watch some of the video of that damage that's been left behind from Ian, we're going to also listen in with our Florida Power and Light. They were giving us the latest update on the power efforts underway, on the efforts to restore power all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. My name is Eric Szilagyi, and I'm the CEO of Florida Power and Light. I'm joining you this morning from the Lee County Civic Center, which is one of our big staging sites that we have put together in order to respond and restore power here in Lee County. I'm pleased to report that as of this morning, we have restored over 1.9 million of our customers' power, with about 200 and so thousand left to go. So we're right now at about 90% restored on a system-wide basis, but we still have a lot of work to do. Here in Lee County, we're about 75% restored, but unfortunately right now, the work at hand is hard work. It's the kind of work that we do in the back of everybody's yards with a lot of trees down, but we are working 24 hours a day to get the power back on for those remaining customers that can take power and that can safely be restored. Here at the Lee County Civic Center, we have over 1,000 people that are being housed and fed and replenished with their supplies every day so they can get out in the field and work to get the power back on. In Lee County itself, we have over 5,000 now working to restore power. That's out of the 21,000 that we have deployed throughout the state of Florida, and more resources are now collapsing into Southwest Florida with our goal and our effort to try to get everybody restored earlier than we even planned before, and that would be by close of business, end of the day on Friday. So our hope is to have all the customers who can safely be restored by the end of the day on Friday. That is about 2 days earlier than we expected just a few days ago, and it reflects the hard work of the men and women who came from over 30 states around the country, and of course all the FPL employees who are working to get the power back on, but also it's a testament to the investments made in smart, grid technology and storm hardening and undergrounding, which really paid off. As I said before, there's still a lot of work to be done though right now in kind of the backyards. It's hand-to-hand combat, if you will, of yard to yard, tree by tree, getting those cleared off of the lines that were damaged, and in some cases the poles that were damaged that have to be replaced. But we are committed to working 24 hours a day until the job is done. And again, right now with over 1.9 million restored, we're able to concentrate all of our efforts and resources on those remaining 200+ thousand that need to get their lights on. Unfortunately, there are going to be thousands of customers, as you've seen the pictures and the devastation, as an example on Fort Myers Beach, who simply cannot accept power once it's ready to be restored. The buildings are damaged or in some cases destroyed, and safety is our top priority. So with that in mind, I'd please ask all of you who are watching to keep safety top of mind. A couple of observations that I've had just this morning, just driving here. There's a lot more traffic on the roads. We're adding to that traffic because we have thousands of crews out there. There are still lights that have no electricity, stoplights. When that occurs, please treat the intersection as a four-way stop. Let our crews get through. We're trying to get the power on as much as possible. But most importantly, stay safe and be conservative in how you drive. Stay out of high water. There's still some floodwaters out there. Fortunately, the floodwaters are starting to recede. We're no longer wading into chest-high water, which you should never do. We're now dealing in standing water, but we're able to get the lights on in that type of level of water. But you should stay out of high water. There still could be downed electrical lines, and as we restore power, there's always a danger that something could become electrified. If you're running a portable generator still, please make sure it's away from any open windows and never run it in a closed space like your garage. Safety has to be top priority. We're very close to getting the power on for everybody. The last thing we need right now is for somebody to be injured or killed because they let their guard down and didn't practice safely all of the lessons that we've learned over the years. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. We know it's hard to be without electricity. We are working around the clock. We will never compromise on safety, but we will work as fast as we can to get the lights back on. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, John over at Fox 4. I know that
Morning, John.
people are wondering at this point in time, Charlotte County being one of those counties heavily hit, and I know it's taking a lot longer for them to be able to get some power as well. Is that due to also being debris down power lines, some of those places that are really tough to get to? Is that also the reason why?
Sure. So, John, in the areas that we serve, right, I can tell you that we have seen, particularly close to ground zero, areas of widespread destruction. It is not just about repairing, it's about rebuilding. And when you have to rebuild something, it just takes longer. In some cases, you have to actually get a crane to remove some of the large trees that fell over because they're simply too large for a crew with chainsaws to section up. And you can't actually repair or rebuild the underground lines or the overhead lines if the trees are down on top of them. So there's challenges like that. The storm surge that we saw along the coast was unprecedented. We have never seen that in the state of Florida. There are still vehicles, overturned cars and trucks. I saw a burned out RV that had been completely moved, whole homes that have been moved off of their foundations, and of course others that are destroyed. So that debris all has to be cleared. And then in certain sections, like Fort Myers Beach, that's a search and rescue and unfortunately in some areas a recovery operation. And we are simply not going to put people in harm's way by electrifying that area. So Fort Myers Beach has no electricity to it intentionally because there are still search and rescue crews that are there. And I suspect that will continue for at least another week. And then we will start to look at how we can start to get some areas with electricity. But I surveyed Fort Myers Beach yesterday. Most buildings there will not be able to accept any electricity. They're either gone or they're structurally damaged to the point where it would be unsafe to put electricity to them. I don't want to cause a fire, and I surely don't want to electrocute somebody. In Charlotte County, the same thing. You have pockets of destruction. I don't know if that was from storm surge, a tornado, a microburst. Mother Nature is powerful. She will humble you every time in these storms. What we're going to do is methodically go through the process of restoring the power without ever compromising on safety.
And this question's coming back from the station over at Fox 4 with Chris and Amy. They're wondering, are we going to start planning on maybe having some more underground power lines now that we've seen what's happened after this destruction, or are we going to continue on to have that plan maybe set in the future and still have overhead right now?
So it's a combination. We have about 75,000 miles of distribution line in the Florida Power and Light system in Florida. 40% of that is currently underground, and we've accelerated that, and we're moving rapidly forward. Now, we need to continue to get the support. There's actually a vote today at the Public Service Commission in Tallahassee on approving or not the undergrounding plan that we have and other investor-owned utilities have. I hope we get that kind of support because we want to accelerate as much undergrounding as possible and using new technology that we frankly just didn't even have long ago. So using directional drilling that we've learned out of the oil and gas industry, but now we just go down 12 feet instead of 12,000 feet. We're able to put lines underground without having to dig deep trenches. We can do it more cost effectively and faster, and I'd like to do that as much as possible. There will be overhead lines on the big transmission, kind of the interstate highway of electricity. Those will remain above ground because you need to have the separation. It's an electrical issue, but we have all of those poles in our system have been converted. There's no more wood. They're all concrete. They're all steel, and you can see that on the side of the roads. We lost 0 transmission structures in our entire system. Not one pole came down that carried a transmission line, and that's the backbone of any electrical grid. And so we are just in the process of cleaning up and repairing instead of rebuilding. That's a night and day. That is weeks and months if you have to rebuild it versus days or a week or so to repair it.
Now, I know that obviously there's a lot of future measures that we're looking at. Just kind of tell me, after seeing everything that we've had from Hurricane Ian, is there anything in the future that we're looking at as far as extra safety measures after what we've seen?
Yeah, so I will tell you that we learn from every single storm because every storm is different. This one had storm surge, which was unprecedented. This one had floodwaters that we have not seen. Orlando got more rain in a day than in its history. We learned from every storm, like we did as an example in Superstorm Sandy when we sent crews to New York to help them get back on their feet. We figured out we need to put flood monitor devices in all of our substations because of that storm, and that we have those now in our substations. So we actually shut equipment down before it floods so it doesn't get destroyed. We will have many lessons learned from this. We have forensic teams out in the field today. We'll incorporate those lessons, and then we'll be better for it next time.
Eric, we do have some user submitted questions. Are you releasing crews from the 21,000 crews that are currently here in the state of Florida?
No, currently we're not. I expect that we will by the end of the week. Before we do that, we'll coordinate with any other utilities in the state to make sure they have whatever they need to go forward. But my goal is to have everybody at FPL restored who can't take power by the end of day Friday, after which we'll still have some crews here because we'll have to do some cleanup work, but we will release many crews, but that won't be until later on this weekend and after everybody else in Florida who may need crews gets a chance to use them if needed.
For those customers that are
Excuse me.
is there anything they can do to speed up restoration and help FPL?
Other than be patient, no. Please don't go out and try to trim trees on your own. Please be careful of any downlines still around you and stay away from those. I'd say one thing that people could do, and I know this is hard, but if you can, stay off the roads. We're moving a lot of people and equipment around, so if you have to get out to go to the store and then go home. Traffic is one of our biggest issues right now, and every hour that I have crews stuck in traffic, that's an hour they're not actually getting the lights on.
Now, will you guys be helping send some crews to LCEC since they're behind?
We will help Lee County Electric Cooperative with crews, with materials, with logistics support, with whatever they need. I am in regular contact with their CEO. I spoke with her this morning. Every day we talk about what their needs are, and this is all about helping each other. This is Team Florida. Every Floridian needs to get their power back on as quickly as possible, and our goal is to help anybody and everybody get their power back up just as fast, as safely as possible. Safety first, we'll get the power on. If Lee County needs something, we're here to help, and we're all ready. working together, and we have teams working with their teams to help them speed the process.
Eric, another viewer submitted question. You mentioned homes being able to receive power. Who needs to inspect the electrical system of a home if somebody does not have power?
All right, so if your home has been damaged, you're going to have an inspection that is by an licensed electrical contractor that is approved by the county or the city. The counties, the cities, they all have approved electrical contractors. I know they're working on expanding the numbers of those folks that can do it, but before we can actually restore power to your home, if it's been damaged, then you must get an inspection to make sure it's safe. It's not about bureaucracy, it's about safety. The last thing we want to do is electrify a home and then create a problem, whether it's a fire hazard or an electrocution hazard. So this inspection is really critically important. Counties and cities know it needs to get done. They've already geared up to help with that as well. But you need to call a licensed electrician and have your home or your business inspected.
Last question for you, Eric. You talked about 95% restoration by this Friday. Is there any timeline on that final 5%?
Yeah, look, I want everybody up by the end of Friday. Part of this is there are many customers who simply won't have the inspections, won't be able to be restored at that point. So we will have effectively everybody done by the end of Friday. It's just there are going to be a percentage of customers, a small percentage, but it's still a large number that simply cannot. As I said, there's over 15,000 of our customers on Fort Myers Beach. They will not be restored this weekend at all because they're still doing search and rescue operations. Any other questions? Again,
All right, so search and rescue still happening all across Florida. Do want to let our viewers know that number climbing past 100 deaths from Hurricane Ian. That's because we're adding in all those totals from when the hurricane had hit Cuba, when it hit Florida as a Category 4, then it returned to the United States after being out in the Atlantic, back into South Carolina at a Category 1. So again, that number has surpassed 100 for the amount of people who have died from this hurricane, and unfortunately, as we just heard, search and rescue operations still happening, especially for some of those western areas along the coast of Florida on some of those barrier islands as well. We are going to be getting in about 1 hour an update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. When we come back here after this 2-minute break, we'll continue this topic, plus give you some more top stories happening here across the country on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always staying on top of the very latest news stories happening all across the country. With that being said, let's go ahead and bring you some of these top stories that we're keeping track of here today for you, especially as we still have rescues and recovery operations underway in the state of Florida. We know now that utility crews still racing to restore power to thousands of people all across that southwest part of Florida. Other residents, they are starting to clean out their homes after Hurricane Ian. We do have Fox Weather's Robert Ray giving us a bit more on this report.
Nearly a week after Ian slammed into southwest Florida, hundreds of thousands are facing another day without power.
I've had no internet, no cable, no nothing.
Florida's largest power utility estimates electricity could be fully restored by the end of the week to customers who still have power lines and electrical infrastructure intact.
We've been able to get a lot of folks up quickly because we're able to repair, clean the areas, all the debris.
The situation is even more dire on the hard-hit barrier islands. Here in Lee County, Ian washed away bridges and roads, making it difficult for utility crews to assess the damage. Efforts are underway to build temporary bridges to Pine Island and Sanibel. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says National Guard helicopters will be flying in supplies and linemen to assist residents who stayed behind.
You just need to get people on there, and they need to start doing what needs to be done, clearing roads, and we are working on the roads and all that now.
Across southwest Florida, residents are beginning to clean up after Ian's floodwaters soaked their homes. Water levels still remain high across much of the region. Officials expect recovery from this storm to take months, if not years.
It was just like Noah's Ark. You didn't know how high the water was going to come. When it started coming in, we didn't know when it was going to stop.
Tomorrow, the President and First Lady will travel here to see the devastation firsthand. In Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And of course, Live Now from Fox going to be following the president's visit to Florida. Do want to also make a note that coming up in less than an hour, we are expecting another press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis that's scheduled for our 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, 11:30 on the West Coast. Well, let's continue on with our top stories as Ukrainian forces are now taking back more territory from the Russian military. We do have our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst. He's giving us more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
It's a big step forward that could lead all the way to the Russian border. Ukrainian troops breaking through Russia's defensive lines, retaking dozens of miles of territory that had been claimed by Moscow as part of Vladimir Putin's annexation. In the east, the Ukrainians moving past Liman, which was liberated over the weekend. And in the south, at least 4 cities were liberated on Monday as Ukrainian forces moved closer to the key city of Kherson.
The Russians actually moved thousands of troops out of the northeast so that they could shore up their defensive lines in the south, which I think explains for one of the reasons why it's been a little harder going for the Ukrainians down there, but they have made progress.
The White House now speeding up delivery of military aid here, including 4 advanced rocket systems as part of a new $624 million package aimed at helping the Ukrainians continue their counteroffensive.
Ukraine is going to take this fight to the finish, and this is going to require some significant work on the part of the Biden administration.
Meanwhile, in Russia, the military is struggling to meet quotas as it mobilizes troops. They say so far about 200,000 men have been called up, but few of them appear to be making it to the front lines.
Thousands of our countrymen presented themselves at enlistment offices. We returned about half of them home as they did not meet the criteria for entering military service.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has signed a decree saying there will be no negotiations with Russian President Putin following the annexations. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And one final top story to give to our viewers here. Trading in shares of Twitter has halted after the stock spiked on reports that Elon Musk would proceed with his $44 billion deal to buy the company after months of legal battles. So for a second time, Musk offered to buy the San Francisco company at $54.20. Shares jumped nearly 13% to $47.95 before trading stopped. Bloomberg News reported Tuesday that Musk Musk made the proposal in a letter to Twitter, according to people familiar with the case who were not identified. Now, Musk has been trying to back out of the deal for several months after signing to buy the social media platform back in April. Shareholders have already approved the sale. Musk claimed that Twitter undercounted the number of fake accounts on its platform, and Twitter sued when Musk then announced the deal was off. So neither Twitter nor lawyers for Musk, they've not been responding to messages seeking comments on this here today. The trial seeking to compel Musk to buy Twitter is set to start in Delaware Truancy Court on October 17th. That's a look at your top stories here with us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again for being here with us. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, our press briefing room is full now, media all piled in. Hopefully we'll have this press conference underway when we all return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'd mentioned ahead of that 2-minute break that we were hoping the White House press briefing would be underway. It has. We're going to start it from the top and give it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Tomorrow, President Biden and the First Lady will travel to Fort Myers, Florida, to reaffirm his commitment to supporting the people of Florida as they recover and rebuild from the devastating storm. While there, the president will meet with small business owners and local residents impacted by Hurricane Ian and thank the federal, state, and local officials working around the clock to provide life-saving assistance, restore power, distribute food and water, removing debris, and begin rebuilding efforts. Governor DeSantis, the FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, and other state and local officials will also provide the president with an operational briefing on the current response and recovery efforts. This morning, President Biden spoke with President Zelensky to underscore that the United States will never recognize Russia's purported annexation of Ukrainian territory and will continue to support Ukraine as it defends itself from Russian aggression. President Biden informed President Zelensky that the United States is providing a new $625 million security assistance package to Ukraine as they continue to defend their country from Russia's invasion. Together with our allies and partners, the United States has been delivering an unprecedented amount of weapons and equipment that Ukraine's forces are utilizing very efficiently, including to retake their territory that has been seized illegally by Russia. This security assistance package is the 22nd utilization of presidential presidential drawdown authorities for Ukraine by the Biden administration, and we thank Congress for providing the additional authorities in the continuing resolution to make this possible. Today's package includes 4 HIMARS, 32 howitzers, 200 mine-resistant vehicles, and hundreds of thousands of rounds of artillery and mortar ammunition. Throughout this year, the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom and democracy against Russian aggression. As we are demonstrating again today, the United States will continue to provide Ukraine with key capabilities to meet their evolving battlefield requirements. Also this morning, as you may have seen, Micron announced that it will invest $20 billion this decade and up to $100 billion over the next 20 years in chips manufacturing in upstate New York. This announcement is just the latest historic investment in America, spurred by President Biden's economic plan and his commitment to rebuilding American manufacturing. Micron's multi-billion-dollar investment in American chip making will strengthen our nation's economy and create up to tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. In fact, Micron estimates they will pay an average salary of more than $100,000 per year. This is the latest in a series of historic business investments across the country, from New York to Ohio, Idaho, Arizona, North Carolina, and more. And they show the value in the president's work to rebuild our infrastructure and supply chains here at home so that we are creating jobs and bringing down prices over time by making more in America. Today marks 100 days since the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, and President Biden and Vice President Harris are convening the second meeting of the President's Task Force on Reproductive Health Care Access. This morning, we released a report from Jen Klein, who directs the Office of Gender Policy Council, to the Vice President and Vice President on the onslaught of radical and dangerous actions from Republican officials since the Dobbs decisions. That includes, of course, Senator Graham's proposed national abortion ban, and in Arizona, a court decision to reinstate an extreme abortion ban that sends Arizona women back to 1864. As a result of these actions, millions of women are facing barriers to critical health care, and doctors and nurses are facing criminal penalties, including being thrown in jail for providing that essential health care. These extreme abortion bans also have consequences that extend beyond abortion, including reports of women being denied prescriptions at pharmacies to treat miscarriage and conditions like arthritis and cancer, and threats to contraception, including for college students as well. In today's task force meeting, the President and Vice President will hear directly from healthcare providers across the country about the impact that abortion bans are having on their work, and they will also be clear that the only way to fully protect a woman's right to choose is for Congress to act by codifying Roe into law. Finally, a note on junk fees. Last week, at the White House Competition Council meeting, President Biden put a spotlight on so-called junk fees. He explained that too often companies impose hidden or surprise fees that prevent customers from seeing the full price of what they're buying and hit the most vulnerable Americans the hardest. The president highlighted progress that agencies have already made to address these fees, which will lower costs for American families by over $3 billion this year. And we're pleased to share that the Biden-Harris administration has now delivered even more results for consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau issued a new order requiring Regions Bank to pay nearly $200 million for illegal surprise overdraft fees, including refunding $141 million to consumers, paying $50 million penalty, and stopping the illegal charges going forward. With that, Colleen, you want to kick us off?
Sure, thank you. Has the White House given any more thought to a public health emergency regarding women's reproductive health, especially as the sort of effects of abortion bans extend beyond abortion to miscarriage and other aspects of women's reproductive health?
We don't have anything to announce at this time, but as you are aware, we have made this a priority, the president and the vice president, especially while we're seeing these extreme laws. We see that the national bans from Republicans, the president and vice president are doing everything in their power to protect women seeking abortion, their right to travel to states that provide care, their right to medication and contraception, and their right to patient privacy. Look, we've taken a range of actions to ensure access. As you know, we've taken some executive actions very early on, and today you'll hear from the president and vice president on what the additional actions that we will be taking. But we have been very clear. You heard that in the beginning of the briefing and what I just said. We are going to continue to encourage Congress to codify Roe. That is how we believe women's rights will be protected.
One more question on oil prices. They're up today on the expectation that OPEC Plus is going to cut production by an estimated 1 million barrels a day. Would a production cut endanger global supplies, and how does the president intend to respond?
So just to be very clear here on that piece, we're just not going to comment on any OPEC action until OPEC acts, as you all know. In any event, we will continue to take steps to protect American consumers. Our focus, and it's been very clear for the past several months, has been on taking every step to ensure markets are sufficiently supplied to meet demand for a growing global economy. And thanks to this president's efforts, and his historic actions that he has taken, energy prices have declined sharply from their highs, and American consumers are paying far less at the pump than they were several months ago. And it's because of the historic steps that this president has taken.
Thanks, Greg. Is there, given the 100 days out from the Dobbs ruling, is there a concern in this White House and the administration that this issue is falling in terms of top importance issues that voters are going to be voting on come to the midterms, given that we're now seeing these polls that show that it ranks below the economy, below inflation?
So I want to,
this calendar moves forward.
As you can imagine, I want to be very careful on how I talk about polls and how I talk about. I cannot speak to elections. What I can speak to is this was, if you think about Roe v. Wade, and if you think about how it was a constitutional law for almost 50 years. It protected women for almost 50 years. And in June, when the Dobbs decision was made by the Supreme Court, it took away nearly 50 years of protections for women. And we have seen women respond. We have seen Americans respond just across the country on different initiatives, clearly, and they have been made their voices very loud and clear. And so I expect that we continue to see that type of reaction. We will continue to see, not just from women, but from Americans speak up. And what we have encouraged, what the president has continued to encourage, is to make sure that we get Congress to act. The way that we protect women, the way that we protect privacy, the way we protect contraception, the way that we protect health care for women, and for women to make these decisions. These are difficult decisions that women are making, that they should be making for themselves with their health care provider. No one else should be making that decision. No Republican official, no Republican official in their state or nationally. And so we're going to continue to make that very clear.
And then quickly on North Korea, we're seeing
And as we continue listening in here to reporter questions during the White House press briefing, we are going to send our viewers out to a 2-minute break, picking things back up from this point when we return.
these supersonic bombs. Could you walk us through the difference in the response approach from this administration to the last?
So since this is the first time I'm being asked this question, I want to lay out just a couple of things here. As we noted in our statement last night, we strongly condemn Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK's dangerous and reckless decision to launch a long-range ballistic missile over Japan. The launch was a danger to the Japanese people, destabilizing to the region, and a clear violation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions. The United States will continue its efforts to limit the DPRK's ability to advance its prohibited ballistic missile and weapons of mass destruction programs, including with allies and UN partners. As it relates to our response, last night, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Secretary Blinken spoke with their Japanese and Republic of Korea counterparts. This morning, President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Kishida of Japan, where he reinforced our ironclad commitment to Japan's defense. And following this launch, U.S. Marine Corps fighters joined Japan Air self-defense fighters in a bilateral exercise over the sea of Japan to enhance operational readiness and responses to regional threats while defending our nations and to further strengthen regional peace and stability. Additionally, just to add here, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and Republic of Korea, ROK, personnel conducted a bilateral exercise as well over the West Sea to showcase combined deterrent and dynamic strike capabilities while demonstrating our nation's bilateral interoperability. We will continue to coordinate the immediate and longer-term response bilaterally, trilaterally, with the Republic of Korea and with the international community. So we have been talking to our counterparts, taking bilateral, trilateral actions over the last 12, 20 hours or so, and so we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Karine. Just a quick follow-up on that. Was there sort of any consensus that was reached on how to grapple with these missile launches, considering we've been seeing them consistently? And, we understand that the president had this conversation and Jake had this conversation, but is the sense that the White House is just sort of resigned to continuing to let these launches take place, or, are there specific sort of points of action that you can share?
Well, I just laid out points of actions that we have taken, these bilateral actions. So certainly we are taking we're taking this very, very seriously, for sure. And we have commented, as you know, and you've heard us comment on any missiles that have been launched over the last several months. Look, our position, though, on this is diplomacy and dialogue remain the same. That has not changed. And so this action underscores the urgent need for dialogue and diplomacy. We understand that, and that's what we have been calling for. Our goal remains the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We remain prepared to engage in serious and sustained diplomacy to make tangible progress towards that end, and we remain prepared to meet with the DPRK without preconditions. You've heard me say this multiple times from this podium over the last several months, and it's unfortunate that the DPRK has not responded to our outreach, but again, we are committed to our allies. I just laid out what we have done in the past several hours to show that commitment, and that's how we're going to continue to move forward.
And do you think, this missile launch was sort of a direct response from North Korea to the Vice President visiting the DMZ recently?
Look, I'm not going to get into the hypotheticals or get into the mind of the North Korea leader. I can just lay out our response to this current, most recent missile launch, and again, our commitment to our partners in the region.
Just to follow up, I think on both of those to some degree, understand what the actions that the U.S. and its allies have taken, but do you guys have an assessment? There's a lot of general theories as to why there's been kind of a rapid escalation over the course of the last several months. Do you have an assessment as to the why? What are they looking for? What do they want? What is the administration's view of the goal behind these escalations?
I'm not going to get into any assessments from here. Clearly, that is something that we are always keeping a close eye on. What I can speak to is our response and our continued efforts to limit the DPRK's ability to advance its ballistic missile and weapons, and that's what we are going to continue to move forward. Again, I laid out our response. I'm not going to get into analysis or specifics as to the why.
Okay. And then on Iran, there's been a notably different posture from the administration this time around with protests when compared to 2009, those protests. Obviously, there's already been sanctions. The president kind of telegraphed more sanctions potentially coming in the days ahead. What is the objective here for the United States? Is it to stop the protest crackdowns? Is it to have Iran change the laws that are being protested right now, or is it regime change? What's the control here?
So what our purpose is, and you've heard from the president, you've heard from me, you've heard from the National Security Advisor at this podium and on various networks, is that we stand with all the citizens of Iran who are inspiring the world with their bravery, and we will continue to stand with them. That's how we see our role here. Women and men in Iran should have the right to freedom of expression and assembly. Women should be able to wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. Iran must end its use of violence against its own citizens simply for exercising their fundamental freedoms, their fundamental rights. We will continue to take action to hold Iran officials accountable and support the rights of our Iranians to protest freely. We have, just last week, we laid out the actions that we were taking, making sure that Iranians had access to internet as the government was stopping that freedom to access their right to global internet. We took actions there, and we'll have more this week. You'll hear from the United States on what we'll be imposing further costs on those, how we'll be imposing further costs on those perpetrators of violence against peaceful protesters, and we'll continue to hold Iranian officials accountable.
But there's no goal to elevate the protests to create perhaps instability in the regime or anything?
Well, we see our role are making sure that we show our support and stand with the citizens of Iran at this time. And as you have seen from our actions, that we are taking this very seriously, and you'll hear more this week.
I wanted to ask about the status of Brittany Griner's release. As you know, the Russian court has set a court date for her. But this offer has been on the table for months now. Is there any sort of movement to get her released? And is there any sort of deadline that the administration can propose to get some kind of movement on this?
So let me first say that we are aware of Russia's announcement that Brittany Griner will be forced to undergo another sham judicial proceeding. She should be released immediately. As we have said many times, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan have been wrongfully detained by Russian authorities. President Biden, who met with, as you all know, their families about 2 weeks ago right here in the White House, is continuing to direct his administration to engage with Russian government through every available channel and make every effort to bring them home. That is a commitment that he has made. As I have said many times, it is again a commitment that he has made on their particular negotiations. But we want Russia. What we will say is that we want Russia to take the offer that we have put on the table, a substantial offer, as you've heard us say many times, seriously. And if not, or they could make a serious counteroffer, but they need to make a serious counteroffer. But again, the president has demonstrated that he is willing to go to extraordinary lengths and make tough decisions to bring Americans home, as he did just over the weekend to bring home all of the Americans designated as wrongfully detained in Venezuela. So this is a commitment that he has made to the American people, and this is a commitment that he has made to their families.
You were saying, and if not, then what? I mean, for her family that's been waiting for this for months, and Russia hasn't made any indication that they're accepting this deal. I mean, what else can the administration do to apply?
So I just laid out that they should take this offer, the substantial offer that we've put on the table seriously, or make a serious counteroffer. But we need to see a serious counteroffer on this. Look, the president has demonstrated many times during his administration how seriously he takes this, how seriously he takes Americans who are wrongfully detained. We have seen this just over the weekend. We saw this with Trevor Reed. We have made sure that we have taken every step possible to make sure that we bring these Americans home. And so that commitment continues, that commitment stands. And so we're not going to negotiate in public, as you've heard us say many times, but we're going to continue to have those discussions with Russian authorities through the available channels that have been provided to us.
And then a quick question on abortion rights and access. The administration's position has been that Congress needs to act, but that is just completely unrealistic. I know the president has supported changing the filibuster rules to allow for a vote, but even there isn't support in the Democratic caucus for changing those rules. Has the president been talking to kind of holdouts on the filibuster about this? Has he been talking to Republican senators who have their own proposal on abortion access? At what point is the administration saying that Congress needs to act, but is the administration being realistic about what the dynamics on Capitol Hill are? Even if Democrats were able to gain seats, it still wouldn't be enough.
Right, and he's also said that the American people need to make sure that their voices are being heard. That is also an important piece of Congress acting. The American people have a say here. They have a say on what happens next on this issue. And so the president has been very clear on that. I have to be very careful in how I speak about the next couple of weeks because I can't speak about elections from here. But he's made that very clear in every speech that he's made about this particular issue, about codifying Roe. And it is, yes, Congress needs to act, but also American public have an important role to play here. They can make their voices heard on this issue by making sure that they do what we've been seeing across the country, especially on issues that have been put on Roe on the ballot. And you've seen just record amount of women come out and say no, we are not going to allow this to happen. I just want to be very careful of how far I can go here, but again, this is something that the American people have a say in as well.
Hey, Corinne. One more for me on North Korea. You've laid out a number of the bilateral and trilateral conversations that are happening at all levels of the government with our allies in the region. In the past, we've seen that China is often a useful interlocutor in terms of dealing with the North Koreans. Is there any outreach at this stage to some of our Chinese counterparts to try to maybe see if there's a way they can be helpful in this situation? And do you have an update on whether the president might be meeting in person with President Xi at the G20?
As you know, the president has had multiple conversations with President Xi, and we've read out all of those phone conversations. We don't have a meeting to lay out or preview for all of you in the next coming weeks or by the end of this year. When we do, we certainly will share that. Don't have any other conversations with the Chinese government to share at this time as well.
And then on the president's call with President Zelensky, there was an announcement along with that of additional security assistance to the Ukrainians. I'm wondering how Ukraine's success on the battlefield of late is factoring into decisions within the administration about potentially accelerating this delivery of assistance to try to press the advantage now, and how that's being calibrated with the threats we're hearing from the Russian side about potential nuclear or retaliation in this situation. Is that sort of a push and pull that's factoring into our decision making?
So, we always say nothing without Ukraine, no action on Ukraine without Ukraine, right? That is something when it comes to any type of diplomacy or conversation that's being had, that certainly they have to be in the room for that piece. And look, when it comes to the potential nuclear threat, we have been very clear about that. We take any nuclear weapons or nuclear saber rattling very seriously here. But I do want to say, that we have not seen any reason to adjust our own strategic nuclear posture, nor do we have indication that Russia is preparing to imminently use nuclear weapons. What you're seeing, the $600 million that we announced today of nuclear assistance, of security assistance, is just a continued commitment that we have showed to Ukraine, because as you all know, they are fighting. The brave people of Ukraine are fighting for their freedom. They're fighting for their sovereignty, and so this is something that we believe, not just the U.S., our allies and partners around the world see this as an important partnership that we have to make sure that Ukraine is able to do that. And so, as we have seen their successes on the battlefield, as we have seen them take back even territory that was supposedly annexed just a couple days ago, we're seeing them have those gains and taking back their own territory. And so we're going to continue to make sure that we are there for the Ukrainians. That's why you heard we did the readout of the president's call with Zelensky, saying that we are going to continue to be there and be in partnership with them, and also give them a heads up of what we're going to provide, and making sure that they continue those successes on the battlefield. Look, this is important. This is very serious. When you're talking about a country's democracy, when you're talking about a country's freedom, it is important for us to be there and stand with the Ukrainian people, and that's what you're going to continue to see.
One last question for me. You mentioned the president will be meeting with Governor DeSantis tomorrow as part of his trip to Florida. They've met in person in the past when he was visiting Surfside as well. Both of those conversations were above politics, focused on the tragedies at hand. But I'm wondering if the president will look for an opportunity behind the scenes privately tomorrow to speak with Governor DeSantis about some of his concerns about his actions as it relates to flying migrants into other jurisdictions.
So, obviously the president laid out his concerns and outrage by the political stunt, and by the fact that people were misled. You've heard me talk about this. You've heard the president talk about this, and how they were misled and flown across the country with all kinds of promises that were not true. There will be plenty of time to discuss differences between the president and the governor, but now is not the time. As you've heard from the president, he has said, when it comes to delivering and making sure that the people of Florida have what they need, especially after Hurricane Ian, we are working as one. And so that is what the president is going to be doing when he's there in Florida. He's going to be listening to the people who live there, who have lost so much. He's going to be talking to the respondents on the ground who have done tremendous work. As you know, the FEMA administrator will be traveling with him as well, and they're going to, Governor DeSantis and President Biden, as they have done several times leading up to this day, as Florida's been dealing with this hurricane. They're going to talk about what else are the needs in Florida to get to a place of recovery, to get to a place of rebuilding. But again, this is going to be, as you've said, above politics. You have seen them do this before. When Surfside, I remember you traveled with us when we went to Surfside, when the president and Governor DeSantis listened to the people of Florida who dealt in that community, who dealt with so much lost loved ones. And so that's what you're going to see again tomorrow. And also you saw that yesterday in Puerto Rico. Okay.
Thanks, Green. You've said the president was responsible for gas prices coming down. Is the president responsible for gas prices going up?
So it's a lot more nuanced than that, right? Peter, you know this. There have been global challenges that we have all dealt with. When I say all, meaning other countries as well have dealt with since the pandemic. There's been pandemic and there's been Putin's war. And Putin's war has increased gas prices at the pump. We have seen that over the past several months. And what the president was able to do, he took some historic steps when you think about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and making sure that we were able to do everything that we can to bring that cost down for American families, give them a little bit more of a breathing room. And we saw that. We saw that every day this summer, saving American families over $1 per gallon. And so that is what the president's going to continue to stay focused on, our American consumers. How do we continue to keep prices down? That's why we did the Inflation Reduction Act. That's why we talk about the CHIPS Act. All of these things are going to help Americans here in this country.
And there are consumers now in California paying $6.41 a gallon for gas, Nevada $5.51, Oregon $5.46. Who can afford that?
And we understand that. That's why the president worked so hard the past several months to make sure that he did everything we can to bring gas prices down. We have seen fastest. I know you're pulling out a couple of areas across the country, and I get that, and we understand that there's more work to do. We have never said we were done here. We have always been very clear that there is more work to do, but we have seen, the reality is we have seen the fastest decline in gasoline prices in over a decade. That's because of what this president has done. And again, prices going down by more than $1 per gallon. And these are real savings. You're talking about $100 per month in savings for an average family with 2 cars.
When the president went to Saudi Arabia.
We are listening in here with the White House press briefing happening here on Capitol Hill. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief break for some viewers back in this press conference when you return.
And we have said that, you know, his trip to the Middle East was not about oil. It was about America's position in the Middle East and consultation with 12 leaders from across the region on a range of issues similar to his summits in Asia or the Americas, and later this year with African leaders. The president's trip was crucial. It was critical to U.S. national security, a more peaceful, integrated region, and for global security. And there were plenty of examples that we laid out to all of you as to why this trip was so important. But aside from that, the president took action. As I just mentioned, he took action these past several months, and every day in this summer, you saw prices take down at the pump. And but we didn't just stop there. We saw legislative actions, historic actions that the president took to make sure that we're continuing to create jobs in America. We're continuing to lower prices. So there are multiple actions that this president has taken.
Thank you. And I follow up on Iran. Does the decision by the CIA director, Mr. Bill Burns, to speak out in support of the demonstrators in Iran was coordinated by the White House? Because as you know, Karine, the CIA director do not speak often. So is this a direct message to the Iranian regime that the U.S. will help the demonstrators?
And can you say that first part about the CIA? I didn't hear that part.
So Bill Burns gave an interview yesterday, and he talked in support of the Iranian demonstrators. But was this coordinated by the White House? Because for him to speak, that has weight. So is this a direct message?
But we have been very clear. The president's voice also has weight, right? The president has spoken about his concerns about the intensity of the violent crackdown on peaceful protesters in Iran. Again, who are demanding, as you know, their equal rights and basic human dignity. He spoke out about that during the UN during UNGA assembly that we saw, the General Assembly that we saw just 2 weeks ago. He was very clear. You've heard statements from him. You've heard statements from his national security advisor. You've heard statements from me. So as administration, holistically, we've been very, very clear, and the president has taken action. actions. We're making it easier for Iranians to access the internet, including through facilitating greater access to secure outside platforms and services, and we're holding Iranian officials accountable. And so you've seen us take actions through the U.S. Treasury and do our part in making sure that we are supporting the Iranian people.
But my point here that I'm trying to articulate is because he's the head of the CIA.
No, I hear your question.
But because of that, do you think that the Iranian regime might see that as an interference by the American intelligence, which is often they said this accusation against the
Look, I hear your question, but what I'm saying is we as an administration, the president directly, is speaking out on what we are seeing on the ground. We have concerns. We believe that the Iranian people, women in particular, have the right to their freedoms, and we're going to speak out about that. And I think that's important. You all are reporting this. You all are seeing yourselves what is happening on the ground, and so we're going to continue. We're going to continue to impose further costs on the perpetrators of these violence. And so we're going to continue to speak out. And I think that's the right thing to do. We think that's the right thing to do.
I have two health-related questions. First, on the abortion issue and the Title IX guidance that the Education Department released today, are there current examples of the types of violations that this guidance is trying to stop?
I don't have any particular examples for you at this time. I would refer you to the agency to ask for specific examples that they can share with you.
Okay. And then last week, the Kaiser Family Foundation released a poll showing that nearly half of adults had heard little to nothing about the COVID booster, despite the efforts by the administration and others to launch for this education campaign this fall to get people to get boosters. Do you have a reaction to this? Are you concerned about it? Are you going to be doing anything else in light of this to try to step up those education and outreach efforts?
So, no, it's an important question to ask. I know Dr. Jha actually spoke to this yesterday and want to give a little bit of context. I know people have had questions on the data specifically on how many people are actually getting this new vaccine. So just to give you a little bit about what we have, we estimated about 10 million Americans got their updated COVID-19 vaccines in the month of September. As Dr. Jha said yesterday, we are off to a strong start with about 10 million Americans with their updated vaccine. It means that in the first 3 weeks of our fall vaccination program, hundreds of thousands of Americans got their updated COVID-19 vaccine each day. And so even with the limited funding, as we have spoken to many times, we're absolutely doing more to make sure we're redoubling our efforts on protecting those at high risk, especially elderly Americans, including through a new paid media campaign and targeted engagement efforts. And within the group, there's been good progress. Almost half of updated vaccines administered so far have gone to those age 65 and older. And in October, we're going to be building on that as well. Next week, we are hoping to have Dr. Jha and also Dr. Fauci here in the briefing room to take your questions clearly on this new vaccination program and how we're making sure that Americans are aware and they know the importance of getting this new vaccine. So you're going to hear directly from the doctors next week and just laying out how critical and how important it is to make sure that they're getting that vaccine, that vaccinated. Okay, welcome to the briefing room.
Thanks so much, Karine. It's great to be here.
Are you sure?
We'll try to make this.
Take your time. We have a lot of time. Take your time. No pressure.
The administration, the White House, is marking the 100 days since the Dobbs Act here. As you're doing that over at the Supreme Court, there are a number of other rights that are going to be on the table this term. I'm thinking about voting rights. I'm thinking about potential affirmative action, Clean Water Act, and this administration received some criticism for for how proactive or how reactionary it was to the Dobbs Act, and I'm wondering if some of those other rights, if the White House is taking proactive action to potentially get prepared for seeing the Voting Rights Act scaled back or seeing the end of affirmative action in universities.
So I just want to get back to what you were saying about alluding to on abortion and the criticism that we've received there on the Dobbs decision. I want to be very clear because I think it's important to note, and I've noted it a couple of times, is, when the leak of the document happened, we did take action. We did take action in those weeks leading up to the actual decision, and that it was meeting with groups, that was meeting internally, trying to figure out the best way that we were going to take, that we were going to respond if indeed the leaked document at the time during that moment was true. And so I want to be very clear and continue to correct that record here, is that the president has always taken this very seriously when it comes to Roe. He's always taken women's rights and women's ability to make a decision on their own health care. And also he was very clear that what this could lead to, right? This could lead to not just Roe, the Dobbs decision, but it could also lead to marriage equality, contraception. He was one of the first voices that sounded the alarm on what this could potentially, down the path, the dangerous path that the Dobbs decision could take us to. And we're seeing that. We're seeing efforts.
All right, so we're listening in here to the White House press briefing. We will have an event with President Biden and also Vice President Kamala Harris on reproductive health later this afternoon. We are expecting also here any moment Governor Ron DeSantis to give us another Hurricane Ian recovery update as they continue to do search and rescue operations all across the state of Florida. Power still being restored to thousands of customers as well. We'll jump into that briefing live as soon as it does happen. Until then, some of our viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here to the White House press briefing.
Continue to speak out on that, and this is, when it comes to people's fundamental rights, fundamental freedoms, this is something that the president and the vice president is going to fight for.
And just to follow up, earlier you talked about how the president knows that the American people will have their say in these matters in a matter of about 5 weeks. I know you can't talk about politics from there, but how much can we expect the president to take that message on the road to the various places in the country where there are key elections and they will have a voice, and that voice will impact the president's term in terms of his legislative agenda?
Well, look, I can't get into the next 5 weeks and where he's going to be and any of the politics. What I can say very clearly is that, back in August, we put out a memo laying out what this administration was going to be doing in order to speak to how we're delivering for the American people. We talked about the Inflation Reduction Act and what that's going to mean for millions of Americans across the country when it comes to health care, when it comes to Medicare, when it comes to energy costs, when it comes to putting one of the most important investment in fighting climate change. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. We're going to talk about the CHIPS Act. Just gave an announcement on what Micron is doing, the investment that they are bringing into this country and making sure that we're having a strengthening our supply chain, chip making, which is going to be so important in lowering costs. And so it's not just the president. It's going to be the cabinet secretaries. It's going to be the vice president, and it's going to be congressional members within their districts or senators in their states. And so we laid out that plan on what you were going to see from us. Any specifics on any 2022 specific strategy, I cannot speak to that from here. Okay,
thank you. The governor of Puerto Rico yesterday made a very specific ask to extend the 100% disaster funding for 180 days. Is the president considering that? Has he made a decision? Where does that stand, that request?
So that request, I would have to check with the team. Don't have anything specifically on the request that the governor made. I remember hearing that. But one of the things that we want to make sure that came out, and what you all saw from the president and the first lady's visit, is that you saw a president that was committed to making sure that the people in Puerto Rico are not forgotten. That our brothers and sisters in Puerto Rico got the need and the help that that they needed to rebuild and to make sure that they were not forgotten. And so that's the takeaway that I would provide to you. The president made a commitment. He made a promise that we will get them back on their feet, and we will be there for the long term. And that's why he made the announcement, if you all remember, on the Puerto Rico grid modernization team, which is going to be coming out of the Department of Energy, which is going to support Puerto Rico in rebuilding its electricity grid so that it is more resilient and secure. The Secretary will work closely with the governor to help address challenges and rebuild the necessary infrastructure, allowing the island to better withstand increasingly stronger storms and natural disaster. The team will work with other agencies, including FEMA, HUD, and Commerce, to coordinate resources from across the federal government and ensure funding is used in an expeditious and strategic manner to best serve the grid and the people of Puerto Rico. And that is going to be our commitment to the people of the island.
Just one quick thing. The president yesterday in Puerto Rico, in addition to getting the briefing, did give public remarks with the governor and others near him. Is he going to be giving like a public speech in Florida as well? And will Governor DeSantis be with him for that, or just for the briefing?
So we know that the governor has a busy schedule as he is dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophic storm, as we also saw for ourselves, and many of you have been reporting on it. So I can't speak specifically to where he's going to be at every step of the day. We will have more to share on what the president and the first lady are going to be doing tomorrow. Okay, Sebastian.
Thank you. Do you have anything on the Russians say that they detained, or actually imprisoned somebody called Robert Gilman, who apparently attacked a police officer over there? He spends 4+ years in prison in Russia. Is this on your radar? Is it seen as another problematic case, or just a regular?
We'd have to check with the team. Don't have anything at this time to share on that particular individual.
Okay. And very quick one. Did the president tell Al Sharpton he's running? That clearly?
You love asking me, Sebastian. You love asking me about 2024.
Did he tell? Did he say
Look,
hey, I'm running.
Here's what I will say.
You just want a clear answer. You know, everyone's.
I know you want a clear answer. I know, but he's. If Al Sharpton says it, it's you know. Look, it's so funny. You always ask me about 2024. So here's what I can say, and the president has said this himself. He intends to run in 2024. As you know, I cannot weigh in on elections. I cannot speak to elections from here. We do truly follow and try to follow the Hatch Act here. But I will just reiterate what the president has said many times. What I have said many times is that the president intends to run.
Karine, thank you. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the runoff or release of 1 million barrels a day ends at the end of this month. Is there any conversations about releasing more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? How's the president going to keep the supply up?
So we're not considering new releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve beyond the 180 million, which is what you're speaking about the 1 million that the president announced months ago. We don't have anything more to share, or we're not going to be considering new releases.
Does the president expect gas prices to rise then?
Look, we have been very, very clear that we're going to continue to do everything that we can to give Americans a little bit of breathing room. The decline that you have seen the last several months is historic in many ways because it is the fastest decline in gas prices that we have seen in over a decade. The president's going to continue to do that work, but it's not just gas prices. We've talked about the Inflation Reduction Act and how he's working to make sure we lower cost for Americans, whether healthcare or energy. I just laid out the CHIPS Act and how important that's going to be in lowering costs and also creating jobs right here in America. And so we're going to continue to do that work, but right now we're not considering to be doing anything more with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Thank you, Karine. Is the administration worried that Elon Musk is spreading Russian propaganda?
Can you be more specific?
Well, this weekend he put out this quote peace plan that includes giving Russia Crimea and redoing some of these elections, but with the UN watching. So wondering if there's concern there.
So we've been very clear about this, and I just said this earlier in the briefing. Anything about Ukraine, we are not going to talk about Ukraine without Ukraine. It is their decision to make when it comes to any diplomacy or negotiations in that regard. And so I leave that to the Ukrainian people. But look, you know, we're going to make sure that we're going to be there for the Ukrainians as they fight for their own for their sovereignty, and that decision about their sovereignty, about their freedom, about their democracy will be made with them.
I think sort of slightly different question, but are there concerns about Elon Musk acquiring Twitter?
Any concerns about
Elon Musk acquiring Twitter?
I have not. Have there been something new on that?
Yeah, it's just today.
So we have been very clear on not commenting on any specifics potential transaction from here. So I'll leave it on that. I'll leave it to that. Okay, Kim.
Thanks, Corinne. The administration has said Americans would be able to apply for student loan forgiveness beginning early this month. Is the process being held up at all because of the lawsuits that have been brought?
Don't have anything more on that. I think you'll hear more from us, from the Department of Education on that piece, on that implementation process. I think I've laid it out a couple of times here. They sent out some emails last week. But as it relates to the legal pieces, the lawsuits that you're seeing across the country, it's a shame. It's a shame that you have Republicans out there, Republican groups, Republican states that are trying to stop Americans from getting a little bit of a breathing room, a little bit of break. We're talking about 40 million Americans that could benefit from getting student loan relief, and it is shameful that they are siding with the special interests. It's shameful that they're not siding with the American people on this. And let's not forget, 90% of borrowers who are going to be receiving that relief will be making under $75,000. So this is a commitment that the president has made. He made it during his campaign, and this is one of the ways that the president is going to continue to work for the American people, trying to find ways to give them a little bit of a break. And let's not forget, the pause is going to lift in December, so people are going to be paying back their loans. And while we're going through that process, he wanted to make sure that folks who were really affected especially by the pandemic, also got that we didn't forget them and give them a little bit of a break as well.
Thank you. A couple quick ones. Last week I asked about Navy Lieutenant Bridge Alconis. I didn't know if you had an update on his case.
I do not have an update for you on that. I apologize. You did ask me about that.
And then I wanted to ask, the president recently praised a group of Coast Guard rescue swimmers. One of them reportedly faces termination because he isn't vaccinated. I'm curious, given the threats that we're facing abroad, would the president ever reconsider that vaccination requirement or consider issuing more exemptions?
So, as you can imagine, the president has the deepest respect for the U.S. Coast Guard. That is something that you would hear from him directly, and the president and the country are grateful for all of the U.S. Coast Guard heroes that have led the effort to save lives in Florida. We have seen that with our very own eyes these past couple of days. I would refer you specifically to the U.S. Coast Guard on this issue, on this individual questions. It's not something that I would comment from here, but there, of course, have been multiple vaccination requirements, as you know, in place for quite some time. But again, I'm not going to comment from here on an individual case.
Okay, then a third one. Last week, the president brought up the Italian election unprompted in some remarks, and he seemed to say that the election of the Italian prime minister, or I should say the incoming Italian prime minister, was part of this larger, greater global struggle between democracies and autocracies. Was the president suggesting that the election of that prime minister was somehow part of that larger threat to democracy? So
look, as we have said, and I have said this before, we respect the democratic choice of the Italian people. We have said that, and it's something that we will continue to say. And the United States stands ready and
You were just listening. You were listening in here to the White House press briefing. Of course, we're following different feeds here on LiveNOW from Fox, including out of Los Angeles right now, as they are continuing to follow this scene that we're looking at live here on LiveNOW from Fox. A car into a building there, as we're just seeing from the overhead shots right now ongoing out of Los Angeles, as they were quite busy today with the helicopter there. As you can see, the officials are pulling that out of a building right now. We're also keeping an eye on several press conferences in Florida, especially out of Polk County. Right now, we are listening to a press conference that's just getting started. I want to take you to the very beginning of this press conference after a tragic situation earlier on today out of Polk County, where one of their deputies, a 21-year-old, was fatally shot after serving a warrant. We're going to take you out there to this scene in Florida, in Polk County, here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with me this afternoon on this sad and somber occasion. The job that law enforcement officers do is a dangerous one, a very dangerous one. They stand in the gap between good and evil. They arrest people. They save people's lives. They keep the evil people away from the good people. They enforce the court orders. I want to introduce you to Deputy Sheriff Blaine Lane. Deputy Lane is 21 years old. He went to the police academy in September of 2020. I swore him in as a detention deputy in May of 2021. And just 8.5 months ago, in January of 2022, he was transferred to patrol as a deputy. He was a great deputy. He was eager. He was brilliant. He learned, he absorbed information like a sponge, and he was careful when he did his job. Now I want to introduce you to the antithesis of that. This is Cheryl Williams. She's 46 years of age. She's a cranker. She had a failure to appear warrant, a felony warrant, for possession of methamphetamine and possession of paraphernalia. She's been to the Florida State Prison on an 11-year sentence. She served more than 9 years for trafficking in methamphetamine. She was locked away a long time. She's had 11 previous felony arrests, 4 previous misdemeanor arrests. And once again, she failed to appear. Well, the Sheriff's Office received a Crime Stoppers tip this morning. We received this tip at about 2:07, and they said, hey, we can tell you where Cheryl is. She's at 4335 Foxtown South in Polk City. For those of you who are not familiar, Polk City is in the northern part of our county, and it is a rural area, and it's known to be peaceful and quiet. So our deputies responded there to arrest her, to take her into custody. She had the opportunity to, one, appear like she was supposed to. So obviously she had bonded out of jail. She could have turned herself in at any given time. And she didn't do that. She ran from the law. So about 2:24, Deputy Sheriff Holzenbeck, Deputy Sheriff Lane, Deputy Sheriff Pennell, and Sergeant Brooks went to the area to arrest her. So let me give you a synopsis of the events. And once again, as I've explained to you every time that I've done a briefing in a short period of time after a traumatic event. This is the best information we have at this point in our investigation. Every bit of this information is subject to change as the investigation goes on, but we want you to know, we want the community to know the best information we have right now. So as the 4 deputies approach the front door, there is 2 men in this mobile home. We'll call the first one Witness A.
Certainly a tragic situation in Polk County, especially after they're also dealing with Hurricane Ian. So very tragic situation. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you and get to other stories from around the country, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, coming up in a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
Come on in. At that point in time, Deputy Lane goes back to the front of the mobile home and takes up a tactical position so that he can watch windows and the front door in the event our suspect, who's already on the lam, decides to run. The position that he's taken, and this is important in a minute, is not in front of any doors or windows, but he's angled so that he can see the front door, he can see a set of windows, and he's where people inside can't see him. So if the suspects wanted to attack or shoot out of the house, they can't see him. He also has the advantage that there's some old refrigerators position so that if he were to take gunfire, he could go for cover. So he is standing by while Deputy Sheriff Holzenbach, Deputy Sheriff Pinnell, and Sergeant Brooks enter. As they enter, you've got to understand this is kind of a maze. So they come upon a room, and when they look into the room as they're clearing the house or the mobile home, they don't see anyone. So as Holzenbach is moving further so he can look more completely into this room, Cheryl Williams, this person, steps into view holding this firearm and pointing it directly at the deputies. 2 deputies, at this point in the investigation, we believe only 2 deputies fired. Sergeant Brooks and Deputy Holzenbach. She struck at least 2 times and she goes down, and at that same time, Deputy Lane says, "I'm hit." Witness 1, who is up on the front porch, sees Deputy Lane grabbing his shoulder like he's pulling at his shirt, and he walks from his tactical position out under another covered area and goes down to one knee. Deputy Sheriff Pinnell runs to him to provide assistance to him. We believe at this point in the investigation that 6 shots were fired. We immediately transport Deputy Lane to Lakeland Regional Health. The initial information that we all receive in the spur of the moment when we received our pages, and the information is he's shot in the arm, his vitals are good, everything's fine. We also transport Williams to the hospital because she's shot twice. When we get to the hospital, and as they're treating Deputy Lane, we learn that the shot that went into the shoulder went into the chest cavity, and he died. Williams is currently under arrest at Lakeland Regional Health and under security. She's going to be charged with, among other charges, second-degree felony murder. So she's gone from a felony, a third-degree felony warrant for possession of meth, to a second-degree felony murder charge, where it's our goal to see that she's incarcerated for the rest of her natural life. So the investigation's underway. Did I tell you this gun was a BB gun? Did you hear what I said? It was a BB gun. After the fact, witness 2 tells us that when they heard the deputies arriving, she picked this gun up and carried it into what we'll call the gaming room. Witness 2 said, "You shouldn't do that," or "You should not do that." And she said, "Let them in." It is my belief at this early stage of the investigation, she clearly and unequivocally wanted to put us into a gunfight with her and or a suicide by cop. She carried that gun into the room and then immediately pointed it at the deputies as soon as she saw them. As I said before, this is a dangerous job, but it's...
You're listening into Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, though, there here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour here.
Fired the fatal shot. Now, I want to clear up for those questions that when they approached to go into the mobile home looking for our suspect, of course, the deputies have no idea where she is in this mobile home. Deputy Lane has taken a very sound, secure cover position, and he doesn't know where they are on the inside. What's the statistical probabilities that the conflict would be directly beside where he was standing? All of this breaks our heart. But in our early analysis, we find that Deputy Lane did exactly what he should have, was soundly positioned, allowed himself to have not only concealment, but cover in the event there was a shootout at the door, was clearly protected, so if there was someone who jumped through or tried to shoot at him out of the door, they couldn't see him. Had he literally been standing 3 inches in or 3 inches back, the round would have missed him. But he wasn't. The investigation's underway. There'll be a complete and full investigation. This is the very first investigation by our 10th Judicial Circuit officer-involved shooting team, which is made up of not only the Sheriff's Office here, but Highlands County had representatives on this team. The Lakeland Police Department had representatives on the team. In fact, a Lakeland police detective is the lead investigator, and we have supervisors and administrators, and we're also joined by a supervisor from the Highlands County Sheriff's Office. We will release the findings of that investigation when it's complete. I can tell you that the funeral is scheduled for next week. We ask that the community keep First Deputy Lane's immediate family and then his work family in your prayers. He went out simply to serve a warrant, something we do hundreds of times a day. And this time, there were horrible, horrible, horrible ending to this. And it didn't have to happen. I want to underscore, this lady who's already spent 9 years in prison for trafficking in meth brought this, and this is the barrel they were looking down at 3 o'clock in the morning. And this is the gun that she brought to point at my deputies. She created this entire event. She forced this shooting. She knew if she pointed this gun at my deputies in the middle of the night, that we wouldn't return fire or fire to keep her from killing one of our deputies. That's why she's being charged. The investigation's still underway. You can certainly bank on the fact there will be other charges in addition to that. I'll be more than happy to take questions, but quite frankly, I've told you everything that we know to release at this point in time.
Sheriff, these are such unusual circumstances, so how are the deputies that were out there, what is their status now? Have you been able to speak with them?
I have talked to the deputies' shift. I will talk to the deputies that were involved in the event. They have been interviewed by our investigators working on the officer-involved shooting team. I will be in communication with them just as soon as I can. The deputies, as you can imagine, like their family, are absolutely devastated. Absolutely devastated. And anytime you lose a colleague, and these folks depend on each other for their very life every day, it is very difficult.
Sheriff, just to be clear, the deputies were inside the mobile home and shot and hit him outside, is that correct?
The deputies were inside the mobile home, encountered her in a room without knowing where his tactical position was. There was no way to know where they were going to intersect. He didn't know where she was. The deputies that were looking for her didn't know where she was. That's where she chose to force the confrontation. And he happened to be in his tactical position adjacent to where she pointed the gun at the deputies.
The bullet came through the wall.
The bullet came through the exterior wall.
Can you tell us about your deputy, the person that he was? Did he have a family? Was he married? Did he have children?
He has a 3-year-old child. He had been on the road 8.5 months. This was his dream, to be a law enforcement officer. And he was very mature in his delivery of police services for no longer than he had on the road. His friends loved him and admired him. We all did. I just swore him in just a few months ago. And this is very difficult. You know, when people look at this young man, he's the epitome of what American law enforcement is about. It's young men and young women that stand in the gap, that put their life on the line every day. So you see a young man. I see a colleague and that's younger than my children. This is like losing one of your kids. And outside of my wife and my sister and my children and grandchildren, I love these folks more than anything else in the entire world. And to go there and see that, words can't adequately explain the absolute grief we feel. But it's our job to be at our very best at the very worst of times. And this is the very worst of times for us. One of my colleagues buried one of his deputies last week from a horrible event over in Pinellas County. So the bottom line is it's a dangerous job. When you're doing this, you teach and coach and provide equipment and training, but sometimes despite all of everything that we teach and coach and do, and he was doing exactly like he was trained. Bad things happen. Horrible things happen.
Sheriff, a lot of people have been saying to me today, why does an arrest warrant have to be served at that hour? Isn't that unsafe? Can you speak to that and why this happens overnight?
Certainly, the people who ask why an arrest warrant has to be served at that hour are morons. Okay? That warrant's valid 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We received a call for service that person was at that residence at that time. What do? She's running from us. She's always been running from us. She failed to appear. What do? Say, hey, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We don't serve warrants at 3 o'clock in the morning. Know this, if you got a warrant outstanding, we're going to arrest you at 2, 3, 4, 5, anytime we can find you. We found this person, and we were going to arrest her. So tell those Monday morning quarterbacks to come down to HR and sign up. See if you can pass the background. See if you can pass the police academy. Let's see if you've got any intestinal fortitude to get out here and do what young men and women like Deputy Lane does. Yeah, you can sit at home and run your mouth on your social media. You don't know what you're talking about, and you certainly don't have the ability to be one of these fine young men and women.
With the two officers, with the officers going in and asking the witnesses, and them knowing that she had something, will they be charged at least for not even warning them?
That's a good question. That's still under investigation. There's still a lot we don't know at this point in the investigation. What we do know is when they walked in the back door, we see this after the fact, we see there's a meth pipe on the bed and a Bible open to the second, to Kings 2, chapter 21. I haven't had a chance to read that yet. I don't know if that has anything to do with this or not. I'll read that when I get a chance. So look at that dichotomy. A meth pipe on the bed and the Bible open. Oh, and a light beer beside the Bible. Go figure all that.
Was he the youngest deputy or one of your youngest?
He is not the youngest deputy. He is one of the youngest deputies. You can legally be a deputy at 19 years of age. And I can tell you this, there has not been a deputy at that young age that performed at that high level. He's just professional in every sense. Just remarkable.
Well, on that note, we heard that he may have received an accommodation recently.
I don't know. We'll make all of that available in the ensuing days.
We had heard from a friend that one day he actually hoped to fill your shoes as the sheriff of Polk County. I know he's obviously very young and new to the job, but did you see potential in him for one day being?
Oh, absolutely. This young man was game on. every minute of every day. It was his dream. He was living his dream, and certainly he was an immensely talented deputy.
Can you take us to when they arrived at the house? Did they have their lights on in the car? Did they announce themselves as deputies?
Certainly that everyone, they talked to the two witnesses, the two men. And she recognized that, according to the one witness, she said, as she picked up the gun and walked in, and he said, "You shouldn't do that." She said, "Let them in." She knew exactly who they were. She knew exactly who they were. I'm convinced, it's early in the investigation at this point, she wanted to force the deputies to shoot her. And we did. Unfortunately, we had a deputy right in the line of fire that she didn't know that, but she knew she created a violent environment. The deputies didn't know that because he was tactically concealed.
How much meth do you have felony?
I'm not sure in this particular case. Any possession of meth is a felony. But once again, and I don't want to get into a lot of editorial comment today because I can spin out of control real easy, but as the media, you'd be disappointed if I didn't put my favorite quote in here. Some people want to call meth that low-level, nonviolent crime. Well, for all of you who are buying into that, here's your sign. There's violence all around. The use and the abuse and the sale and the trafficking of drugs. And this is one more example of how a good man died.
Keep check.
Because a cranker wouldn't show up for court after she'd already been arrested and already spent 9 years in state prison for trafficking in methamphetamine.
Is it normal to send 4 deputies?
It's normal for us to send backups to every call that we can get to because we know and research shows the more